Mild disclaimer for YouTube audiences that watch this tomorrow or the next day. This is not a video, it's a live stream. There is no edited content here. It's likely to be about 10 hours long. It's a live stream, okay? It's a live stream. It's live. It's not a video. This is live, not a video, not a video. Please understand it's not a video. This is a live stream. If you choose to watch it, understand it's a live stream. There's no editing. Okay. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Love you. Bye. I'm still here, by the way. I'm just typing a going live stream. Going live stream, live streaming. That's what I'm just typing. I'm just typing a tweet to say, or an X to say I'm going live. Won't be long. Tuesday, 6th, 7th.
Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back to stream again.
He's ignoring chat. It's a scripted video. I've been worn down like from the dripping tap of stupidity. Okay, I just can't take any more. Anyway, happy days. I'm definitely not moany and grumpy today or anything. Definitely not. I can't read it anymore. I can't read it anymore. Let me read you one so you understand. Let me read you one, okay? Where is it? Was it this one? No, it's the next. It's this one.
Well, everybody.
Twitch baby, but only from Bezos buck here and there. Babe might not be yours, I'm a hoe.
I like your content, but 10 minutes of load screen in a 28 video is a bit much. You could have cut a significant amount of the intro and saved upload time and not wasted
Even
viewer
100.
time in the process. It's a fucking stream! Fucking hell, you fucking idiot! It's a stream, okay? It's not been uploaded. And 27 people have liked it. 27 people have liked it. It says live stream in the title. It's in the live section of my YouTube channel. What more do you want me to do?
Howdy.
Anyway, enough of that. Hello, everybody. Let me just get in the server. Louder. How do I skip this intro? Oh, dear me. Right, we're going to carry on with experimental. Sorry, I'm trying to open a packet of sweets. They're actually my missus's, but I'm going to eat them because she doesn't want them at the moment. So she'll be very happy if I eat them for her.
Hello. That is all for this month.
I can't open the packet of
Next
sweets.
month is a new hello.
They are spogs. Those little blue and red pink things. No fingers. When does everyone go? Well, I'm getting there Wednesday. I think 1 or 2 people are getting there slightly earlier or slightly later, but I don't know when there'll be an announcement. No, I'm going to make the intro longer. Blimey. Jason Parsons, how you doing? Thank you for the resub. Clarky, Tuckton Up, Mr. Kessler, Gem, Lemon Kush, Andrew P, Aston Zeklong, Declock, DCLA Croc, Della Crocs, I don't know. Decla Crocs, I'm trying. Thank you very much for the new set, and Tom, thank you for the support as well. The suitcase is not packed. The suitcase is not packed, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to pack it tomorrow. Blank screen for a sec, guys, sorry. Wearing sunglasses. I thought it was a bit blue.
Hope you survive the Bohemia Hunger Games. LULTRMZLUV.
Yeah, me too, Ian. Me too. McMuffin, sorry, not McLuffin. McMuffin, thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Right, let's get that on full auto. So this is West Evac, or not Three Valleys, Tricresta. We're just going to have a little look. I did loot it just at the end of the stream on Thursday, whenever it was, but I thought we'll have another little loot of it again. I'm not ready for a military base. Hurt my hand a little bit. My mouse hand as well. I don't think it'll be a problem.
How has the time but flown? Keep
walking
on
the
running,
dog,
mate.
I got a couple of fingers kind of caught in the lead, and then he pulled it the wrong way, and I wasn't expecting it. Snape, thank you very much. Oh yeah, I should have put that in the title, shouldn't I? We have got a new merch item available. And it's a mug inspired by Escape from Tarkov's new pricing system, although I think they've reined it all in now. The moment might have gone, but anyway. Yeah. Oh my word. Have a look if you can. Please. Merch store. $250 mugs are available. They're called the Unheard Look Behind Edgelord of Darkness or something like that. I can't remember. Snape, thank you. You got the mug, did you? Very cool. Thank you. Well, that's your name. Just come up, wasn't it? Yeah. Pristine. Oh, look at this. I didn't get that smoke grenade, but I'm not going to go back. Fucking hell. M16's a go-go. Don't have a mag, do I? No. There might be mags back at that base. Oh shit. I think I need to get some meds. Got the cough. Looks like I'll have to cancel the flight. Nah. It'll be reet, don't worry. Snape, thank you again. Whispering Woods, thank you very much for the support as well. Bunna Warrior, thank you very much too. SV98 mag. Ooh, I think I've got 2 of those already. Yeah, I have. I think. So that's the plan. Obviously, I'm looking for an SV98. AKM mags are like the most depressing thing to find. $30 mugs is the best best mugs to find. I'm not feeling ill. No, I'm all right, Jambon. I don't feel ill. I'm not really. I've not had the best night's sleep, but nothing to do with the flight.
Hey
just
chat,
the way she goes.
don't like ads while watching? Then I'd recommend subbing to this silly streamer known as TRMZ so we can all keep on running without interruptions.
Truffles, thank you very much.
Love ya, bye.
So it doesn't say 12-hour stream in the title. It is going to be a long stream today, but I may have to end it a little bit prematurely than 12 hours. Because Uncupa's right now hoping to finalise a video. So there's with any luck, there's going to be an edited video that will release on Saturday while I'm away. But I haven't had the draft yet, and so I'm hoping to get the draft today so that I can then watch it and send any feedback, and then he can send me the finished version tomorrow. And if I don't get it tomorrow, I can't upload it because I'm going to be away. So yeah, slight hiccup. This just can't do it.
Hey, more music coming your way soon. Some cinematic thriller stuff, smiley face.
It's 3 Slaughter, isn't it? That's why. Thank you, Amica. Very cool. Thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much indeed. Middle Moose, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Right, I need to get away from here. I may actually go backwards a little and head...
I plan things for a long time and end things prematurely too. It happens to the best of us, TRMZ.
Yeah, you know it, Tech, you know. I always intend to be tantric, and then I end up more Usain Bolt in it, you know. Or shooting my bolt in it, I don't know. One or the other. So, because I've got the M16 mag, I think I'm going to go back. I think I'm going to go back this way. I'm going to check out the base just to see if we can have a look in there. And more importantly, I think I'm going to go and loot West Evac and try and find some M16 mags. Are you playing Chernarus or the new map? It's in the title of the stream, Crispy. I'm playing Experimental. I'm absolutely in love with the Experimental, so you can't play new maps on Experimental. It's 125 Chernarus, dude. I really, really am very, very happy with Experimental. I think it plays great. When's the DayZ strip? I fly out on Wednesday. I think the kind of start of the official stuff is on Thursday. Jambon, yeah, I'm not. Can't say I'm too keen on a one-handed watch, but the thin ones look amazing. I'm not personally interested in one of those either. They're a little too thin, you know. I think I would break them. Like I would fold them. Like they're as thick as a credit card. Some of them. They're crazy, and they're also hundreds of thousands of pounds as well. So there's a few different reasons not to be interested in those, I would say. Right, I ain't ready for this. I don't feel ready in the slightest. I really don't. And I just left behind a box of 9mm rounds, and I've got a 9mm pistol, which is annoying. Yeah, the dream outcome will be DayZ 2. Now there is some. This is a mild spoiler, so if you don't want to hear it, look away now. But a few people tweeted yesterday that Bohemia have apparently tried to trademark or copyright, one or the other, a particular term, and that or name, and that name is DayZ Frostline. So, whether that means a new map, it doesn't sound like a new map, does it? DayZ Frostline doesn't sound like a new map. It sounds like either a new game or possibly a concept. Maybe Frostline means that they've got the ability to winterify Livonia and Chernarus or something. I don't know, but I hope it's not just winter Chernarus. I hope it's not. I'd be disappointed if it is. I don't think it will be, but we'll see. We shall see what it is when we get there, I suppose. I hope.
Woof meow, woof meow, woof meow, woof meow, woof meow, woof meow. Enjoy Prague meow, woof woof.
Fuck me dead. Rockers has got a lot to answer for. Bucket Tech, thank you very much. Funeral Face, yeah. I think I want to say thank you, but I'm not quite sure. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Of course, console would appreciate winter maps. I completely understand that. I get it. The problem is that we've got winter Chernarus and winter Livonia on PC already. You know, it just wouldn't be that big of a deal for us. Doesn't mean it wouldn't be cool if it was a small element to whatever's coming.
Good day, Paul. How's experimental treating you? I've been doing pretty alright with the sniper TRMZ love.
Well, it was worth coming. Is it a 10 rounder? Yeah, 10 rounder. It may not be much, but it's a mag. Oh, I didn't need to go under there. It's fucking cold. I need to get some meds. Why you stay bullying these dudes? Coloured. I don't think it's bullying these dudes. The base hasn't been active for ages. God, fucking hell. I feel a bit chesty today. I hope you're right, Lee. I think they've gone to a lot of effort, and I hope it's more than just a new map or something. A new map is a very big deal for DayZ if it's made by the devs in a way. You know, like a new map, like to the standard of Chernarus, not Livonia, is almost like a new game. It is a significant thing. I'm not trying to play that down, but equally, it's not. I think we all want it to be more than that. I definitely do. I hope it's more than that. But whatever it is, at least we know that DayZ's still in development and got more of a future. You know, that it's still broadly positive. I just want it to be like big news.
Codeine Suppress is coughing, right? Or did they patch that?
Well, I'm more worried about my coughing IRL, to be honest. I don't think I've got any codeine anyway. Danish Header, the level of detail, eh? Gag yourself. Yeah, I don't do that. Danish Editor, thank you very much for the support. PS Cogs, thank you for the 6 months. The Crypto, Vexing Goblin, Water Biscuit, cheers for the support as well, guys. Thank you. Have I got a sewing kit? No, I haven't.
The trees are watching eyes.
Now, I will get full blood fairly soon. I've got one weapon, half a cleaning kit. So I've got that 10 round mag, it's badly damaged. I've not actually fixed it yet, but it's going to use the entirety of my cleaning kit. I don't really want to fix it with that. I think I'm going to hold fire just for now. What I'm really after, obviously, and you can see by my loadout as well, I don't have a sniper. I've got mags. I've also got this scope. I want an SV98. I want an SV98 real bad. Real bad. If you don't have to sign an NDA, will we find out the big news is over on your Twitter? I seriously doubt there'll be any big news on my Twitter. If I get to find anything out, which I'm hoping to do, I will not be allowed to talk about it in the devs until the devs say I can. That's just a given, dude. Like, they're not going to take us over there and then let us spoil stuff, you know. Like, there'll only be an announcement when the devs say it's okay. I'm sure it's coming from a marketing budget, Jambon, but it's actually relatively cheap, you know. The flights aren't cheap. The flights aren't cheap for some people, you know. Like, the two guys coming from Australia, I think their flights will be into the thousands of euros, you know, but... like, the flights for most people coming from Europe are nothing,
Have a good
really.
trip, buddy.
I don't think the cost of the thing is too high, you know. I don't know what we're doing when we're there, fully. So maybe that'll have some cost, but I think they're doing it... I'm not saying they're being cheap, by the way, but they're putting us up in buildings that they own, and what am I saying? Yeah, they're paying for the flights, but the flights aren't a whole load of money, you know.
Have a cuppa, dude. Thumbs up.
Thank you very much, Ian, and Oak, thank you very much as well. Cheers, both of you guys. The trees are always watching. As long as they don't start talking as slow as Treebeard, we'll be alright. What duty frees am I going to get? I don't normally bother. Duty free isn't that cheap. I might get a bottle of whiskey on the way out there. Like, I might get a bottle from Stansted to take to Prague. I think we're going to be camping at least one night. I think that means I need to take at least one bottle of whiskey, right? Otherwise, how the fuck am I going to survive? So I'll probably take a bottle of whiskey, maybe like a bottle of Redbreast or something like that. Just depends what they've got. But beyond that, I don't normally bother. Alcohol's fairly cheap in the UK. It's not cheap, but the duty free is very rarely very much cheaper. You know, like if you want to buy, I don't know, a bottle of Redbreast or something, it's likely to be cheaper on Amazon in the UK or in Tesco's than it is in duty free. I've never been to Czech before. Yeah, no, I've never been to Czech Republic before. Never been to Prague. Looking forward to going. I don't feel ready yet though. Like we're still doing some last minute things, like just sorting out, making sure all my jeans are clean, and I've got all my clothes ready. I've got to pack the case tomorrow. And, like, I don't know. I don't feel ready at all. I'm saying camping, Jambon, but there's an outdoors day, and it sounds like we're going to be sleeping more outdoorsy. But they haven't really said. We might be sleeping in some kind of like summer camp shed type things for all I know. I just don't know, you know. I've no idea, but I'm looking forward to finding out. Yeah, got to get my racing car Y-fronts ironed, exactly. Yeah, let's check that one first. Oh, well. I was really convinced there was going to be a SV98 in there. Which other streamers are going? I'm sure they've all announced by now, but everybody... the ones that I can definitely say are going are both of the Freshborns, John and George, Marks, who's a YouTuber, Boydie, who does the podcast, Joito, Happy Bombs, and there's some others going too. And I'm sure the others have confirmed they're going, but I'm not 100% sure. So some people in the chat will probably add names, and then I'll read them out once they've confirmed that they know. Yeah, Lax is going. Lax is one I'd forgotten. I knew Lax was going for sure. I think Joito's flying. Yeah, TP would not be a bad idea, actually. Yeah, Minder and Topar are going. Yeah, Minder and Toprek are going. But I haven't seen them talking so much. They have been talking a bit, and there's a little forum, or a little group. But I've not for sure read a message from them saying they're going. But if they've said it to their chat, then they're going. And I'm sure, let's face it, they've got to have said by now, because it's happening on fucking Wednesday, isn't it? You know. So this feels okay with the scope and everything, but it is. Not really very good at long range. The VSS is terrible.
Fight with Twitch to find the Prime sub back to YT.
Yeah,
have a good run.
It's in Elevate Your Subscription, but I think they're going to keep playing hide and seek with that. I really do. It seems to be the new meta from Twitch. We won't get rid of Twitch Prime. We'll just make it very, very hard to find. Casper, it's in the title of the stream. Oh no, maybe it's not actually. I just put it on Twitter. It's not in the title of the stream. My bad. I will be back on Tuesday next week, so Tuesday the 7th. Ooh. Where are you? Don't be a screamer. It's hot in this room today. The old first blood is drawn once again. Every fucking hit's a bleed. Every hit's a bleed. I've no idea what Frostline might mean, but I really hope it's a new fucking game.
I hope the other streamers go and sleep with one eye open. Know what you're like when there's loot around. Can't help yourself.
Yeah, that's true. Josh, thank you very much. Chesatron, thank you very much too. I need to change these pants, you know. Holy shit. Bass Bomber, thank you. Black Ice, thank you very much for the support, dude. Camaccio, Connect, thank you very much too. Well, let's just double check for these first.
Long
bullets.
time no see. 16 weeks of training has kept me busy. I have just completed my greatest achievement ever, running 50k.
James, GG, 50k, holy fuck. I couldn't run about 50 meters.
Just wanted to say thanks for doing your thing, mate. It helps newbies a lot. Respect.
Oh no, it was WPA that did. Sorry, it was WPA with the 50k. GG WPA. James, thank you very much as well.
Hopefully they have chicken pitters in Prague. Otherwise I fear you may starve.
I think I've got enough in reserve, trust me. I'm looking forward to not eating any pitters for a week, to be honest. That's going to be quite nice. Have I got a battery? Oh, the fuck. This isn't... Oh, I was just going to say this isn't feeling very good, and then lo and behold, we find something that we exactly needed. Post, not today I'm not. No, I don't know a lot about it. I saw a few people tweeting about Deadfall. It certainly sounds exciting, but I don't know anything about it other than it's on Green Hell. But I've got one stream until I go away, and I love experimental, so I wanted to do that, dude. I may switch later, but what's the hook with Deadfall? What servers do I play? Mostly lightly modded and vanilla, dude. I'm playing on experimental right now, which is completely vanilla. This is dodgy. Damaged. It's going to be worn. Sorry, it's going to be badly damaged soon. I haven't got long. Don't need that. There was a VSS here as well. Sorry, there was a Sega here to go with the mag, but I just don't think I want it. Right.
Did you see Optical DayZ Twitter roasting EFT with their own £250 bundle? Glow stick, bandage and an apple.
I did see that, yeah, I did see that. I did do my own little one as well on Twitter, Wolf Sorrow. I'm selling a $250 mug right now.
Have a nice trip and have fun.
In the merch store, there's a $250 mug, priced at $14.50. But yeah, you can... what I particularly liked, at the bottom it says not DLC. But yeah, I did see that. That's what inspired me to start selling the mug that's in the merch store right now. Limited period only. Just curious, is Super Chat only Twitch? Super Chat is a YouTube feature, dude. So Stuart Beard, what Stuart Beard's just done there, that's a YouTube only feature. I hope we don't play paintball, Stuart. I hope we don't. I'm too much of an easy target for that. I think I would be distinctly disadvantaged. I can see the allure of paintball, but it's not something that's ever really been something that would excite me personally. But I don't think we'll be doing that. I think if we're doing anything, it'll be more like learning how to start a fire, or like doing like a barbecue around. Hopefully that sounds cool. Like a barbecue, couple of drinks, and just chatting around. I think that's much more likely. They've told us to bring some kind of outdoorsy shoes, but they've said that we're not going to be doing excessive walking or anything like that. Not that I care obviously. I'm not particularly fit or anything, but I can go and walk many miles, you know, that much I can do. So but nonetheless, yeah, I don't think it's going to be too outdoorsy. Dark Unforgiven, thank you for the 7 months. It's a weird thing really, because I really love DayZ. I really love video games that involve shooting, but IRL paintball has just never really appealed to me. I think it did when I was younger, much younger, like late teens. But as an adult, it's just not for me. You know, I love shooting and I love adventures in DayZ and I love games in general, but IRL, it's just never appealed.
Long time lurker. Bets on whether you spend time on an abandoned military base playing paintball. Thank you for the streams.
I think we don't need to go there, you know. Just having a look, see if there's any players. I'm going to head this way. Thank you very much, Stuart. Cheers for the support. Dark Unforgiven, Wolf Sorrow, thank you. Wanderer, cheers for the support as well. Leroy, James, thank you. Same thing with Airsoft, Mario. It's just, again, I see the appeal, but not for me. It's the same with anything, you know. Some people love a sport we never talk about on the stream. Some people really love English or the rest of the world football / soccer. And some people can't stand it. Oh, the military train's here. Very cool. And same with Airsoft, you know. I just don't... and paintball. I don't see the appeal personally. Somebody's looted it, unfortunately. So the doors to this all spawn closed. And the fact that they're all open means no bueno. There are still zombies though, so they could have had a chance to respawn. Look at you seeing me. He hasn't, he's just running. Pretty soon I was running. Yeah, looks like Tarkov have kind of reined it in. It does go to show what like community pressure can do when it's mobilised for the right reason. You know, sometimes community pressure is mobilised for not the right reason, but for that it definitely was. I don't actually have a drink. I'm gonna have to. I have got tabs, so it's not such a big deal. Well, even though it's already been looted, I'll still find something that I want. I don't have anything waterproof, do I? But the matches are going to get wet. There's nothing I can do about it. Mike, yeah, that's a fun video, the Perfect Day in DayZ one. Long time ago now, but I think it's my favourite video that I personally edited, like a single video. I think it's my favourite one. Shit. I thought that zombie was a player. That one looked like a player, didn't it? I was thinking there might have been water in that. There isn't. I have to go back to the water. So I got shot at last time I was here. I don't really want to get shot at, but I do need a drink. We might as well go and do it while we're here, I think. Titans, thank you very much for the 35 months. Darkry, thank you for the gifted sub. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. And Quasi, thank you for the 16 months as well. It's really hot in this room today. It's much warmer in the UK today. The weather in Prague actually looks like it's going to be great. When I arrive on Wednesday, it looks like it's going to be about 25 Celsius, which is pretty high. I think it'll get worse for the weekend, more like 20-ish, but nonetheless, it could have been worse. If we'd gone 2 weeks ago, it would have been more like 11 or 12 Celsius. So the weather looks like it's turning for the better, just as we're getting there. I've not seen anything of the Deadfall map other than people tweeting about it, SJM. A few people have mentioned it today. But I really love Experimental. I'm not going to leave Experimental. I've only got one stream left. This patch is great. I love it. I do quite like the idea of it. I don't fully understand what the Deadfall server is. So I'd quite like to investigate what it is and then have a go. Yeah, it sounds kind of fun, but I don't know anything about it at the moment. Should drop back to 15 after we've left. Well, there we go, look. We'll be bringing the UK weather with us. Or maybe the Aussies are bringing their weather more like. Better go to Malta. I don't think the devs are taking us to Malta. Is he ever going to get back on official servers? I've played official servers loads in the last few weeks. There hopefully will be a video of me playing official Livonia out on Saturday if it gets finished today. Uncupa's working on it now, but we're cutting it fine, to be honest. I did say to him I needed the draft this morning in order to have the video released on time for Saturday. And I don't know, he's still working on it now, and then it's got to render, then I've got to watch the draft, then we've got to finalise it tomorrow. Wednesday morning at 6 AM I'm leaving the house and I'm not back, so if it's not uploaded and done tomorrow, it won't be done at all. Do you know any good community servers for Livonia? Karma Crew, Day 1, Spaggy. I think Day 1 and Karma Crew are likely to get slightly fuller, but Spaggy's will still get full at the weekends and more peak times and whatnot. But Spaggy's is true vanilla, so if you want to see what the devs are making, that would be the place to do it. Right, I'm not going to fill it up again. It means using another tab, and I really can't be fucked. I could have probably drank the whole bottle, but I don't want to take the risk. Jambon, it bodes pretty well for the next version of the game. Yeah, the changes are just good. Certainly for me, you know, the doors, it's only a small thing to many, but the doors coming in and out of buildings has felt like a chore and really desyncy and really glitchy and horrible on 124. There's also been a lot of frame drops and pauses and skips and all sorts. 125 has got none of that, it seems. It's so much better. Best scope for the VSD. If you're on vanilla, it's the PSO1. If you're on modded servers, in my opinion, it's the Spectre. You'll need the Zenit mount for that. Harry, yeah, I normally have a pint or two before I fly. Usually it's like a breakfast in the spoons, right? Breakfast in the spoons and a couple of pints. But I think I might not. I think I might not for this flight, which is a rarity because I'm afraid of flying. I kind of want to have a drink or two, but I don't then want to turn up having had a couple of pints, and then I think one of the people from Bohemia are picking me up. Well, they're picking us all up from the airport when we land. I don't want to turn up half asleep and 2 pints in at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you know. Visual server streams are fun. Ichigo, well, I've been playing on experimental loads lately, but the issue is the level of cheating that goes on. My last Livonia life on it was great. I had a really good life, but my last 4 fully geared characters before that life all got killed by hackers, you know? Like, so it's kind of tricky to do experimental to do official very much, because of the amount of times I get killed by a cheat. You're British and it's the rules. We'll see. Strange what happened between Klopp and Salah. I think there is a bit of discontent there. I don't think Salah's happy about being dropped. From Salah's perspective, he's the best player in the team. He's been the best player under Klopp's era, and he has been. And right at the end of the season, when it really matters, he's getting dropped. So he probably feels a bit annoyed about that. But from Klopp's perspective, Salah's been fucking dog shit. You know, he hasn't been good enough, and he hasn't. Salah has not been his usual self. He has not played to his level. So I think it's just like a tale as old as time. Superstar player, unhappy at accepting not starting games. You know, like that's what it is. He's come off after 60 minutes, 70 minutes, quite a bit, because he's been stinking up the place. You know, that's what it is. He's probably frustrated because he probably knows he's not playing as well as he can. However, he probably feels that given that Liverpool have to win every game to win the league, and he is Liverpool's best player, he probably feels that he's done enough over the years to warrant his place for the last 3 or 4 games of the season. That's probably what it is. And to be honest, I think both Klopp and Salah will be gone this summer. I know Klopp's already going, but I think Salah's going to go as well. So, soccer is crap compared to AFL.
You're going to Chernarus?
Games by Andy. I'm going to Prague on Wednesday, and I believe the devs are taking us out around where the real Chernarus is. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's really interesting when people say that soccer is crap compared to that music that you like. It's crap compared to the music I like. Did you know that? You know, because I like music that's different to your music. Your music's crap. Sydney, we've covered it a little bit, but I'll quickly run through them, the people going. So it's both of the Freshborns, Boydie, who does the podcast, Lax, Hawthorne, Minder, Toporek, Joito, Happy Bombs, Marks, who's a YouTuber, me, Lady Adventurer's going, who's a Twitch streamer. I can't remember who else is going. You taking a camera or just a potato phone? Modern phones are great cameras, dude. I'm not taking anything. My phone's got 3 times optical zoom and a crazily good camera. It's absolutely pointless taking a proper camera, you know. In my opinion, you know. Like maybe if I was going on some safari and I wanted a massively long zoom lens or something, I might consider buying a different camera. But for stuff like this and for taking pictures of people and stuff, a modern phone is amazing. Marks is going, Danny. As I say, Marks is going. I have a 14 Pro Max, I think it is.
Hi.
There's no soul in digital photography. Okay. I think the pictures look good though, don't they? So, Smigs is only happy if I take a reel of film and a proper old school camera, it seems. I'm afraid I'm not the guy for that. Maybe I should take some pencils and paper and sketch everything. But I can see your point. But for trips like this, a phone in my pocket, it's one of the great things about, like, there's many bad things about modern society and many bad things about the mobile phone and online and Twitter and TikTok and all sort. But the fact that everyone's got a reasonably good quality camera in their pocket all the time allows for a hell of a lot of things to be shared and to be found that would otherwise not have been, you know. I think they're kind of cool. I think that is one good thing. Yeah, take your film to Snappy Snap and every single one of them gets a sticker over it saying I don't know. Whatever the sticker used to say. I really don't want to kill that in the road. Fucking cough. Just load the extra bullet. So I've come here. I think I didn't loot it. I don't remember looting Zilla, of course.
Why not go to a live play instead of watching someone play games over the internet?
That's probably a fair point. To each their own, though. I think I can understand the passion in photography. I think everyone has a hobby, but everyone has a different hobby more often than not. One and only, thank you very much for the support, dude. Fuck that up. That's an FNX. Highly unlikely to want that. We could end up with an FNX, actually. Maybe we should take it. What condition? Worn. I'm just thinking, I haven't got loads of 9mm, and it is slightly better for killing Zeds, so I may find mags and whatnot. What I'm here for, obviously, is an SV98. We did find one here a few days ago. I may also have a little trip up to the medical and see if I can find some meds too. I think that would be wise. Carrying some junk, aren't I really like these trains. They're so useful. For overwatching, I mean. They're really good for, like, just keeping an eye on down to there and whatnot. It's massively underrated as a spot to wait here, I think. So this is dropped from a player, but it could have been a while ago.
Hi Paul, have fun in Prague. Don't forget your anti-gluten pills to enjoy the awesome Czech food and beer.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be taking some, dude. I've actually got my suitcase just outside of this stream room right now, and there's 2 boxes of 20 sitting on the thing, so I don't forget them. So I'm covered on that front. I'll be taking 40 tablets, which is way too many, but I've not declared any like food issues to the devs. They asked, and I've not declared any. Like most people going probably already know, but nonetheless, I'm just going to use the tablets. I absolutely fucking hate being the guy when you go out, you're going to a barbecue or you're going to a party or you're going around to mates and you're like constantly going, I can't eat that, gluten intolerant, I can't eat that, I can't eat that. I hate it. I hate it. So I'm going to take the tablets and see how it goes. It's a little bit like being the enforced vegan at a party or something. I'm not against veganism. Whatever you want to do is what you want to do, right? People have their reasons, and fair enough, you know. But when people are going to parties and saying, I'm vegan, so I'll have to have this, they're doing it because of their own beliefs, and I think that's fair enough. With me, I'm going there and I'm like having to have all that same kind of stuff, but not through any choice. I just have to, and you droning on and on and on about it. I just hate it. It winds me up something fierce when we go around to the in-laws. They're lovely people, but they go out of their way to make special meals with like gluten intolerant stuff, and I'm very grateful. And then constantly are asking me if I want a beer or if I want a biscuit or I want a... So I end up having to say about 7 times when I'm there, I can't have that, I can't have that, I can't... Oh God, I feel like a prick. I hate it. Shit. Oh, just heard the shots. I'm a little waylaid here. We could be respawning. I'm not in any way ready for this, but it's an SKS, obviously. Aggroed. So I can see what barrack they're in. This cough could really put me off. Of course, every hit is a bleed. We already know this to be true, right? Every hit is a bleed. It's just what happens. I actually felt like many of my shots connected there, and they didn't. But I thought I'd hit him more than I had. No, two different players. Two different players. I killed the first one. With a whole lot of SKSs this one's got. Holy shit. Lots and lots of good gear on this one. AK, big AK they've got. 2 more mags. Wow. These guys have got some seriously good loot. So my guess is that... Oh, he's got an AS Val as well. My guess is that these two were together. It's hard to know for sure, but I think they were probably together.
Love the streams. Love you, bye.
So I'm actually going to leave the AS Val. As good as the AS Val is, I'm going to leave it because I would rather have the... I'd rather have the VSS for now, because if I get myself an SV98, I prefer the VSS without the sights. Also, we just got a kill with it, you know. I feel like I'm kind of ready to use the one I've just used, if that makes sense. Not the smartest bunch. Well, they were shooting zombies, the pair of them. Probably felt relatively safe. And then I killed his mate in the barrack. The other dude in this barrack has then come out to try and get me, and all the zombies have aggroed on him, you know? So, yeah, the zombies is what helped me there. The dude came out probably looking to get me, and then couldn't. I quite like the idea of being able to move a body. I think that would be a good feature. I think it's something people have talked about for a long time. If you could put a body on your shoulder like a fireman's lift, you'd have to travel really slow. Really, really slow.
Reprimanning. 7 months.
This is going to take me some time. I'm surprised no one's got an SV98, to be honest. Fucking hell, someone's keen on water. Holy shit. Actually don't think it's worth taking the cooking pot anymore. They're not as useful as they once were. Suspicious Ferret, I don't know for sure what we're doing, to be honest. I know there's an outdoors day, but I don't... And they've told us to bring stuff to be warm at night for sleeping and stuff, but I don't know whether that means in a tent or in some kind of outdoor shack, or... I don't know. None of us know, really, at the moment. It's the first aid kit. Oh, he's got meds. I like the fact that this player's actually got meds in their first aid kit. I think that's kind of cool. I didn't used to think that way, but I do now. Oh, he's got these as well. I didn't see those first time. Going to take the boots, put the knife on the boots, save a little bit of space. I've got a lot of fucking around to do here. Still got to loot the other dude. I'm really hoping there's going to be an SV98 somewhere, to be honest. Dude ran out of bullets. I'm struggling here. I'm really struggling. Fucking hell, case within a case. Better better cleaning kit. Better suppressor as well. I don't think anything actually needs repairing right now, so I'm just going to have to take that one and leave that one for now. Drop us off in the middle of the woods with a pear and a glow stick. Yeah, you may well be correct. I don't need the baby AK anymore. That's a very good shout. We can get rid of that. I don't really need the AK-74, but I do. I'm quite fond of the AK-74 and the M16. And oink oink will be pigs. I think I might hide one. What I might do is get out from here and then go and stash the 74 somewhere in case I die. I think that might be the play. So I think that's what I might do. I might just try and stash it somewhere. I am really expecting to get myself killed at some point.
TRMZ heart submarine.
Get it hit him. What the fuck? How many? I've hit him twice more with an M16. I hit him a lot there. I'm very surprised he didn't drop. That was really weird. I don't fully understand how he didn't drop. I hit him twice while he was by the ramp, while the zombie was hitting me from behind. Him being there seems fishy. I don't think so. There's been a lot of shooting. There's a dead body and dead zombies right out the barrack where I am. The reason why it doesn't seem fishy is because I was expecting it when I opened the door, you know. I was looking at that building. The reason I'm not dead, I was like, I just said I'm expecting to get killed any second. And as I opened the door, there was somebody there, and I was kind of expecting there to be, you know, like, I've been in this area too long, haven't I? But there's 3 dead bodies. It's gonna take a while, you know.
Zone is hot. TRMZ full auto.
There was movement to my right when I was shooting at him when I came in behind. And I did wonder if there was another player over this way. Shotgun, SKS. This one's not tremendously geared. that's annoying. Mosin on his back. I did have a PU before. I'm not going to use the Mosin as much as that makes me kind of dumb in a way. I don't want it. I want to use the... I want to use the SV98. That's what I'm playing for. An SV98 or bust, basically. Now, the dude... There two of the players have got Glocks, so I could potentially change that for a Glock with 2 mags. Which might be wise. And then I think we should go. He's got CR there. Mag is damaged. I think... Mizzo, I don't know what it is, dude, but yeah, we talked a little bit about DayZ Frostline, I believe it's called, earlier. Yeah, I'm interested to find out, very much so. This dude had a Glock in his hand. I can't believe... maybe I was hitting him in the arm. Maybe I hit him in the arm twice or something, but really tanked the bullets. He really did tank them. Or she. I did have an FNX as well, but never mind. I think the jacket's ruined. I was trying to work out what was ruined there. Where's the medic... I picked up tetracycline and now I can't fucking see him. Oh my god, my inventory is such a mess right now. Have I not got the tetracycline? There they are. There they are.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
This bag is on the large side. The fuck was that? That zombie was running, right? I think it's just a runner zombie. It was a zombie shadow, and then the zombie ran past, but it made me think it was aggroed on someone. It was a shadow, then a zombie, yeah. But it was running. I just thought it was aggroed. It wasn't. Right, come on, Paul. We need to get a wriggle on here. Were you the one with the Glock, or was it the one outside? Crossbow. Yeah, I've got loads of SV98 bullets, that's okay. Right, there's the Glock mag I was after, we don't need any more. I actually kind of want the cooking pot now because I've got suppressors, bottle suppressors. I'm not going to be able to wear those because I've got the head strap anyway, so we can drop that. We have got a lot of shit now. Holy fuck, that was a gear up. Assuming I don't die when we leave, which could still happen because I'm still titting around in the same place. Yeah, he had another Glock mag in the pistol itself on the holster. I think you're right. I've got the Glock with 2 mags. I think I'm kind of all right. I don't know. I think I'm going to try and take the cooking pot, which I think is behind me as far as I remember. Fucking hell. This is gonna twist my melon. Right, where's the gun? Have I left it outside? I think I've left it outside, haven't I? There's no more tape. There is more tape, but I think we're going to leave now. We've got to go off on a hunt for an SV98. So I looted all of this. I think we're just going to go and hide in a house somewhere in Zeleno. And I'm going to have a little look through my loot. And I'm going to probably drop one of the assault rifles. My favourite assault rifle, I think, is the M16. But I don't know if I'm going to hide... I might hide that and keep the 74 just because I've got so many mags and bullets. I don't know. But I need to get somewhere away from here. I need to drop a gun fairly quickly because I'm heavy as fuck. To be this heavy without a plate carrier is... it's almost impressive. No loose bullets. Depressing yet not uncommon in some streamers. Adam, I don't know what you mean, but if you mean being too overweight, then that's my favourite thing. I like loot. It's pretty good though to like I was just saying, I'm not ready for a firefight. If we get one, I'll probably die, and then I've killed 3 players. You know, that's not bad going all in. I'd say three kills in Zeleno. That's not a bad way to start the day. Got a new OLED TV at the weekend. Very nice. New tech. And we have got rid of the illness as well, which is very cool. It was bugging me a lot. So it's good to get rid of that. There must be more Mosin rounds somewhere. Or in this case, SV98 rounds. There was other things I could do. I could have repaired a little bit more. I could have repaired the... I could have repaired 1 or 2 more things with the weapon cleaning kit, like the SV98 mags or something, but I was so there too long. I was there way too long, and I left early, you know. I was there way too long and left earlier than I kind of wanted to. You know, that's fairly rare all in for me, I would say. I'm going to drop those. There's other things for me to sort out here. There's a lot more I can do, but I'm just trying to do a few things before we move on. And I do want to... I do want to stash a gun too. So I've got... How many 5.56 bullets have I got? I've got 2 30-round mags. I think I might drop the 74 just because I like the M16 so much. And I have, if I need a secondary, I've got this anyway, haven't I? I've got this with a shitload of mags. What I really should do is unpack all of these mags. And then try to make sure that at least the one in the gun has got armor-piercing rounds in it, but I don't know. Do I have a base? Rowan, I don't do bases, dude. I just play for the character that I'm on. So, like, if I hide a gun in a bush, it will last for 8 hours. So if I had a gun, like, hidden somewhere where nobody finds it, I can come and pick it up in 6 or 7 hours' time. Absolutely no problem. But I don't play for anything else than the loot on the day. You know, I don't try to save loot. You just can't, dude. Like, the other day I hid a gun in Zelenogorsk, and then I believe somebody watched the stream and went and found it before I could get to it later, you know, like... The idea that I could do stashes or a base and not have people just come and rob me is... like, people know where I put it all, you know? It just wouldn't work. There are ways to try and help that, but I'd have to have, like, screen overlays, like half of the stream to try and hide what I'm doing. It's not going to work. I think that'll do for now. We've made a little bit of space. The M16 is the sexiest looking vanilla gun. I quite like the M4 with the RAS handguard and whatnot. I think that looks good. But yeah, the M16 is pretty sexy. Right. I need to go and hide this gun somewhere. I'm going to get away from here a bit. Can't open the gate. Is anything actually properly wet? Yeah. I could dry out my pants. I could... Oh, shit. Oh, tabbing out on the road. That's a smart play. Could get a little bit of stamina back. I dropped eight Mosin rounds, dude, that were tracers. Jibs, well, I hope you keep enjoying the game, dude. Thank you. Yeah, if I drink the water, that will help. I've got water in the cooking pot. So if I can drink the water in the bottles, that weighs a kilo. That weighs 0.25 of a kilo. So drinking 2, that's a kilo and a half saved, isn't it? You know, that adds up. A few more things to do. Yeah, water in the canteen too. I can probably get rid of the canteen. I'm going to use the cooking pot, aren't I? So let's drink that one next. That's okay. I can take another pill. I don't know if it's coming back because I'm now drinking... Do you know what it probably is? It's the water. I just drank that water, and I drank half of that water when I was sick, and then I've just drank some more out of the same bottle after I'd got rid of the illness, so it's probably that. I'm not convinced it's the face cover. But I definitely drank some of that water bottle, and then... Well, the sooner I can drop a gun, the better. So much stamina. Oh my god, there's 3 of them. Just take the win on 2 for now. We'll get the other one in here.
Less than 3.
I need to get away from Zeleno. We've got nighttime coming, and I got rid of my head torch, which is not going to prove to be a good choice, I think. But I wanted the chance of MVGs, so I took this head strap, and now I've got no night light source for nighttime, which is kind of dumb, I suppose, but I don't know. EB, thank you for the 7 months. Cheers for the support. Ogisaurus, thank you. Beretta, thank you. CK, cheers for the 10 months. Bub, thank you for the resub. Miles and Dante and Vader, cheers for the resubs as well. I'm sure I missed some other alerts through the course of the PvPing and whatnot. If I've missed yours, I am grateful. Thank you. There's a torch on the pistol, but that's not really that useful. I could put that in my hand and use it, but a pistol flashlight is only really good if you want to shoot some zombies around a melee base or something, but when you aim your gun you obviously move very, very slowly, so to use it on the pistol as a flashlight is a bit tricky, you know. Guys, I'm just going to do this. If I get sniped and end up dead or something, it's going to be annoying, but I've just got to find a tree to, or a bush or whatever, to ditch this gun. And I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to do it, so I'm just going to hide the gun. And run around a bit. Riley, well, I hope you're on the mend real soon, dude. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Nova, I don't understand what you're meaning, really. I've missed some of the conversation, but console doesn't have aim assist for players. Console only has aim assist for zombies, as far as I'm aware. You don't get aim assist against players, even on console. Still going a bit more travelling yet, guys. I'll get rid of the changing server screen soon. There's no way I'm going to drop everything I need to drop here. I'll forget some stuff for sure, but I'm trying. Slash, I already dropped it 2 minutes ago. Right. Alf, I'm just ditching a gun, and I like having ditched a gun the other day, and it was stolen. I'm kind of eager to not have that happen again today. No stream sniper, Jibs. I just want to put a stash of gun, like I say. Thoughts on the Jurgen and Salah bust up? I think it was what happens all the time. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think either. I know Klopp's going. I think Salah's going at the end of the season too. I know he might want to stay. I feel like the money will be too good. I feel like Liverpool will take it. He'll take it. I don't see Salah staying. Could be wrong. We'll see. I'd like to see Salah go for if the money's right, if I'm honest. He's been Liverpool's best player under Jurgen Klopp by a long way. But I still think if the money is there, it should be taken now. I think it would be the right time. But
hope you're well. Keep on
it's a
running.
tale as old of time, you know. It happens even to Pep Guardiola. Haaland has been a bit like unhappy here and there about coming off or not playing or whatever. Everyone has it, you know. If you're Salah is Liverpool's best player and has been under Klopp for most of the time Klopp has been manager. There's a few games to go until the end of the season, and he probably feels he's earned the right to play in the games that maybe decide whether Liverpool win the title or not. Whereas Klopp is looking at him thinking he's not playing very well, I'm going to play somebody else, you know, and you can see it. I think probably Salah doesn't deserve to play based on his form right now.
My bag. You can hide, but you can't run.
But I just I think it's one of those things that happens all the time. You know, if you drop your star player and they're not pissed off, then there's something wrong with your star player, probably. You know, like, of course the best players have got kind of big egos, and if they don't play, they're going to be disappointed. Like, if they just take that and don't give a shit, chances are they would never have become the player they are. You know, you need that edge. Klopp's heads fell off. I don't think it has. I think the players have just run out of steam. I don't know where the blame should be laid, really, but the players have just lost their cutting edge. They don't look like they can score. Salah looks like like a shadow of his former self. A little bit of the yips there. I'm quite excited to see how it's going to go. Liverpool could end up finishing 8th, and this could be the end of them. You know, it could, or it could be the making of Liverpool. You know, like a few different ideas, a few tweaks, slightly different formation maybe, a little bit of a different idea about the players and how they play, adding a couple of players to the balance of the team. The team, Liverpool's starting 11 and squad in general, is way better now than it was a year ago. Like, they changed the entire midfield, and this is going to go down as a failure, but they changed the entire midfield in the summer, and they're going to finish 3rd, all right? With where it was going, they should have done better, and in the latter stages of the season, they've kind of fallen apart, you know, but nonetheless, it's still been a hell of a turnaround from last season to this season. And next season, there could be a bit more to come, or it could go the other way. But it's going to be interesting. I'm kind of hopeful that there's the nucleus of a really, really strong team that can kick on, not go backwards. Mikey, good luck hunting for the SV98, dude. David, thank you for the sub. AVFC, thank you very much for the support. Pleased to be keeping you company, dude. Thank you. AX, thank you. Dank, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Oh, there was one more. I really didn't get that much stamina back, did I, really? I guess an SV98 is possible here, but I just never find anything good in Grishino. Sorry, not Grishino. Green Mountain. I never find anything good here. Stashes AK-74, finds more bullets for the 74. Typical. It's tier 3, James Camaccio. Yeah, I'm not honestly sure whether this is a tier 3 base. I don't know the tiers. I just play the game, you know. I don't worry about shit like that. I know I never find much good here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get anything that great. I'm not going to do the tower. I checked the tower last time I was here, and it had fuck all on it, as per usual. There is, however, a chance of a convoy spawn just as the trees end down this road, so we might as well go and have a look. It would be fucking amazing to get to a convoy and find the NVGs, wouldn't it? Habitual line stepper, cheers for coming in. Have a good day at work, dude. Alberto, tier 3 and 4 military bases. So far I've found them in the southwest corner at Kamenka mini base, which is where I might actually head next, possibly, which is a bit of a weird way to go, but it's going to be night time. I'm sure as shit not going to VMC or the airfield at night with no light. So I'm thinking I might go down towards Kamenka where I found one before. And then, oh my god, the convoy is there. And then it gives me the opportunity to hunt convoys too, but we've got a convoy to hunt right now. Oh my god, I've got DMR and foul mags. This could be a come up and a half. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to Prague. I watched an episode of Travel Man last night, which was Joe Lycett and Adam Buxton going to Prague. So I've seen all the sites. I haven't really. They did a kayaking on the river, some graffiti, had this like 17-course meal or something. So none of that I'm going to do. But nonetheless, I did watch it. It looked kind of cool. I like Adam Buxton. I'm surprised. I guess it's by choice with what he does, but I'm surprised he's never been more popular than he is, maybe. But I don't know. I used to like the Adam and Joe show, although I don't really remember it very well now. FAMAS. I dropped the mags for the FAMAS.
Glad you're playing today before your trip. Have fun in the Czech Republic.
Thank
Keep
you.
running. Love you. Bye.
Cheers for the support. Very, very kind. Thank you very much. More cash. More crash, sorry. Drum mag spawning at this seems almost cruel. It really does. I think the gun might just be the FAMAS, which is going to suck. Give me a gun. DMR. I believe a DMR is calling. I've got a mag. Where is my DMR? 60-round Stanag is calling. That's pretty decent. I honestly think that's kind of unlucky that what we've found. I really feel like we've been unlucky there. I know it's pretty decent, but I think we could have been luckier. Just going to check on top of the other tent. Guna, Mrs. TRMZ was possibly coming. Other halves could go, although I think I'd have had to pay for her flights. Well, I know that. So she could have come and stayed and seen Prague. And that's what we were going to do, but we couldn't do it in the end. If I'm being honest, the itinerary was quite full on by the look of it for me, so I wasn't sure there was going to be too much time for us to both go and look around Prague, but we were still going to do that. However, her mum was going to be looking after the dog, and she's now not able to look after the dog, so my missus can't come. So one or two other people are taking their other halves. But we've got a dog, and like I say, my other half's mum, my mother-in-law-to-be, was going to have the dog, but she's got to be free because she may have to go to Scotland for visiting her own mum. I'm not keeping the 60-round mag. It's here. Of course I am. Defo. Dan Hall, I have no idea, dude. Like, I'm only there. I'm fly there Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There are things booked in the itinerary by the devs, so I'm there for 4 full days, and for those full days, I think it'll be DayZ related. So I'm not sure how much of Prague I'm actually going to see, if I'm honest. So when I land on the Wednesday, I think the afternoon's fairly free. Some of the streamers are going to a shooting range, which seems kind of cool, you know. Boydie's trying to arrange it, and one or two of them are going, and I'm not. Partly because I'm a miserable bastard. That's not why I'm not going, but I'm not going because that might be my only opportunity to actually see the city in any way, shape or form. So I don't want to commit to some extra event and then never see any of Prague, you know. I'll probably never be back.
TRMZG heart, hopeful that you have a good run today.
When's the dev announcement on the visit? Gyro, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if the devs are going to announce much. They might post a picture. They might post something. I don't know. I'm hoping to find out a lot of stuff about whatever's coming. You know, I'm really hoping to find out some cool things. But just because we're there, I don't know for sure that that means the devs are going to be announcing anything. I really don't know for sure what's going to happen at all. There may not be any announcement whatsoever, is basically what I'm saying. Right, I'm going to do what I said. I'm going to head down towards the south. I'm going to try and get to Kamenka military base, which I may or may not loot. I might actually go and try and find another convoy spawn, which I don't know how many convoys there are on a map at any one time, but maybe we could head towards the prison island and check for the convoy at the prison island, check for the convoy at Kamenka, by which time, hopefully, it will be getting light. Is that 60 round mag badly damaged? It was before I just fixed it twice, yeah. Is Smoke going to Chernarus? He's not, no. He was coming, but he's not going now. He has his reasons. He's talked about it on his own stream, but he was invited and he was coming and then had to cancel. They have a press conference scheduled for May the 20th, do they? How do you know that, Squashy? I'm not. That's something I didn't know, by the way. So I'm genuinely asking. I'm not like, oh, how did you find out that thing? Can I follow you on any social media? Well, I only really do Twitch, YouTube and Twitter, or X. I don't do anything else. Don't have Instagram, don't have TikTok. There's a few people pretending to be me on TikTok, but I'm not on TikTok. What a name. Queef Sniffer. Queef Sniffer. Fuck me dead. What's one type of clothing you would like to see added to the game? Chaps. I'd like to see Y-fronts added to the game with assorted cartoony characters on the front. I'd like to see chaps. I'd like to see crutchless knickers added. No, I would. I don't know. All chaps are assless, DJ. All chaps are assless. They all are. I don't know, really, to be honest. I think the problem with clothing in the game really is that because of the way that the cold system is now, you're really forced to take like hunting clothing or similar. Because if you're not running around like now, it's night time, it's cold. I'm a little bit damp still. If I didn't have good insulation clothing on, I would be light blue temperature and have to be eating every 10 seconds. So the game kind of prods you towards a certain outfit always, like this, you know, like the pants I'm wearing right now probably aren't quite the right type of pants, if I'm honest, but if you're not wearing hunting gear, you're struggling a little bit, you know, it does kind of project you that way. Can't believe the only gun at that convoy was a FAMAS. I think that's unlucky. Tomo, cheers for the 31 months. Roger, Ove, McClanger, Monkey Nuts, cheers for the support. Thank you very much. Monkey Nuts for the new member-inning on YouTube. Thank you. When you're in a pub, ask for pleasant and goulash. I can't even say that. Have fun. Dude, I'll try my best. I am going to try and have some of the local cuisine as best I can. Don't know whether it's any good or not. I'm sure there are some signature dishes, but I've no idea. I've no idea how much opportunity I'm going to be. I was intending to stream today and tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow now, as per the title. I ordered some currency. Just a little bit of Czech krona, whatever, Corona. I ordered a few on like click and collect from Tesco's on Friday. I have to pick them up in person myself from 3 PM tomorrow, so it kind of makes it a bit tricky to stream. Check Twitter, you might like my tweet. Love it when people ask me to check Twitter when I'm in the dark in an open field. Let me see. Oh, very nice. Just ordered your new PC from PC Specialist. Dude, that's worth a retweet. I haven't put any words to it because I'm a miserable bastard. Funky, yeah, we were just talking about that. Smoke was invited. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to meeting Smoke. I really was. And I'm looking forward to meeting lots of the people going, but I've played with Smoke a couple of times years ago. Never met him. It would have been cool to meet Smoke. Like, there's other, like, for example, Taupe. I played with Taupe on and off for like 8 years. So it's going to be really cool to meet Taupe as well. And other people again. But I was looking forward to meeting Smoke. And one or two others, you know, for sure. What's the worst thing that you ever said to a customer? I don't really know. I was pretty good customer-wise. I used to be very customer service orientated. I never worked in a place where I was allowed to say what I think. I always had to try and do what the customer said within reason. So I never said anything bad. I had people literally screaming, like, "Where's my fucking whatever?" Like, with veins popping out of their forehead 1 inch away from my face. We had all sorts of things. We had somebody chain themselves to a post because their item wasn't back from repair. Somebody threw a washing machine through the front window. All sorts of things. Like, the people get really irate and unable to control themselves, you know. I think it's still the same now, but I do believe the tolerance towards it has got less. You know, like when I was in retail, it was mostly late 90s and mostly noughties when I was in retail. And the people in the stores then were just expected to take it all. There was none of this. We do not tolerate abuse of our staff in this store. If you do give any abuse, you'll be asked to leave. So the police may be called or whatever. You know, none of that. We just used to have to take it all. How did they choose the 10 streamers? Funky, they did go into it a little bit. I don't know all of the reasons, but geography was a reason. They've tried to get different people from different countries. They've tried to get different people for different reasons. So some people are from YouTube, some people are from Twitch, some people are from podcasting, some people are more from server hosting, as well as other things. So just take Happy Bombs, for example. He's been streaming the game for years and years and years on Twitch, but he also hosts the 0 Hertz servers. He also hosts events. He does a lot for the DayZ community, you know, so there's the reasons people are going is not just because of their view count on either Twitch or YouTube. You know, it's to do with lots of different things, you know. People are going for different reasons, but the devs have got their own reasons and they've tried to invite people. I think they've tried to get people that they know have, like, played with each other in the past as well and, like know each other a little bit. I don't think there should be a sign like that in a store. It says something about the crap being sold there. Anti-Man, I don't think it does, dude.
I just rewatched the movie TheRunningManZ, still a good movie.
I think it's pretty good. Nice and cheesy. Nice and cheesy. I don't think it does, Anti-Man. I think it says something about the attitude of the general public. Having a sign in the store saying we don't tolerate abuse of our staff, it's not about the products in the store. They have that in hospitals where there is no product. They have that in waiting rooms. They have it in post offices where you're just going to post a... They have it in all sorts of places. It's not because of the crap products being sold. It's because of the crap people, unfortunately. You know, most people are completely normal, but 1 in 10 complaining customers is an absolute lunatic. Yeah, but Substatica, not necessarily is there a defective product being sold is the point. Some people are just bad, you know. Some people have had a bad time or they have anger issues and they like to take it out on shop boys, you know. And there are just people that get really angry. Sometimes they like, sometimes you might have just had a really bad day or you might have had a family bereavement and you might be really on the edge and then you lose it with someone and regret it later, you know, sometimes. But most of the time it's just people with anger issues, you know. Some people can't control themselves and they don't know how to behave. There's nothing wrong with complaining, but that's not the point, is it? You know, there's a big difference between complaining and screaming and swearing and like threatening to meet people in the car park after they've finished work and stuff like that, you know. Moonlander, I've never in my life experienced any time where a member of staff did something that warranted someone screaming and shouting abuse at them, I'm sorry to say. I don't agree. Maybe sometimes the staff are rude and bad, but there is never a reason to take it to like borderline abuse. There just isn't. Like threats of physical abuse and verbal abuse and things. I'm sorry, there just never is. It's just not. And it does happen. I've seen it a lot over the years, you know. Thank you. You what? Okay, have fun. Oh, another 30 rounder. I'll take those bullets as well. What I'm really hoping for here, more than anything else, is a... Oh my god, another 60 round mag. What I was really hoping for was not that, to be honest. Oh my god, it was that!
If they could monetize the game to fund development without affecting balance, how would you do it?
I think it would have to be with skins and things like that. How else can you do it? It has to be with things that don't affect the gameplay, which makes it tricky, you know. It'd have to be with skins. You could have it so, like a bit like PUBG does, where like if you loot a blaze, you just get a blaze. But if you've got a blaze skin, you get something different with it. It's like a really nice colour or something. So it's the same gun for everyone, but if you find it and you've got the blaze skin, then it's a different colour for you. But how that would be feasible, I don't know. Sounds like Fortnite to me. It can be done in a subtle way, Anti-Man. There's a difference between... oh, I've just repaired the wrong fucking thing. That was really dumb. I wasn't thinking. Oh well. Doesn't mean you have to be wearing like some kind of fucking clown outfit or... Like, you know what? It doesn't have to be like that. It's a 10 round mag. I think I dropped 20. Oh well.
TRMZ love.
If DayZ did something like that, and it was a question posed, by the way, this is not me going, oh, I'm really desperate to have it, but if the devs were looking to raise more money to help fund development, then they wouldn't be able to do anything like, I don't know, if you pay $10, you spawn in with an M4, would they? You know, that would be really stupid. I think the most likely way the DayZ devs are going to make more money from DayZ is by selling DLCs that revolve around maps, or potentially maps and vehicles, or maps and new technology on that map only. I just don't know. Or maybe, hopefully, a new game, you know, but I don't see them doing much else than that. Derivative Surfer, thank you for the 33 months. Cheers for the support, Philosophy, Toy Bandit. Cheers for the support. Interesting question as well. Reload, Tony Goff, thank you very much for the support, guys. Tarkov have just had a load of flaming over the weekend because they tried to introduce a new $250 edition which had all sorts of things in it. And there was other issues because it was giving access to a single-player game mode that Edgelord of Darkness edition buyers weren't getting, but they were promised all DLC when they bought it years ago. So, but inside that as well, there was additional benefits like getting better loot at the start and a better container in game, so you can hide more stuff safely. If you die, you get to keep the stuff. And I hate stuff like that. Unfortunately, I'm not against Greyzone. I really like Greyzone. I'm looking forward to playing it. But they're doing the same thing as Tarkov. They're going to have different editions and If you buy the top edition, you're going to get more inventory space to store stuff after raids. You're going to get a bigger in-game container to save stuff during a raid, and I don't like stuff like that. I really don't. So, as much as I'm a fan of Greyzone and I'm looking forward to playing it, I'll be using the entry-level version only. Jock, yeah, Livonia is going to be free to anyone that owns DayZ after 125. Hiya, Stu. I watched your podcast thing, dude. Very interesting. I didn't see any bit where you admitted that you haven't paid me my 10% that's due yet. I feel that was missing massively. Ish, thank you for the 80 months as well. Derivative, thank you as well. Sorry, I've got to go back and read that. I just want to have a look. Yeah, I was just reading the conversation about customer service. Customer service can be rude. Sorry, I'm eating a crust of a sandwich. Customer service can be rude, but you get content. Even in the UK, where we're actually kind of renowned for being rude or bad at customer service, you get good moments and you get bad moments. But just because the person that's serving you isn't uninterested, that doesn't justify shouting at people, does it? You know, like, unfortunately, customer service jobs are often very lowly paid and not very good. So the people doing them aren't normally very engaged in what they're doing, unfortunately. Whether that's right or whether that's wrong, that's the way the world is, you know. There's a lot of looking down people's noses that goes on in retail as well. You see it all the time, you know. Like you're because you're working in a shop and it's a Saturday, and someone comes in that works in an office or a bank, or maybe they work in London, or they're commuting and they feel they're better than you. You get a hell of a lot of people looking down their nose at you, and you take kind of little slights, and you effectively get called shop boy or something pretty much every day. There are two sides to it, but one side for sure is that retail is shit, and people should try to be nice to people working in shops. If they're rude, fair enough, don't buy from them, don't go somewhere else, but it's not hard to be polite as a customer, just the same as it's not hard to be polite as a worker. Can't see shit. So I've come here to look for a convoy. Although I don't really need it not so much now, do I? I've got the there's a convoy there! Holy shit, maybe we can have 2 DMRs. I've got chicken mayo sweet corn sandwiches. You really like mayo? Well, Pascarable, if you're having chicken in a sandwich, it kind of needs mayo. Otherwise, it's dry as fuck, dude. Yeah, mayo's pretty good. I don't think I'm a particular, like... I think mayo just goes in sandwiches, you know? Like, who the fuck has, like, prawns on their own in a sandwich? Or chicken on its own? Or tuna on its own, dry in a sandwich? It'd be fucking horrible, wouldn't it? Perfect shot. Can't see very well. Can't believe I found another convoy. Don't need that. Still not quite very close to my mic for now while I'm trying to eat. What is that? I could really do with a weapon cleaning kit. Probably what I'm going to find is another weapon that needs cleaning. What's that? That's another FAMAS with a mag. I'm going to hide it. Games by Andy. Toby will be fine. He's a mummy's boy, you know. He really loves me, but he's absolutely infatuated with the missus. He won't care too much that I'm gone. If the missus went, he would be depressed all week, but if I go, he would barely notice. Phantom Vanilla is not an hour for nighttime anymore, dude. They changed it a while ago. On official, that is, so it's more like half an hour now. They changed the day-night cycle to something much more appealing. It's more like 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours day and then about half an hour night. Sucks. I just can't get on the top to see what's in there. There could be something half decent in there. I just can't. I need to get more stamina, I suppose. I'll have a look from the front in a sec. This is actually surprisingly low on the look. Shit. It's surprisingly low on the loot front, to be honest. Oh my god. And then he finds MVGs. That's what I came here specifically for, wasn't it? I was hoping to get MVGs. Man, that is good. Just so you know, guys, there's never any loot on official servers. You can't find loot on official servers. It's impossible. It just doesn't exist. Never picked up my VSS. That's lucky. Right, I've not checked that. I'm not even going to bother. It's time to go. Yeah, I saw the Orgay one. No mag. I don't need it. It's not even that good that I'm going to bother dropping it or like stashing it, you know. I do need to loot some food though. We can do that in a minute. Thank you, Sprishka. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to going. I am. It's going to be good. I'm really excited. I'm excited to see Prague. I'm excited to meet people that are going. I'm really excited / hoping to find out what the hell is going on. It's a bit like being a kid with Christmas coming up, you know. I'm really excited to see what's going on. Ish, I hope to appear in precisely no photos. A friend of mine said Prague was like Amsterdam but cocaine instead of weed. I think that might possibly speak for the reason why your friend was going, though, mightn't it? You know, like there's a lot of history and a lot of cool things in Prague. It's not just cocaine. Is it because of fear of spontaneous orgasming? Nah, I just don't. I don't really like pictures of me. I'm a bit bad with it. I don't have many pictures of me. I've just never been that kind of person, you know. I'm not really I don't like... If there's a family photo or something, I'll go in them begrudgingly if there's a real reason. Like, obviously, if it's like weddings or whatever. But I don't really enjoy seeing myself, if I'm honest. I don't really do pictures. It's not really my thing. I know he was being facetious, Connor, and in fact I've said many times on the stream that the reason I don't have a webcam instead would be too much spontaneous orgasming, so it was just a callback to that. Matthew, yeah, the weather's going to be good when we get there and then get a little bit worse through the week. Num num num. Pengu, if you're new to the game, I'd try to start on Chernarus. It's not the easiest map, but it's the best map for you to learn DayZ. Chernarus is the one that's got the best loot economy and the best balance for survival. It's also the OG map that goes back for like nearly 15 years via different games, you know. It's the map to learn. Well, probably more than 15 years. If I was new to DayZ, obviously I'm not, but I'd have a hard time. Sorry, I believe if I would, like, if I had a best mate that was playing DayZ or something, I'd definitely be telling him to play Chernarus first. Not everybody, it's not the most fashionable map. People will say, oh, do Mouse, do this, do that, but Chernarus is the best map to learn the game on, I believe. Pretty good, isn't it? First house, and we found honey, and we found peaches. It's not enough food, but it's enough for now. I'm just going to bypass most of this, I think. I also do think it is the best map. There's been some really great modded maps, like Deer Owl and the Mouse and others. You know, there's lots and lots of cool maps, but Chernarus has been tweaked and developed and improved for a long time, just from DayZ for more than a decade. Just from DayZ standalone, they've been improving the map year after year after year. They made changes last year, you know, like it's the best map, I think. The problem is that for lots of people, including me, it's the map we've got the most hours in. There was a time on DayZ for many, many years where you could only play this map. So it doesn't feel very fresh and original to long-standing players of the game. Cheers, Muller, dude. Yeah, thank you. I hope you're good. I think they're announcing when Greyzone comes out in the next hour or two, aren't they? I know you played a shitload of it. But I think the announcement for when release date is coming any day. Well, any minute. Are they releasing it tomorrow, are they? Interesting. So they've announced it, have they? Very cool. I'm not surprised it's coming out soon. I did think that would be happening. Yeah, it's a beta game, Nado, but it comes out tomorrow. Still need the MVPs. She's going to run right into me, isn't she? I can't believe we found... Like, I found a convoy at Green Mountain and I was like, well, I might as well go looking for another convoy. Maybe we'll find some shit. And from Green Mountain to the coast, I found a helicopter and a DMR and then another convoy and some MVGs. I think that's crazy. Fucking scripted content or what? Oh, shit. You're not coming? I actually don't mind that pistol suppressors are not very durable. They're very powerful. Maybe they could tweak them a little in the more to being a tiny bit more durable, but not much. I know some people get really irked by real life mechanics and the fact that they get ruined so quick, and that's not how it is in real life. But we're playing a game where when you die you spawn back in, and when you break your leg it heals in 20 minutes, and there are zombies. And and you can grow pumpkins in 40 minutes and so on. In the realms of the game, suppressors are OP, and so having to maintain them with some effort is a good thing, I think, because they are very OP. Maybe pistol suppressors could last a little bit longer than they do. Yeah, well, obviously I didn't stream yesterday, Garrett, but yeah, I'm pretty good, dude. Hope you're good. I have a weird question, but when you were young, did you share a computer with someone? Well, my dad got us an Amstrad CPC 464, which was like a cassette-based PC. And we all shared that. I used to play games on it. My dad used to do little bits on it as well, but that was when I was probably about... Well, I was very young. Certainly less than 10. 6, 7, 8 maybe, I don't know. So yeah, we did that. After that, once I was a bit older, I was doing like paper rounds and stuff, and I had my own... I had a Mega Drive and a Super Nintendo and an Amiga 500, but they were kind of mine. I think I got some for like Christmas presents or whatever. I bought one second hand, I think. I can't really remember. Justin, thank you for the super chat. Cheers for the support. Blue Moon, DayZ Business, thank you for the gifted subs and the resub. DayZ Business, cheers for gifting 10 subs. Dude, Helkin, Smokey, thank you for the support as well. Lofty, I think it was in their plans to release it very soon. They did the week trial for streamers to get the game popular, and I think it worked. I think there's a lot of interest in Grey Zone. They would be stupid to let streamers stream it for a week and then say, oh, by the way, the game's coming out in 6 months, you know? Like, it makes sense to capitalise now, I think. Hi, Campus Dude. I did have a colour screen. God, I don't know what the deal is with this sandwich. The bread is so fucking dry. I've been and bought it this morning as well, but it's so fucking dry. And it's gluten-free, but this is my favourite gluten-free bread, and it's shocking. Taking me about fucking half an hour to eat a sandwich. Tapper, well, it's not finished. It's early access, you know. But
pretending to work from home while
I do agree.
watch TRMZ.
I don't think they've decided to release it on a whim. I think it was their plan to release it soon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had that trial stream a week to like give them some marketing, you know. The Tarkov heat seems to have slowed down a bit, but my god, what a weekend that was. I can't believe some of the stuff I said from some of the devs. I'm not going to name them or anything, but there was an interview that was given where they were, like, the actual attitude of the dev. They've apologised or tried to change tack about 3 or 4 times since, but the attitude of the answers was like, I'd never seen anything like it, you know, like... Tapper, they announced an Unheard edition, which was $250, that came with offline solo or co-op, but offline against AI, PMCs and scavs and whatnot. But it was only going to be for the Unheard edition and nobody else. And obviously Edge of Darkness, or whatever it's called, that was sold on the premise that you got access to all of the DLC. So they were saying, we don't believe that the PvP solo mode is a DLC. We think it's unique content, and as such isn't needed to go into Edge of Darkness. But the answers that one of the devs, the main dev of the game, was giving in an interview was like, like shitting on your own user base. Yeah, and at first they were, like you say, Redline, they were doubling and tripling down on it, giving interviews. They were like, well, nobody's forced to get it. Nobody's forced to get it. It was something like, if you're a real supporter, then you can get it. If you're not, then you don't have to. No one's forcing you to buy it. Yeah. DCW, I was offered a Edge of Darkness edition, which is about $150 or $160. And at the time, I would have been streaming DayZ and Tarkov to about 500 or 600 viewers. So you do get offered things like that. You don't need to have 8,000 to 10,000 viewers to be given a copy of a game. Obviously, when Tarkov sells something for $250, that's a lot of money. It's crazy. It's a stupid price for a video game, and it shouldn't be that price. But that's aside the point. Obviously, they have a massive profit margin on that product. You know, if they give somebody a key, it doesn't cost them $250. You know, it costs them nothing. It's their game they've already made. You know, well, it does have cost, but not much. You know, so game companies give keys out quite a lot. It's just whether people go out and try to get them or not. You know, like I won't be desperately trying to get a free key for Grey Zone. If I play it, I'll just buy it. You know, if they give me a key, great. But I'm not going to ask for one. I'll get a key or I won't. You know, I don't really give a shit. Not because I'm so rich. But the game's $35. I'm interested in the game. They've made it. I don't really mind paying for it, you know. It's not because I'm so rich that, like, well, what's $35? I might as well burn it. I don't mind buying the game. They've made it. I can play it. You know, it's not very much money. And also, it sort of supports them a bit, you know. Who cares? I don't go out of my way to try and get free games, you know. I see little point, really. I'm grateful if I get one. But so I have found the SV98 here. That's what we're here for now. Fuck knows what I'm going to do if I find an SV98. Given that I've got a DMR and an M16 and all sorts already, a VSS and about 112 mags. I'm going to struggle a bit. I definitely think $250 for any version of a game is absolutely ludicrous. I think it's pie in the sky. I really do. It did make me think a little bit about games and how they turn a profit. Because one of the things that they've been talking about is that the cost of having this offline mode. The offline mode still uses online servers, so it's called offline or it's called single player, but it still uses a server which has to have capacity. You know, it needs a physical server, so the cost of them hosting it is quite high. You know, like it takes up a server that they have to host, and the costs of hosting the servers in a game is quite a lot. And I think potentially they may have been struggling a little bit, which is why they've done a new game. They're trying to raise more funds. You know, But you think about that, like DayZ came out more than 10 years ago and they're still hosting all those servers. Oh my god. They're still hosting all the servers. That is insane. I don't know how I'm going to utilise my my loots now. I don't know. That is good. Right, let's just get away. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Where's my other scope? Oh, it's in there. How good am I? Holy shit! M16, 260 round mags, DMR, needs fixing though. SV98 and a VSS and about 5 30 round mags. Anti-man, well I am six-tuple carrying or whatever it is, but I can't really help it. I just picked up in the base, dude. I'm not going to sort it out there. I'm probably going to have to stash the VSS. But I'm not going to stash it at the military base where I got the DMR. Sorry, where I got the SB98, am I? I just can't do that. So when I get suitably further away from here, I'll probably move the VSS away and just go with the other 3. Yeah, I've got the camera on. Good shout. It was just getting light and I've not turned it off. You can't have negative stamina. No, to be honest, the stamina I've got right now is comparatively high for me still. It could definitely be lower. Somebody's been here as well, right? Where am I headed now? I don't know. I need to find weapon cleaning kits, so I'm probably going to go off looking for those. I need to fix the DMR. I also need more DMR mags as well. I've only got a 10 round DMR mag. I actually dropped a 20 round mag that needed fixing in Zelenogorsk. I'm not going to go back there, I don't think. Had lots of PvP earlier today at Zelenogorsk.
AOSV98.
It's insane. Do you know what? I'm not going to put the DMR on the hotbar for now. How long am I in Prague for? I fly out on Wednesday, I fly back on Monday, and I won't be streaming until Tuesday, because obviously I've got to fly back, unpack, sort things out and whatnot. I am going to drop this VSS, but I'm going to drop it somewhere where I can find it, I think. Redline, I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Read the title! It's in the title, Redline! all the times that people have asked what map and you've replied, read the title! They don't have a stream room for me. Well, I don't think they're asking us to go there to stream, are they? They're asking us to go there to meet the devs, do a few sort of team-orientated things, and hopefully give us some cool updates on where DayZ is going and whatnot. You know, that's kind of what we're all hoping for. Yeah, I don't think I think there is potentially going to be a day where we could stream from their office. I think the podcast guys, or Paul Boydie, is probably going to do a podcast from there. I'm not streaming. I could stream from my phone if I wanted, but I'm not. I've never been to Prague. I've never seen Chernarus. I've never done a real live stream, and I don't want to start now. You know, I want to go and meet the people that are there and enjoy it. You know,
Did you see
not
that
stream
new
it.
Frostline trademark?
I did, Kumo Sapiens. Yeah, it sort of all came out yesterday, didn't it? So here's hoping we find out what it's all about.
Enjoy the real Chernarus.
Will I make a video from the real Chernarus? I doubt it. I doubt it. There's a chance I might be able to record an interview with the devs, which will make a video if I'm able to do that, but there are countless videos on YouTube of people going to the real Chernarus. I understand people will want to see mine, but I'm not that kind of a creator, you know. I'm not set up with the equipment to make a video like that that's going to be good. It's not my kind of shtick, you know. I think what's likely to happen with me is I'm going to come back and talk about it on stream day after day, droning on and on and on, you know. That's kind of my thing, you know. And hopefully, as and when, whatever we find out, I'll be able to talk about that too. What are your thoughts on the Liverpool loss? Well, Stephen, they drew at the weekend, didn't they? But Liverpool are not deserving of the title. They've been shocking for about 6 to 8 weeks. Since about the League Cup final, they were limping along with like loads of youth players, just about scraping wins. But then the good players came back and they got worse. You know, they don't deserve any more than they've gotten. You know, and that's that. You know, they've just fallen apart in the latter stages of the season, lost the ability to score goals.
Have you compiled your best of Jimmy Nail playlist for your trip?
No, I'm too busy doing Aqua and the Venga Boys, to be honest. Acid, thank you. AMT Life, thank you very much as well. Mr. Chi, 3 dogs,
for a beer
thank
on
you.
Your trip.
Special
Cheers,
Ed,
beer mug.
cheers, and Noah, thank you for the tip, very kind. Dungshu, it's pretty obvious that if they're going to give us any kind of insider information, they're going to be the ones that decide when we're allowed to talk about it, dude, yeah. They're not going to take us there and say, oh, we're going to do this and this and this. We're not announcing it yet, though, and then not tell us when we can announce it. They're not going to just give us carte blanche to do what we want, you know. Right, no convoy, but we have found 2 convoys. Right, I need to drop the VSS, guys. I'm going to run around a little bit. And try and find somewhere to just stash the convoy. Please tell me that zombie's not aggroed. It's going to take me a little minute, so apologies in advance. Well, apology for not in advance, but for right now. I just need to find somewhere and hide the VSS. Am I going to meet up or planning to hang out with everyone? Well, there's lots of people going, so both fresh spawns I've never met, Minder, who I have met, Taupe, who I've never met, Boydie, who I've never met, Joito, who I've never met, Happy Bombs, who I have met once, years ago, when we were both much younger men. Lady Adventurers going, probably other people I forgot, but yeah, there's people going. I'm looking forward. I'm going to play Lax as well. I'm looking forward to meeting Lax. What's my favourite SNES game? Probably Street Fighter 2. It's the one I remember the most. I really enjoyed the first Mario Kart. Really like games like Pilot Wings as well, but
Hope you have fun in the Czech
probably had
Republic.
more fun with Street Fighter 2 than any other.
TRMZ love.
Yeah, Mark's as well. Yeah, Mark's is going. Likewise, but I keep reeling off the names of who's going, and then I forget which names are which, you know. What is the event for? Well, we don't really know. We're hoping to find out lots of cool information about the new stuff that they're kind of hinting at, but none of us really know, dude, you know? We don't know. Sorry guys, the changing server screen is still up for now. I'm just trying to find somewhere suitable to stash this gun. Red Army, I feel a bit bad naming people who aren't going. I've just said who is going, and I don't think I missed anyone. So that's who's going.
It's not too late to invite me to go with you, Paul. I've got my bags already packed.
Skirret, you're already packed, are you? Guys, I still haven't ditched this gun. I hope I don't get killed now, but I I kind of ran off in a direction and then it's just nothing but forest and trees. I need to find a landmark, otherwise I can't hide it, you know. I'm never going to be able to hide it otherwise. Well, I'll be able to hide it, I'm never going to be able to find it, is the point. It's an event to disappear some of the popular DayZ streamers. I'm very proud and very glad to have been asked, I have to say. I feel like glad to be going. It is a cool thing. Like, when I first started YouTube and things, I remember there being like interviews at PAX where like Hicks was on a board and it was like Mr. Moon and a lot of other people like Mr. Moon, lots of the creators, and I was like fucking hell, it would be amazing to go to something like that. I'd love to get to a point where I could go to something like that. And now finally there is one. I think that's fucking cool. And I'm not really focusing on where I'm hiding this gun. I don't really want to drop it if I'm honest, but anyway. Got all of the mags, all of the bullets, everything. I probably haven't. Heavy, it's close to Prague, it's all in the Czech Republic. Stash the DMR? I don't think so, dude. I kind of want the DMR. I think having an SV98 and a DMR at the same time seems particularly cool. Do I need those guns? No, but it's a very cool thing to have. I think what I might try to do is put a red dot on the DMR and then not use it for long range, but it's absolutely not needed. A DMR, there's no point having the SV98. That's the one I should be stashing, you know, like... Excuse me, the DMR is better than the SV98. It's better. It's more powerful, I believe. It knocks people unconscious more easily. It's not bolt action, it's semi-automatic and takes the same scopes, you know. And it can have a 20-round mag rather than 10. So there's no way the DMR isn't the better gun, but the SV98 is the new gun, you know. Alright, we've got the DMR, and that's a supermodel. But if you've been with a supermodel for 10 years, maybe you might want to I don't know, go and not like explore. You never know. Personally, not me, you know. I'm very happy with my supermodel. DCW, they've actually tried to bring in people from different areas for this thing, so it's not just about who talks the most on Twitch or who's got the largest audience and whatnot. Obviously they did invite Smoke, and he was coming, and now unfortunately has cancelled coming, so Smoke was going to be coming, which would have been very cool, but they've tried to invite people from different areas rather than just having all like UK based or all whatever, you know, and also people that have done different things like server hosting, events, podcasts, not just the biggest streamer or the biggest YouTuber. I think longevity was quite a factor as well, so they were trying to go for people that had been around for a long time, you know, like it's easy to forget, but people like Happy Bombs and Joito have been streaming the game for nearly 10 years. Same with Taupe, same with Minder, same with me. There's lots of other big creators, and all of those would be very worthwhile in going, but there's some that have literally been playing the game since almost the first year, you know. BFG, I believe the Freshspawns were invited to take the place of Smoke. So I'm afraid Smoke's ticket has been split in half and gone somewhere else. Stylaser, both of those are amazing creators, but it's fair to say they don't do DayZ very much anymore, you know, like, I think it's kind of good. I'd love to meet Lyric, I'd love to meet Anthony Kongfan as well, but I think it's good that they've gone with people that have stuck with the game for this, you know.
Here's a little something for your trip. Buy yourself something nice. _TRMZ love.
Guys, I'm going to say this one more time. I'm not going to say who's not going. I've said the names of who is going. By definition, you can then know that other people aren't going. But I'm not going to go, they're not going, because it feels a bit shit. It's a bit cringy for me to be like naming people that aren't going. I'd love to some of the people that people are asking about to be going, right? But I'm not really going to start. I think that kind of feels a bit shit from my perspective, you know. I don't really see why I should be highlighting other cool creators and then saying they're not going, they're not going, you know. It just makes me feel a bit of a douche. Why would I do that, you know? But yeah, I like Lyric and Anthony. Both of them are amazing, but
I'm not going.
Hardly played the game in the last 3 or 4 years. You know, occasionally come back to it. Lyric was so big in DayZ in like 2014. I used to love watching him stream it. He's an amazing streamer, one of the biggest, longest lasting multi-streamers on the whole platform, and he did start with DayZ. He was in the Survivor games. I'd love to see him at something like this, but let's face it, he's on another level than most of the DayZ streamers, which is one thing, but he hasn't really done DayZ for a long time. Occasionally dips back into it. I think he did a little bit of Battle Royale the other day. I think it's really cool that the devs have invited people like Happy Bombs and Juito that may not have the viewer count, but have played DayZ day in, day out, week in, week out for a decade, pretty much. I think it's cool that they've gone that way. Paying much attention to where I'm going. I don't really need much from these, but I could potentially find a hunting, sorry, not hunting, in one of these hunting stands I could potentially find a weapon cleaning kit, which is what I'm really after at the moment. And there's some crazily big creators that did shitloads of DayZ, you know, like look at people like Sacriel and Break, for example, you know, synonymous with DayZ for year after year after year, but as big as creators as they may be, they don't do DayZ very much now, do they? You know, like, it would seem strange to see this DayZ event, and maybe it's to celebrate 10 years, maybe it's to announce new things, and then be eagerly excited to announce these new things that haven't played your game for 3 years. You know, or possibly a year and a half, or whatever it might be, you know. Prague, yeah, Echo is an amazing creator, but I just, like, they've got 10 spaces.
As well. Who would have thought
they were trying to split people from different countries, you know, so maybe they felt that they would only stretch to one from America, and they invited Smoke, you know, and then Smoke's not coming. But there's loads of people deserving of going, but they had 10 spaces, and they've picked who they've picked, you know. I think somebody like Doc Dreist would be a really good candidate to go, you know. If I could pick, I'd probably pick Doc Dreist, you know, like, but I can't pick, you know. I'm very glad to be going, but there's loads of people that are worthy of the spot. I'm very glad to have been one, but you can name loads of creators that have been in and around the game a lot, but you could also then look at years where they've been away and things, you know, like, I'm not going to name any names, but some creators might be really into DayZ now. They were really into it 10 years ago, but had a 3-year break in the middle, you know. I don't think the people that are going did that, you know. I think they've all, like, year after year after year been producing content since they started, if that makes sense. Javi, smoke is allowed. Smoke is allowed, of course he is. He was coming and then backed out about 3 weeks ago. And he's got his reasons, you know. I wish he was going. I'd love to have met Smoke, but... I don't see why they would invite former employees to announce and get behind whatever might be coming. This is not about who's the most important to DayZ. I don't think I'm anywhere near the most important to DayZ. People like Hicks and Dean Hall have done a lot more for the development of DayZ, and I'm just a player of the game, right? But if they're asking people to come and share the new stuff with, inviting somebody that has their own development company in Australia, Dean Hall, that is purely responsible for the game, but I don't think he's going to be keen to come to Prague and help advertise the new game. He's got his own game to do. Why would they do that, you know? That wouldn't make any sense. I'd love to meet Dean Hall, by the way. What's my net worth? Dude, most people just Google that. It's never right, by the way. Not as much as you think. That's what my net worth is. None of your fucking business. I'll say this. I'm not a millionaire. In dollars or pounds. It's the tax, man. Yeah. $1 billion. What's your net worth? Fuck me dead. My net worth is mostly in gluten-free pittas anyway. Singer, I don't know what to think. I don't think Arnie Slot has been confirmed, but we all believe it's going to be him. I'm kind of alright. I think I've listened to a little bit of talk. They were doing a little bit of a piece on him on TalkSport the other day. I've done a bit of reading about his management style and the jobs he's had. I wouldn't say I'm excited, but I'm not depressed about Arnie Slot. I think I'm prepared to see how he goes and hope he does well. You know, there is a few things. You know, obviously United have got Ten Hag from the Dutch league, and I'm sorry to stir old wounds. I think Ten Hag is absolutely fucking useless. I'm sorry to say. I know some people disagree, and fair enough. But as long as we've not got another Ten Hag, I'm happy. Ten Hag looks like a myxomatosis rabbit in headlights every time he gives a fucking interview. He looks scared. He doesn't look like he believes what he says any time he ever talks to the camera. And most of it looks like he's just trying to convince himself. But yeah, I'm hopeful. The way that he sets up teams would seem to suit Liverpool. The way that he's been able to do a great deal with not the best players would probably suit, you know. But what will probably suit and what works out to be the truth is another thing, you know. But he's not like some managers might be, you know, like as good as Thomas Tuchel might be. They make a stink if things don't go right, if they don't get the money. Or Thomas Tuchel's quite a vocal manager. I feel like Arnie Slot is going to be prepared to work with the team he's got. Much like Klopp has done. I know Klopp's a moaner, but he doesn't moan about... He's never been like, I've not got enough money for signings, I can't buy these players. He's been honest about where the team's at, but he's never blamed the owners. He's always been quite supportive, you know. Like, I guess they're going to want somebody like that can work within the confines of the budget. Nessigus, Mr. Moon hasn't played DayZ in probably 5 years, has he? I'd love to play DayZ with Mr. Moon. I think he's an amazing dude. His videos, some of the videos he made in 2014-15 are still my favourite videos on DayZ standalone by a long way, but as synonymous with the game as he was, he doesn't play it anymore, you know. He's streaming all the time, but I don't think it would be fair to take creators to this thing that haven't played the game for 5 years. How could they do that? I don't think what they've done... There's other names you could take as well, and I wish they were taking more, and it was like 20 or 30 or something, but I think it makes sense that they're actively sort of streaming and playing the game right now. Mr. Moon's an amazing creator. I don't know him, but I really love what he does. I think he's great. But, like, so many people were synonymous with DayZ. People like Jamjar and Mr. Moon and many, many others. There's you can list loads of them, but not everyone... Like, people like Pedado and KD Wolf and Kiwo and loads of others. There's loads of those. Sacriel, like we've mentioned as well, Break. But people move on, just like everybody does. Streamers are the same as gamers, you know. You go and find things that you get into more and move on. I just want to have a look, see if there's any dudes. I'm here more for weapon cleaning kits than anything else. Which players from the Liverpool squad would you let go? I think I'd let Salah go. I think Salah would be the one that would stand out for me because you get the most return for your money, and he's also turning 32 in the summer. If the if the Emirates money's on the table, then I think we should take it. I don't know about Nunes. He's not good enough to. He doesn't score enough goals to be the #1 striker, but I think he could still play a part for the team, and maybe play in Europe and maybe play in some games, maybe cover for injuries, come on as a sub. He's a very, very athletic, very good, very pacey player, but I don't think he should be starting all the time, you know. I don't think necessarily there'd be that much return to sell him. Like, they're not going to get the money back they paid for him, and I think in the team, I'd rather have Nunes coming on as a sub than Gakpo, for example. I'd be inclined to sell Salah and probably Matip. Not much money for Matip. And then try and get in a really good quality centre-back, play Gomez a bit more, and then maybe look at getting a world-class holding midfielder, ideally a world-class holding defender and a striker, but that's 3 players. Liverpool can't normally buy 3 in the same season. Not if they're really top-tier prices anyway.
Hey Paul, keep missing your streams. Hope things are going well for you.
It's a really tricky thing, this thing with the devs. I'm really glad that I wasn't involved in deciding who went. Like, the devs have tried to explain fully, because, to be honest, a few people that when they were invited, there's a little group in the DayZ Discord. 1 or 2 people were like, "Why me?" You know, like why have I been invited over other people? You know, like. I guess some people are almost feeling like almost like imposter syndrome, you know, which I think is unfair. You've been invited, you're more than entitled to go. But the devs have got lots of different factors, you know, like including what country the people are from, you know. So, like from the UK, it was going to be me and Happy Bombs, and then they've also invited the Freshborns when Smoke couldn't go. But there's so many streamers from the UK. They didn't want to have like some loving. Where it was all UK-based streamers. There's quite a lot, you know, so I guess they invited me because of, I don't know, longevity and whatever, you know, but Happy Bombs has been hosting Zero, he's been hosting events, he's been streaming the game for 9 or 10 years, you know, he's done a lot as well as stream regularly, you know, which I think makes him a really, really good choice. He also gets on with everyone as well. I'm just glad I got to go, but I don't think, like, people's personal, like, family situation will have been a factor for the devs, but maybe inviting people that had several strings to their bow might have been, you know, like... just need to look at the game for a minute. I've met HB briefly, Betty, in 2016. So I went to EGX in 2016. We had a night out, like went to a club and all sorts, and it was, I can't remember who went to the club, but Minder was there. I was there with my missus. HB was there. I think Septic Falcon went to the club. Hayes, who's a Tarkov streamer, but he used to do DayZ, he was around as well, and one or two others too. But yeah, so I met HB then, but it was a long time ago. The Loyal Patriot is a cool dude, but I don't think he's a young dude himself, Nessigus. Yeah, exactly. They just want in 38-year-olds. That's what it is. Yeah, yeah. I do think that they tried to pick, that they've said this, they've tried to pick people that have played with each other or known each other over the years, you know. So like you've got, like I've played with Minder quite a bit, and obviously not recently, but played with Minder quite a lot over the years. I've played with Taupe quite a lot, played with HB quite a lot. You know, like they've tried to get people that form little links that kind of know each other a little bit too. That was something they were trying to do. So if you're a streamer that mostly plays on your own, that hasn't really connected with other streamers so much, that might not have helped as well, I guess. No weapon cleaning kit. That sucks. I do wonder if I should, like somebody said, stash the DMR. I'm starting to wonder if I should, just until I can find a cleaning kit. Will me and HB reminisce about the war? No, we're going to start banning ageist viewers. Yeah, thank you, Lottie. I'm looking forward to it. I do wish there was a chance for more people to go, though. It does suck that there's only like 10 or 11 or however many it is that are going. I guess they've got what they've got budget-wise and space-wise, and that's it. Dave, I know, it's all good. I'm not really meaning it. Samuel, Zalish, Dulcan, Drake, thank you. Mikey, thank you very much as well. Lloyd, thank you too. Dicko and Slipshot, cheers for the resubs too. Is Frankie on PC going? I'd love it if he was. I'd love it if he was. I don't know. How many DayZ videos has Frankie made since 2015? Frankie is the biggest creator on DayZ. Without a shadow of a doubt, you know. He's the reason I bought the game. He probably sold 1 million copies of DayZ on his own, didn't he? No doubt. But he's not really that regular of an uploader these days, is he? You know.
Sending love and hugs to Lottie after her sad news, crying XX.
Prague, thank you. Yeah, I agree. Very, very sad. Will I try some Green Fairy? Green Fairy, that's absinthe, is it? Is that Green Fairy? I don't think I'll be drinking any absinthe, no. I have had absinthe in the past. It makes you lose. It's like time travel absinthe. If you have absinthe while you've already been drinking, it's like time travel. As in, you've had some drinks, you're merry, and it's like, I don't know, 11 PM. And then you drink some absinthe, and then it's, I don't know, 11 AM the next morning, and you don't remember anything in between. He would have been a great candidate, Winnie. He would have been a great... I'd like to have met him as well, Benny. That would have been cool. But we could literally name every creator going. Everybody that's been in a DayZ for a long time is deserving of a space. There's no denying that. But I'm not going to sit here and go, no, they don't deserve to go. I'm just not going to do it, am I? Of course I'm not. So I don't think that about anyone either. You know, I'm glad I'm going. That's it. That's where I kind of start and stop thinking about it. You know. Ah, St. John, well thank you. I feel in exalted company right there, dude. This is not smart. I need to go around it. I shouldn't be coming up from the bottom of the hill. I should be coming from above and overwatching for players.
Keep on running, TRMZ love.
Hugo, we don't badmouth other streamers in this chat. OG's a mate. I think he's cool. With anybody's personality, some people are going to enjoy some streamers more than the others. There's people out there that fucking hate my guts, can't stand my stream, can't stand my voice, can't stand my attitude and all sorts. But let's not share it here, especially with somebody that's a mate, you know. I don't want to read that shit. Everyone's going to have an opinion, just like with, like, a good analogy for it is like comedians, you know. There's a comedian in the UK called Michael McIntyre who's massively popular, but he's also really Marmite. For everybody that loves him, there's somebody that hates him, you know, like, and that's the way streamers are too, you know, but I don't want negative opinions in the chat, you know. Absolutely right, Hugo, but sharing those opinions in here, if I just allow that, that kind of reflects on me, you know. Hi, Holly. Wonder if there are any other players at the moment. Well, I killed 3 in Zelenogorsk earlier. That was really cool, actually. Wasn't expecting to, but well, I never expect to be fair. But I'm hoping there'll be a few players around. But I want to get some more kills with the SV98. Is what I really want.
Prague is excellent.
I was here earlier. I've looted that earlier. I don't think I'm going to loot it now. I've come to overwatch it more, so I think I'd like a weapon cleaning kit. There's a zombie down there with a plate carrier. So now I think I'm going to have to go down. Sounds great, doesn't it, when it's suppressed? It has like a metal kind of ting to it, but it does sound good. Blunt Force, it's the new rifle and experimental. It takes Mosin rounds, so it's 7.62 by 54. It's based on an SV98, 10 round mag that you have to loot. Takes the same scopes as the M4 FAL, DMR, like the ACOG scopes and the red dots. A lot of people are disappointed with the scopes. I can see why they've gone with the scopes they've gone. I wish there was another scope in the game, like a Spectre scope or something, but I can see why the devs have gone the way they have. If it took the hunting scope, I think it'd be OP. Personally, I think it's a really good addition because it adds use to the caliber that at the moment only went in the Mosin in the SVD. So it's more. It's a bit like looting a military Mosin in a way. It's bolt action, takes mid-ish range scopes, but you find it in military areas rather than civilians. So. And it's got a 10 round mag and lower recoil too. I think I'm going to prefer it to the Mosin. And lots of people like the Mosin more than they like, say, a Tundra, so I think it has its place. Bastard. Oops. That's not long for this world, is it? Bastard. I really would like a cleaning kit. That suppressor's going to be gone any second. Will a plate carrier block a bullet if it's in your hands? Yes. Some bullets will penetrate it, some bullets will not. What do I mean by the real Chernarus? I mean where Chernarus is. Like, it's all based around Prague,
Hi, Paul.
in the Czech
Just
Republic.
joined. Have you been able to try out the SV98? Any thoughts yet? Tons of love.
Henrik, we
Have a
were
good
literally
one,
just talking
TRMZ
about it, dude.
LUV.
If you ran the stream back 3 or 4 minutes, you'll hear me talking about it just now, dude. Thank you for the resub. I've got an SV98 right now, and a DMR, and an M16. So I just used it to shoot a zombie. I really like it. I think it's great. I think I prefer the ACOG, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's great. I'm looking forward to trying to get more use out of it. Only had a few kills with it so far, but we've got some time today to try and get some more.
Last night, Upstairs kicked in. Hard recoil TRMZ potato shaker.
Sorry, I already looted this, but I might just find a DMR mag or something. You do get weapon cleaning kits here as well, so I could maybe get one of those too. There is no event today, dude. I don't know what event you mean, but there's no event today. I'm flying to Prague on Wednesday. Is today's stream the usual length? I'll be doing 10 to 12 hours as opposed to 12 hours. But Uncupa's editing right now, and if he finishes the video and gets it rendered, which I'm hoping he will, that's the plan. I'm going to need to stop at some point so I can watch the draft of the video, because if I don't get the draft watched tonight, Uncupa won't have the time to edit it and then get it to me tomorrow. So the idea is there should be a video out on Saturday of me getting a DMR on official Livonia. It should be a really, really good video. Really, really cool PvP as well. But Uncupa's been working on it for a week. He's trying to get to the draft to me today. So if he sends the draft over, that'll cost the stream 2 hours, because I've got to stop and then watch the draft and send him some feedback and whatnot. If I don't do that tonight, there'll be no video. No, I don't need those. We can watch it with you. I don't want to do that. Obviously, when I stream something, it's a spoiler for the video because it's the content that's going to be in the video. But I don't want to stream Saturday's video to maybe 5,000 or 6,000 people, and then expect them to still watch the video in a week's time. That would be really stupid. I saw the ACOG. I checked that before. It's badly damaged. I have got an ACOG as well, so I don't need it. I've got an ACOG on here, which I'm not actually planning on using. I was using it for now, but now I've got the red dot. I'm going to use that on the DMR, I think. Zenith, the SV is okay right now, but why be content with okay when the devs could have made it a home run? I don't think that's the way it should be. I just don't agree, dude. Like, if they made every gun a home run, what would be the point, you know? Like, not every gun. Like, everyone's always like, the M16 should take a scope, it should do this, it should... If it did take a scope, there'd be no reason to try and loot an M4, you know? Like the game has to have different levels and different pluses and minuses to the guns, you know? Not every gun needs to have the best long-range scope and the best power and the best recoil and the best... Otherwise, every gun becomes a homogenized version of the other gun, you know? Like, if you want a really outwardly long-range rifle, you need to use the Tundra or the Savannah or the Blaze. If you want a more situational gun with the same power, you use a Mosin. Now you've got a military version to use instead, like an SV98. Not every gun needs to take the hunting scope, otherwise it just means that the SV98 is like a Tundra but fires Mosin rounds. I don't really agree with that. I think personally I think they should try to add a new scope. I think it would be cool if they got something similar to the Zenit mount in, so that SVDs and AKs could take different scopes, and maybe one or two of the scopes, like a Pillad maybe, or possibly a well, my favourite is the Spectre. I'd love to see the Spectre added, but nonetheless, I don't think it makes any sense to say every gun could be so much more, because they have to factor in the balance of that gun in the game. If they add this gun and they make it take the hunting scope, it effectively shits on the Tundra and the Savannah, which make them not needed, and they have to balance it with what's already there to make it work, I think. If it's not balanced, it's not a good idea, it's not a good addition. Just salty about the SV specifically. I think the SV's got its place in the game. I really like it.
20 months of awesome content.
I think it makes a lot of sense to be balanced where it's at right now. I really do. I would like to see more variation in scopes, but I wouldn't like to see the DMR and the SV98 taking the ultra long range scopes like a hunting rifle, because we've got hunting rifles. We've got ultra long range hunting stuff. I quite like that there's differentiations, and like, I quite like that a Tundra that you have to loot in hunting areas is the best sniper rifle in the game. I quite like that. I don't think there should be like one gun to rule them all. I have got a watch picked for the trip, Maddox. But I've gone for waterproof and durability, and something a bit kind of nice, but something that won't get my arm chopped off. So it must not be recognisable. I was thinking about taking a G-Shock, to be honest. G-Shock was my instinct, was to take a G-Shock for sure. I'm not going to, though. Full gold yacht master, yeah, really, really like down to earth, and nobody will recognise it as well. Not sure why they can't use real gun names though, Quinton. They were just worried they might get sued. It's happened in the past. If you want to use the real gun names, you have to pay a license to the people that make the guns. If you don't want to pay licensing, you don't use the real gun names. On a next presidential day date, yeah. Platinum day date with a baguette bezel. Yeah, Glock have done some suing over the years. I think Tarkov got in some bother with Glock for that as well, yeah. Right, where am I going to find a weapon cleaning kit? Castle, maybe? I think maybe the castle. We can check the... I might as well go to the other convoy spawn while we're here, mightn't I? It's only just up the way there. Perfect. I don't say what server I'm on, dude. It just gets me stream sniped. There's no... I'm playing on experimental. There's no mods. That tells you what type of server it is, but I'm not really interested in like giving people map coordinates and exactly the name of the server to come and kill me, you know. Doesn't mean you're trying to do it, but when I answer to you, I answer to everyone, right? Yeah, Hulk, I've played on the Karma Crew servers a few times. Quite a few times. You'd like to go back to the skate park, eh? I've seen them. They were there. My god, that sounds good. Pretty sure they were dead after the second one, but it sounds so good. In fact, they weren't dead, and then I just killed them. It's not actually that easy to be hitting this. Maybe I should have changed the range. God, that sounds good, doesn't it? He's not having a good day, is he? Or she? That is cool. Holy fuck. Knocked them unconscious to a chest shot to a plate carrier from that range, so it shows the power. It shows the power that the gun has, right? I nearly stopped shooting, thinking he was dead. I definitely put another bullet into them when they were unconscious, and so I was like, that must have killed them. And I hadn't seen their body change shape, so I wasn't sure. And I was still shooting, and as I fired that last shot, they woke up again. You know, like, but that last shot hit, thankfully. I think the SVD is probably a better choice, but it's much harder to get. You know, this spawns in tier 3 and tier 4 millibases, so it's a much easier gun to get your hands on. You've got to work very hard on official to get an SVD. Oh my god, that is cool. That is so fucking cool. They have got NVGs as well. They are kitted. This dude's pretty much as geared as me, nearly. Fuck me. Holy shit, they are geared. Fucking hell. I need to get off this rock. I seem to have hit them in the head at some point as well. Maybe I didn't. Maybe the balaclava was ruined from something else. Doesn't have much of a cleaning kit, which is a shame. I don't need the flask for the hit pack, Samuel. I actually already dropped one, dude. I've got enough stuff already. I've got a cooking pot with all the trimmings, so I just don't need it. That looks like a fucking 20 rounder, doesn't it? Their bag's ruined, yeah. I can't leave anything in the bag that I want to keep. Yeah, he might have been trying for a gas zone. I don't really know why. Maybe he was looking for a suppressor or something, but... Holy shit. They're going to be pissed off, though. They just instigated that and then fucked around and found out, haven't they? And that's kind of cool from my perspective. Fuck me, this is insane. He's basically got the same kind of loadout again, NVG's M16 and DMR as what I... Sorry, and SV98 as what I had. This dude is properly kitted. I wonder if it put a little bit of fear into him when he realised after I'd... Or them. After they realised when I'd been shooting, and then when my suppressor ran out, he was like, oh fuck, it's a DMR as well. Right, I think we've probably got enough shit now. I think that'll do. Let's just leave that. I ought to move this somewhere else. I'm not going to put changing server screens up. If some stream sniping douchebag steals it, then so be it. Oh my god, that's not good, is it? But you know what? I just, having had it stolen the other day. Give me a sec, guys. I hope I don't get killed. I'm just going to find a bush or a tree or some shit. I've got to move a couple of things. I've got to move the other M16 and the vest as well. Make sure the old man doesn't break a leg. Stop calling me old man. I'm standing next to Juito most of the time because that way I won't get in any of the pictures. She's going to be my picture bouncer. She doesn't know that, by the way, but anyway, hello, Joe. I don't mind being in, like, some kind of team picture, by the way. Nearly done. Right, I think I've got one more trip to make. Fuck me dead. That. We've done well today, yeah, 3 kills at the Zeleno, and now getting an SV98 kill against an SV98 sniper, that feels pretty fucking cool, I ain't gonna lie. And if I happen to die, there's an entire loadout there as well. They also happen to be about the best kill in the game, in my opinion as well. When you're minding your own beeswax and get shot at, I think that is the best kill. When you get revenge on someone trying to kill you, nothing wrong with trying to kill me, you know. They're geared, I'm geared, or whatever, you know, shoot at whoever you like. But when you get shot at and they miss and then you kill them, they are the best kills. They're worth so much more than like just killing someone for no good reason. Considering we started the stream with a VSS and a baby AK, we're doing all right now, aren't we? Holy shit! With our DMR and SV98, M16, and 260 round mags. Fuck me. Pistol chest holster. Yeah, maybe I could have took that. I haven't got it, and I'm not going to go back for it. So fuck it. Westy, cheers for the gifted sub, dude. Very, very kind. Thank you for the gifted member in it. Twisted Kane, thank you for the 37. Machiavelli, thank you for the 77. Noah, that's a kill and a half, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Nightbreed, Benny, Smacula, Westy again. Big Nuke, cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Yeah, good luck at the vets, Joe. Hope it goes okay. Fucking hell, I am a little waylaid with dilutes. These actually going in, mate? They are. Quail Wedge, yeah, gambling ads sucked. If there was a way I could have any control over it, I'd be avoiding those. But as you almost certainly know, I have no fucking say in the in what ads Twitch play. I missed Garrett's one, did I? Well, thank you, Garrett. It's off the page, so it must have been a while ago. Thanks for pointing it out, Prague, dude. Thank you. Cheers, Garrett. I'm sure I was double busy at the time, and you're definitely not going to give me a ribbon about it, so don't worry. Thanks, Prague Champ, dude, for letting me know. Garrett, cheers for the support. Never a dull moment watching you except for the dull moments. Well, you get waves of it, you know, like first couple of days of experimental, I just kept running, dying, like 4 hours of surviving, shot in the back. 4 hours of surviving, lose a 50-50, you know, but on the last stream we got a really good run, found an SV98, got 6 kills, did pretty well. Likewise this run, we're on up to 4 kills now I think, but again got an SV98. That's my best shot with the SV98 so far. That was cool. But yeah, you get, it's just the way it goes. You can have a couple of bad days and then you can have a couple of good days. What usually happens though, I start thinking I can play the game when I have a couple of good days, and then I start making bad choices. I start playing a bit more aggressively. Fuck, and then I have bad days again until I sort of circle around again, you know, like sometimes it's just bad luck though, you know, like some days you can play everything right and just get fucking killed. I need those bullets. I don't have hardly any bullets. I certainly think it packs a punch, you know. That it's possible I shot that player in the head. If you look at where I was aiming, I wonder if I hit them in the head, you know, which is maybe why they went unconscious, because the face mask was ruined. I was aiming at their midriff and I was over-ranged, so I was ranging to 400. It was more like 350, 320, something like that. So when I aimed for their midriff, it probably hit them in the head. So it might have been, for me, effectively a lucky headshot. I did think I was slightly over, but it's hard to tell. Slightly over, slightly under. If you're aiming for the middle, it doesn't matter so much, I suppose, you know. Why melee zombies there? Because that's where the convoy can spawn, so... that's actually why I was there, to see if there was a convoy.
Enjoy your trip. Please buy a beer for you and Adam from me.
Gale Speeder, thank you. I'll do my best. If there's an opportunity to do so, I'll do so. J-Bob, thank you for the super chat. Revenge is a meal best served in pita bread. Damn straight. Joe Squids, thank you. Westy, thank you again. And Scale Speeder, dude, thanks for the super chat. Hope you're well. Yeah, I hope there's a few nights where there's the opportunity to have a few drinks and just chill out. That would be good. I'm trying not to drink very much, but I'll slightly let my hair down. The night before we go on this outdoors thing, I don't really want to drink that night. It just affects me too much these days. I don't want to be like struggling around because I've had some alcohol and then I'm trying to walk around in a forest or something. As someone who doesn't have 4 to 5 hours, do you think Chernarus is enjoyable? If you've got 3 hours, yes.
Hope your trip is amazing.
If you've got 3 hours twice a week, then Chernarus is definitely enjoyable. But if you've got 3 hours once every 2 weeks, then maybe not. You can get incredibly geared and do very well in 3 hours on Chernarus if you know what you're doing. But you need to be splitting up, you know, like 3 hours. Okay, I'm starting as a new spawn. I'm going to try and get fully geared today, and that's my aim. Sometimes you'll succeed and sometimes you won't, you know. But you have to set it up into little, like what's my aim by the end of today kind of thing, you know. I don't have to have an aim. I could just play and see how I end up, you know. Alf, I think they were planning to release it really soon. I don't think it's just because of the Tarkov drama. I really don't. I think they were planning on releasing really soon anyway. But I don't think they would have done the week trial. I don't think they'd have done that week trial with the streamers unless they were really planning on doing it very soon. I actually thought personally that they would probably release it as the week trial ended, which is pretty much what they've done in the end, you know. I'm not trying to say it's definitely ready or anything. There's going to be challenges, but it's early access, right? I think it makes sense for them to do it, partly because of Tarkov, but I think they were going to do it anyway.
Where does one find VSD mags? I found a VSD and an IR axe at a Convoy recently at the Convoy spawn under Stario.
SVD mags, you can find them in a lot of places, but Tissy is probably the best place. Excuse me, tier 4 areas. Tissy is tier 4. Tricresta's tier 4. Maybe the broken down aeroplanes and other areas of the airfield. But yeah, Tissy and West Evac are your best 2 places, probably. How did Liverpool get on at the weekend? Remind me who you support, Jamie. Who is it you support again? Carmichael, Dr. Carmichael, thank you very much for the super chat.
Hey Paul, you're my favourite streamer.
As a Man United fan, scraping a draw against Burnley, you're really trying to gain in some reflected glory on how Liverpool are doing. Fuck me, you're desperate times for Man U. Desperate times for Man U fans drawing against Burnley, and the best they can do is try to rip the piss out of Liverpool for drawing against West Ham. Couldn't beat Burnley, second bottom in the table. Thunderpig, thank you for the 76 months. Mac Moore, cheers for the tier 3, dude. Thank you for the kind words as well. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I did think it was Man U, by the way. I don't know. I'm a little bit excited and a little bit worried about Liverpool next season. We shall see. I think it's roughly 50-50 whether they progress or they massively regress. Be interested to see which way it goes. Admiral, I can see the logic in potentially dropping the DMR. But it's a DMR. It's a DMR, you know, like, if I do drop it, I'd like to drop it fully repaired up with mags and bullets so that I can come back and get it if needs be, you know, but it's a tough job to drop a DMR. I'd rather use it with the red dot and occasionally use it for certain ranges. What's not to like about having an SV98 and a DMR? That seems fucking cool. Don't want ammo from the Mosin. Nah, I've got loads, dude. I've got boxes and boxes and boxes of them. I think I've got 3 unopened boxes for the SV98. My first pick would have been Xavi Alonso. I think my second pick is probably Unai Emery. We're not going to get either of those. I don't know a great deal about the new manager. I've done a bit of reading. I can see the logic. Just hope it works out. I can see the logic entirely, you know, like why they've chosen Arne Slot in terms of his profile and what he's done. I can see their decision making. It's a very Liverpool appointment in terms of the analytical side of things and fitting into the style of play. It looks like it's planned, you know. It doesn't look like, holy shit, we've sacked the manager, let's just get in whoever we can and hope for the best. They've really thought about who they're going for, and that's who they've chosen, you know. I do think they maybe would have gone for Alonso if he was available, though. Rodgers was planned too. Well, brutal, but that's the point. It can work out or not. And Rodgers, for all of his sins, was a Gerrard slip away from winning the fucking Premier League, dude. He still did an okay job for a while, you know. He did all right. It wasn't all depressing. Did he end up being the right man for the job? Probably not, but a little tiny bit of a change of luck and Liverpool won the Premier League under him, which would have been the first time for many, many, many years, you know. He was very close. But yeah, managers can either work out or not. It's hard to know whether they work out or not. We'll find out next year, won't we? Klopp was planned as well, by the way. You know, like they've only appointed 2 managers, and one of them was. Did they appoint Dalglish? I can't remember. But yeah, I don't think Rodgers was an abject failure. I think Rodgers is an okay manager. I think he did pretty well at Leicester, and then struggled a little bit nearer the end. What's the best medium to follow your well, I might tweet the odd thing, but from my perspective, it'll be Twitter or nothing. You know, I don't think there'll be me. I don't think I'll be popping up anywhere else. It'll be Twitter or nowhere. Real, it's okay. No, I'd rather not. I'm still looking for a weapon cleaning kit. That's what I'm here for. There is a chance of bumping into players. Oh shit, is that a fire? Oh, it's the wall purges thing. I didn't know that was here. Man United will be banned. Well, they won't be banned, Chrissy. They won't be banned from Europe. They just won't have got high enough in the league to qualify. That's not the same as being banned. They just won't have finished high enough in the league to get there, you know. But I think they can still finish in the UEFA Cup, can't they? Or can they not? I don't know. Or is it the next one down? Oh, can you imagine Man U playing in the one that Villa are in at the moment? Fuck me. You watched Expendables and enjoyed it? I thought that was kind of turgid, ProgChamp, myself. I didn't like it. Shadow banned. Shadow banned from Europe. Sarah Doomed, if you think you're in the same server as me and you're playing right now, please stop watching the stream. Would be wise. So in other words, if you're playing experimental on first person and the weather looks like this, you shouldn't be watching the stream now, please, if possible. It's against my stream rules to do so. I'm not trying to stop you playing DayZ, you just try to watch somebody else, you know, rather than... I was shooting at the hat. I couldn't work out what that was at that angle. And I don't really like the Expendables very much anyway, to be honest. But that was bad, even for the Expendables films, I thought. It was a bit made-for-TV movie-esque, you know. The effects were kind of crap. they didn't have all of the expendables. It was mainly just Statham, a small element of Stallone, and one or two, but most of them weren't in it. You know, they didn't have the budget for all of the expendables. It was the expendable plus one. Yeah, the onus is on you here, Sarah. It's not on me to try and explain exactly what server I'm on. If you're playing experimental in a first-person server and the weather looks the same as mine, chances are you're in the same server. You shouldn't be watching the stream. You know, that's that. I can't help you more than that. You know, like, it's pretty obvious. And there's no drama here. You know, it's completely innocent. But if you're playing the game and having fun right now, I'm just asking you not to watch the stream while you're in the same server. Is all. Producers weren't feeling very spendable. That's a good shout. Dolph Lundgren was in it, wasn't he? Jambon, you sat here about 3-4 months ago and genuinely were believing you were going to get in the Champions League, though. You were, like, really believing you were going to do it. I remember you saying it. I know that was maybe at a different period, but yeah, the budget clearly is going to... It's not good, is it? It becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy, though. And United were in the Champions League this season, weren't they? You know, so, and Liverpool weren't, for example. But if you miss out several times, the compounding effect... United are one of the biggest money generators on the planet, but nonetheless, if you keep missing out, that's budget you've not got to spend on wages and players, and if you miss out consistently, it really affects things. But not just in terms of what you can spend, but also attracting the players too. You know, you've got to give them much bigger contracts. You're going to have to get more risky players, because if you're trying to sign a certain player and they've got the choice between... I don't know, just example, Arsenal and Man United. Man United are a massive club, but no Champions League, and maybe a potential new manager and a lot of unknowns would put people off, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think Ten Hag has gone. I think he'll be gone by the end of the season. They can't sack him now, no point, is there? But I think they will. What top class player is going to choose Menu or over another top club? Well, depending on the age of the player, people will remember Man U as the size they are. You know, it's like saying who's going to choose Inter Milan or AC Milan or Juventus or whatever. Not all of them are always winning the league. Juve have done very well, and some other Milan clubs, one of the other Milan clubs, very often too. But nonetheless, you get the point, though. Big clubs are big clubs, and they have an attraction. And Man United has that for sure. But there are lots of big clubs now. That's the thing. There are lots of good choices to make. How have I not found a cleaning kit? It's going to be one of those non-cleaning kit days, isn't it? Baroth, well, I should think that's the idea, that it's not the norm now that the manager is the one that picks the players necessarily that get signed. It's normally some kind of group or someone that's in charge of footballing side of things but not coaching the team, you know. Like, a lot of the times now you've got someone that's buying the players and someone that's coaching the players. It's quite common, and it may be the case at United, but usually with a bigger manager they have a final say. So like at United right now, they'll have like a team of people to pick the players, and then Ten Hag gets to make the final yes or no. And I'm sure they'll want somebody in early. If they're going to sack him, I'm sure that as soon as the last game of the season's over, if they're going to sack him, they'll sack him. But they'll probably have somebody else already lined up. You know, they can be looking for another manager right now. They just don't have to sack Ten Hag, do they? You know. they can be lining up the suitable choice of who they want, and then sack him and have someone in a week later if they're smart, or a day later. If you think if Klopp wasn't leaving, he would be sacked after another... I don't think this season has been a bad season, KPC. I don't think it's been a great season for Liverpool, but I don't think he would have got sacked, no. Last season they had a shocker. They finished 5th and they rebuilt the midfield entirely. This season that rebuild has shown progress. They're going to finish 3rd and clearly have improved on last season. There's no way he would have got the sack, no. He's qualified for the Champions League. The team rebuild has gone well. There are lots of positives about the state of the team. He wouldn't have got the sack. If Liverpool had finished 6th this year or something after finishing 5th last year, maybe he would, but... Paulie, well, there's been talk of them meeting with other managers, I believe, hasn't there? Surfkeep, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for becoming a member. Cheers for the membering, dude. Judderman, thank you for the resub. Underpaid Nick. Prince Eugen, Thunderpig, Macmore, thanks a lot, guys. Klopp is meant to be taking a year out. I think Klopp wants to be the German manager, I believe, but I think Klopp's going to take a break and he'll come back when the right job comes along. He's apparently said he won't take another job in the Premier League. I can see one of 3 likely options. He either goes to Spain, somewhere like Barcelona, after a year out, or he becomes the German national team manager. I'd imagine they'd be the most likely. Germany manager just extended till 2026, yeah. But then the Euros happen. If Germany aren't good, he won't be here, will he? It's Nagelsmann, isn't it? Like, I'm sure Germany have a good tournament. They'll be at home, but just because you've got a contract, if you get dumped out in the earlier stages, you don't get to stay, do you? Piston broke, yeah, a few people have been broadening it up. Slight spoiler here, guys, but it was leaked or released yesterday that Bohemia had trademarked the name DayZ Frostline, which is something, whatever it might be. I don't know. Do you trademark a map? I don't think you trademark or was Livonia copyrighted or trademarked? Like, I feel like DayZ Frostline might be the name of a game. I really hope it's a game. It could be DLC, it could be the DLC, it could... None of us know what it is right now. I'm hoping to find out in a few days' time, but it could be exciting. Yeah, Uncle Food. Well, why would they try to trademark it or copyright it if it's a placeholder? Maybe it's maybe it's like Armour Reforger but DayZ. Think of it. How's this for a prediction? It's not DayZ 2. It's DayZ 1.5, and it's DayZ Frostline. Maybe it's Chernarus, Winter Chernarus, and another map. And it uses some of the engine and some of the tech from Armour Reforger. It's not DayZ 2, but it's DayZ 1.5. $30. That's not a bad prediction. I hope it's not just Winter Livonia and Winter Chernarus. Maybe it's new maps, new tech, halfway towards new game. I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be Namalsk. I really don't think Namalsk is releasable. Like we've said so many times, but Namalsk has got loads of things in it which are kind of ripped from other games, which is fine for someone to make as a modder, like Sumrak to make as a modder, not for profit. He's had permission to use those assets and to make those, I believe, from the Stalker devs, right? But that's not the same as Bohemia selling it. We're not going to see Namalsk on console. I really don't believe it. Would be cool if there's seasons, wouldn't it? So you've got like potential for winter and summer and autumn Chernarus and whatnot. I'm excited though. We'll have to wait and see. But it's something that I hadn't actually occurred to me, you know. Like, I've been thinking, I doubt they'll do DayZ 2. I'd love them to, but I just don't see them having the resource to do DayZ 2 while they're making Arma 4 and Arma Reforger. But they could be doing... Calling it DayZ Frostline is a little bit like Arma Reforger, isn't it, in a way, you know? It could be that they're doing a similar thing with DayZ as they've done with Arma. We're not ready to release DayZ 2. That's going to be 5 years away. But we've got this right now. It could be that. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Does it really make sense to make DayZ 2 yet? Yes. I think it does. DayZ is a more than 10-year-old game, and in many places looks like a 10-year-old game. As much as I love the way DayZ looks in many areas, it's a 10-year-old game and then some in many, many ways, you know. Of course there's room for a new one. Doesn't mean that's what they're making. They could be selling it as we need to share where we're at right now on the progress towards making our engine what we want it to be for DayZ 2. But in order to fund DayZ 2's progress, we need to be selling effectively DayZ 1.5. They could be doing exactly what they've done for Reforger, for Arma. They could be doing a DayZ-ized version of that. And again, this is just guesswork, but it could be, couldn't it? Are we still chugging this fucking thing along? Ish, yeah, I think DayZ 2 is likely to be a while away purely because they've got to get Arma 4 done. But I think that seems like a good way for them to make money from DayZ. Release something new that the player base wants with new content and new tech, and allow them to get more funding in to help them make DayZ 2 down the line as well. You know, that seems a big thing. Well, ProbChamp, yeah, Arma 4 first, but that if they did do DayZ Frostline and it was some kind of DayZ 1.5, Arma 4 would still be first, wouldn't it? Like, of course, it still would be. Effectively, it'd be more like a progression similar to what they've done with Reforger, you know. We'll see. Who knows? I'm quite excited about that idea, though. It would be cool if it was that, I think. And Frostline, like Uncle Fu just said, I think I'd said it earlier as well, it doesn't sound like a map, does it? It sounds like a series of maps, or it sounds like a DLC package. Maybe maybe it's DayZ Frostline DLC package, and it's going to be multiple new, maybe a new map and then Winter Chernarus, or Winter Chernarus and Winter Livonia. I'd be really upset if it's not upset, but I think it would be a shame if it's only that. But nonetheless, we'll find out. But Frostline sounds like a DLC that's not just a map, because Frostline isn't the name of a map, is it? It sounds like a standalone game to me, like DayZ 1.5 might be. So the Convoy is just up ahead. I don't feel I've got enough gear at the moment. I could do with the Convoy. Say this red dot really makes the pistol nicer to use. I don't pick up these red dots for the pistols enough, I don't think. God, how much more loot can I carry? Found a lot of convoys today, haven't I? This is the third convoy, Orgay one. The last one had an Orgay one at it as well. God. Fucking hell. Fucking kidding me? I don't think I'm going to drop the guns again. I'm just not going to go on the top. If I can't get up there, I can't get up there. There's Val. So there could be something in the back there, but I don't want to risk it. I'm heavy enough as it is. I don't want to drop the guns and then be fucking out with my ass hanging out in the air and then get shot at. It seems stupid. Fucking hell. Foul, DMR, SV98, M16. I'd go foul SV98 combo stash the DMR. I don't know. I don't know. I just prefer the DMR. It one taps Oncon. I never use the foul in full auto ever. I think I'm going to keep the DMR, it's just cooler. How much weight? 5? 7, or it's 2 kilos lighter. I am a very conscientious stamina care abouter, obviously. I think I'm going to go with the DMR. I'm going to stash the foul somewhere. Oh no, you're right. The DMR is 3. Fucking hell, the DMR's lighter than the... Yeah, the DMR's lighter than the foul. My bad, yeah, I was checking the SV98. The SV98 is way too heavy. I hadn't even looked at the weight. I'm sure that'll surprise nobody. But yeah, it's quite heavy, isn't it? 7 kilos. Probably wants to be 5, but 7 seems excessive. DMR is 3 kilos, yeah. The only issue with my DMR is that it's not in, it's damaged. I need to fix it up. No overlay, yeah. Well, I'm not as bothered about that. I've got stashes up the wazoo, so I've got a complete loadout stashed, and I've also got a VSS with about 65 mags stashed as well. So I've got 2 different things stashed in 2 different places. I can't remember where I stashed the VSS. I stashed the VSS with the changing server screen up, and I can't remember where it is now. But I think I would find it if I went. I just remembered. I was near Zelenogorsk. I remember where I stashed it. Turk Dog, yeah, sorry, deliveries are closed for now. There is a new mug available in the merch site, guys. It's a limited release. It's a $250 mug, celebrating the release of the new and very popular Tarkov DLC. I can't remember what the name of it was, but I tweeted it yesterday. I think it was Unheard, Left Behind, Edging in the Darkness edition or something. That's the name of the mug. Honey Badger, the stashes only last for 8 hours, so they're only for today anyway, it's okay. Kyle, GG, just added 3v1 and got them all. Fair play, dude. Jack, it won't be $250. I don't think there's been any depression in being a Liverpool fan the last 5 days, dude. Not if you've been watching them play. It's been a gradual thing for about 2 months. They still had a chance while they were mathematically properly in it, but they've not been playing well since before the League Cup. It's been bad since before they got knocked out of the FA Cup by United as well. Been playing bad since before then. Even the games they were winning before that were bad. Redline, well, that's just the sort of gullible thing that he would believe, you know, just like any streamer that might believe that he teleported all of the players to somewhere else on the map. That's the sort of bullshit that he would believe from random sources, isn't it? You know, what can you say? When will I be back from the dev event? Palo Ballo. I am flying back on Monday, so a week today. So I won't be streaming on the Monday because I've got to travel back and get back home and settle in and whatnot. So I'll be live again on Tuesday the 7th. Hi Lolo. Frostline is the new confirmed map. Gerhard, we don't know that it's a new confirmed map. It might be a map, but Frostline is not the name of a map. Doesn't make sense. No one's going to call a map Frostline. How can you have a place like a country called Frostline? It's going to be... Maybe it's the code for the DLC, but I feel like whatever they're releasing is not just a map. Can't be, because Frostline doesn't make any sense, you know. Maps are called things like Chernarus and Livonia and Namalsk and so on, you know. They're names after places. Frostline doesn't sound like a country, does it? Or a land. It could be a couple of maps based around them both being winter or whatever. But it's not just a map. It can't be, because it makes no sense, that name.
I'm in the market for a new mug that's about $250 worth. Do you happen to know where I can buy one?
Well, Redline's just bought one and the message is on screen right now. It's called the Unheard Edgelord of Darkness Left Behind Large Mug. That's the larger one, yeah. To complete your pointless TRMZ mug collection. In fairness to Ish, I did say to the missus when I was going to do it on Saturday, I do think almost it would be funny if I actually made this mug $250. But then it occurred to me that somebody might buy one and then I'd feel ridiculously guilty. So I thought I might do it at truly 250 just as a joke, but then I thought, what if somebody really buys it, and then I've sold them a mug that's worth 15 bucks at best. I could fill it with bath water, yeah. Suddenly that 250 becomes $2.50. Gotto's Redline, thank you very much for the support, both of you. Fallen Angel, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, it was kind of fun. Maybe I didn't need to get involved. I know I'm not really a Tarkov streamer, but I've played it plenty of times over the years. Not played it for a long time, but I think, like, I don't speak out about many touch subjects on Twitter, right? Or at least I try not to. Certainly not politics and so on. But a gaming company thinking it's okay to have DLC that's $250, I think that's a line where I think it's time to start talking, you know. I feel like speaking up in those times is a good idea. How unaware are they? It's not even that. Like, there was a Reddit, like, release,
Hope you have
like
fun on your trip. Kinda jealous, lol.
Like a leaked release of an interview with one of the lead developers of the game, and their presumptive kind of like, I don't give a crap about the player base attitude in that interview. If it's 100% word for word correct, I've never heard anything like it. You know, like, it's like almost like they resent their own users. I'd never seen anything like it. It was incredible. It's a nice little find. It was pretty much worded to the tune of "Let the fools pay for it." Was pretty much. It might as well have said that, yeah. Nikita needed a new supercar. Does he own supercars? Does he? I don't know.
$250 mug for mugs.
Honestly, I've never seen anything like it, and that's the thing, and it's the thing with the way we are, you know. But they're now coming out and going, yeah, we apologise, yeah, we got this right. It really doesn't. All they're doing is like, oh shit, I really thought I could take the piss out of everyone. Didn't even realise I was doing it, and then when I doubled down and tripled down on it, they're still calling me out for it. I'd better apologise and change it now, you know. Like, the fact that you can be that tone deaf in the first place is. We all make mistakes. I've made mistakes, you know. I've said things in the past that I didn't realise maybe, and then I learnt or whatever. But everyone makes mistakes. But to double and triple down on it and give interviews where you're basically like incredibly presumptive about the people that have got you to where you are. All right, your work did. Your work, your idea, your game got you there. But the people that bought it is what got you the financial reward. Sucks. That sounds good. They're not in here. They're around there, but they're not in it. There's someone somewhere on the far side of it. think I've got to go somewhere and try and get an overwatch on that area, but I don't think I can do it from here. I thought I had EpiPens, but I don't seem to have any. You think we just talked about that quite a lot, Shatterchimp. It shouldn't take the hunting scope, no way. However, I would love to see them add something like the Spectre scope for other guns as well, not just for this one.
Paul, my Donald the First, have watched you for many years. My son is 22 today anyway. Enjoy all you do. Keep running. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. TRMZ LUV, TRMZ LUV.
Geggy, thank you for the support and happy birthday, Donald. Happy birthday. Cheers for tuning in, the Perry. Ah. Yeah, happy birthday, Donald. Geggy, thank you for the resub. And Just Larkins, cheers for buying the merch as well. Seems like a good deal for a mug. What's not to like about a $250 mug for either $14.50 or $17 in a larger size? You know, like, how can you say no to that? It's clearly a bargain. It's a $250 mug, and the most expensive one's $17. You know, like, it says $250 on the mug. How can it not be worth it? I hope that's not against the law, by the way. There are no suggested retail prices. Prices displayed locally at point of purchase. Why don't I think it should take the hunting scope? Danny, because there are hunting rifles in the game. Not every gun should take the hunting... The hunting scope goes on hunting rifles, right? If this took the hunting scope, it would make it... It would mean that having a Tundra would never be good enough. The SV98 would be better. It would take a 10-round mag, it's lower recoil. I don't know if the stopping power is more, it's certainly not less. I just don't think every gun needs to be like a cut-and-paste version of the same... Like the Tundra and the Savannah are really powerful and they take the hunting scope. We don't need to have all the other guns take the hunting scope, you know. I think it makes sense to have like little perks between each one so that you get... Some people prefer one to the other, and there's a reason why you want to improve the gun you've got because you prefer the hunting scope or you prefer the ACOG scope or whatever it might be, you know, like... I just don't think it makes sense. If they added it, I don't think it would be the end of the world, but I think what would really be good is if they added a better or a different military scope. Like more scopes that can go on all of the M4 type guns, like including the SV98, and then maybe making all of the scopes fit the SVDs and the AKs with an adapter or a rail or some kind of crafting. I think that would be really good. Not sure I should be doing this. Deranged Rebel, thank you very much for the 17 months. I think it's about 300 to there, but I'm just going to quickly check it. Did I get a... Yeah, I did. Can't range and lean left at the same time. Not something I've ever really needed to do before, but... So the shots were somewhere around here. They were close to where this is somewhere. Could have been at that barrack. But they weren't in the ATC, but they were behind it from where I was before, so... Those players will be somewhere around it. They could even have been down towards there, but if we just stay here and overwatch for now, we may well see them. I may well get myself shot by them as well. Actually sounded like something to the left then, but I think it was just the metal on the building creaking. Not actually that enamoured with this spot. It's not great. Genghis, the price is dollars. Yeah, it will convert it when you buy, but it's American dollars. American dollars is the most understood currency around the world, dude. So you're going to have a price in a merch store, right? It's a store where you go to it and then wherever you buy it, that'll get shipped to you, you know, like, so much like Twitch, you know, they charge subs in dollars, but if it'll tell you the price locally, but it's normally advertised in dollars. To be fair, actually, I don't think it is like that anymore. It probably just says £4.99 or whatever, but most merch stores are the same, dude. It's a worldwide store, so dollars is the most understood currency. What the fuck? What the fuck? He must have just logged in. I don't believe it. I don't believe what I've just seen. Fiddler on the roof. I did think I hear a noise. Yeah, I did think I heard a noise. You're right. They were probably there all along. Now I don't really want to go and loot them for obvious reasons. I can't believe somebody was up there. That is madness. I'm going to go and loot them. I can't not. How can I not loot the player? I have to. Even if I die trying, I have to know what they had. They're going to be fully stacked. They will be. I'm fully stacked, right? But so I don't need the loot. However, you never know. They certainly might have a weapon cleaning kit, and I definitely need one of those. I'm not going to put my bag on the ground. I'm just going to leave a little bit out of it to make some space for looting. Their bag will probably be ruined because they just had a multitude of 5.56 fired into them, so I probably won't be able to put their bag on. Okay, oh, that's awkward. Whoa! Oh, fuck off. Oh, they know where I am
lucky
anyway.
bastard. Boy winking face tears of joy.
What's that, a DMR? I did hit, but I didn't kill him. Oh shit, there's another one. Like 3. You see that? That's so cool! Hit my scope! Hit my scope and me! There's not a stream sniper, there's 3 of them. So that shot was purely to let them know I'm not dead, so they're less likely to push me. I don't think it probably worked, because they were already shooting other zombies, to be honest, but... Wish I had a tripwire or a mine or something. I'd be getting away from it. I can't really get away from here right now. I'm kind of stuck. I'm yellow health. I have got no stamina. I can't really get away for now. Already locked the door. I've got morphine, which will help, but I've just got not enough stamina. I'm not going to leave loot here for them. Fuck them. I'm just going to wait for now. I don't mind. It's hard for them to push me. This is tricky. Still there. I don't think I can shoot through that. He can shoot me though, that sucks. I can't shoot through that, that really sucks. My shots are on him. There's one below. Fuck me. I'm certainly tanking some rounds. At some point they're going to think I'm dead.
Have a good time away.
This scope is not as easy to use. I like this scope, but it's tricky to use at this range. Oh my god. Right, no more peeking for me.
Hey Paul.
It's fun to be trying to snipe these guys with the new gun, as risky as it is. I don't really mind the risk. And at some point I'm probably going to die now, you know, like they're going to push me. It's a very hard building for them to push. So I might as well just wait for now. think I did hit the one up the top again. Been hitting the helmet, possibly twice. Little point repairing the helmet right now, because if I get hit in the head again, it's not going to save me. They can get to the roof. Yeah, it's possible to get to the roof. On the outside, it is possible, yeah. I think I would hear them. Kind of frustrating that you can open the door a crack like that, and that's annoying. So, I'm thinking it might kill me, that grenade, but what I'm thinking is if I put it right in the doorway like that, if somebody pushes, I can throw another grenade, run up the stairs, and it will chain them, right? The grenade may kill me, but hopefully if I get to the top there, I'll be safe. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Throw it from the top. I'm not sure. If I throw it from here, I'm not sure I can get it all the way down.
Eyes and me, Mario.
I think I could easily fuck that up.
Better in my head than it actually did.
It's a me. Cheers for the sport, Tayan, dude. Thank you. Like trying to throw a grenade down there. See what I mean? I could easily fuck that up. Whereas from here, you can throw it like that. The problem is the speed I'm moving right now is very slow, so it won't work while I'm red health. I need to be yellow. I know I've got a morphine, but I wouldn't have time to do all of that. Drop an aid and yeah, I can't do that. Maybe I could shoot it from here. Oh fuck, he's ruined that scope as well. So now I've got no sniper scope, so I can't do it anyway. The best I've got is a red dot. Do you have a backup for your scope? Well, I had 2 ACOGs, but they've ruined them both. What are the chances of getting shot in the scope twice? Loot the rooftop, dude. Yeah, I've just got to go up a ladder with my back to the people shooting at me to get to the player, Golden. I don't think that's a percentage play. going to use the ones with smaller range. Where'd that go? Actually think. Can't actually shoot the fucking thing. They all hit the railing. They're all hitting the railing. That one didn't. I think that one's going to hit the railing. This is mad. I can't fucking hit the gun, the shot. I can't hit it. See, I can't be sure I can actually hit where it is. Back to plan B. Plan A. Just go for it and run out. Not while I'm red health, dude. All of my fucking around right now is just planning for what I can do when I get out. I can't go now. I'll be dead if I go now. I'm probably going to be dead when I leave anyway, but I can't go right now. It would be really dumb. Doors don't push grenades, no. Doors don't move loot, dude. Ruin your loot, give them nothing. That would seem a bit of a depressing thing to do. You could literally just ruin your loot on every character so that you never... You could do that every life is the point. I've fucked up here. I've really made a mistake. I don't mind it. I hit the one on the roof twice. I think I hit one of the ones on the bottom as well. There's at least 3 players there. I definitely hit one on the top twice, and I hit one on the bottom, I believe. But shooting against 3 potential guns is really not easy, you know. Like, even if I'm shot one of the others can shoot me, you know. It was a real big gamble, but it's a new gun. I wanted to use it, you know. I could flank around and try another thing, but right now I've got a chance to shoot him with the gun, so I took it. I have little regrets about it, whether it was the right choice or not, you know. Vitamins won't do anything, Panda. Nothing regens your health quicker unless your blood is low. If your blood is low, health regen is slow. My blood is high, so my health regen is as quick as it can be. Right, I can't jump. That's a worry. Dope trailer. Well, health is what you're trying to regen, right? So the only things that affect your regen of health is whether you're hungry or thirsty or not, and blood level. That's it. So if you're red blood, your health regens slower than if you're yellow blood. If you're white blood, it regens quicker again, and so on. And you don't regen at all if you're starving to death or anything like that, or dying of dehydration. But assuming you're white on hunger, white on health, and white on blood, that's all you can do. There's no magic regen for health. You've just got to wait until you regen. You can regen blood by having a saline or a blood bag. You can speed that up, but you can't regen your health in any other way. Jeeper, well, if they're smart enough to go up the outside ladder, then they're smart enough to go up the outside ladder. I can't do a lot about it right now. T4, yeah, I've been shot by a group of 3, down to flashing red health. I think I'm dead when I try to leave the building. Barney, thank you. Like, I've got no range now, so I can't shoot at them. Like, I can't take up a new position and shoot at them. I've got to just run away and go and try and loot some scopes, but... Oh, fuck, I didn't hear them. That sucks. That really sucks. That's really disappointing. Oh shit, pressed the wrong button. I didn't hear them opening or anything because of the flyers. I heard the door open and I couldn't get a gun out. But I should have maybe heard the door unlocking, but they've made changes to the sounds. I reckon normally you'd have heard the door unlock from there. But they've made the sounds not as far for certain sounds. That's one of the things in the patch. So it's possible I didn't hear the door opening because I'm out of range, you know.
Take some neat pictures, please.
I left the server by mistake there. I've got a complete loadout like the one I just lost stashed away, so I can go back and get It's not got as many mags. I've got an M16 with 130 round mag and an SV98 with a mag and a scope. So I can go and get a loadout. I've just got to run there, you know. That's the challenge. What annoys me is that I was fucking around with the cooking pot, just wasting time. And when I didn't get the right gun out, and then that's just sucks, doesn't it? It sucks. But it is what it is, you know. Interesting part there. I think on a previous patch, maybe you can hear it, but because I was talking and because of the flies, I didn't hear it. But I wonder if I didn't hear the door unlocking because they've changed the range at which you can hear it. You know, that is part of the patch. Funky, I really don't know what typical running RMZ's meant to mean, dude. I was against 3 players and I got shot to shit. I don't know what typical is, you know, other than taking on fights against 3 players and not always winning. I played Grey Zone on the first day, yeah. Good fella, not all the noises, but they've changed a lot of them, yeah. So the range at which you can hear can opening and stomach rumbling and stuff like that has changed, yeah. I don't think that was suspicious, Felcorn. They just looked up the stairs, you know. I don't think there was suspicion there at all, you know. They knew I was in the staircase, didn't they? You know, they'd heard me shooting. There's no suspicion there, right? That dude's got a stab vest, lucky bastard. How is it you can shoot through the stairs, but you can't shoot... Well, you can shoot through the stairs, Laris, but not reliably. It was working sometimes and not others. Hello? It wasn't reliable, you know? It's not a stab vest, actually. It's a hunting vest. I could do with the knife, to be honest, but he seems like a nice dude, so... Dude, GG. I think I'm just going to try and get back. So my stash is up near Mishkino. The stash of the good loot is near Mishkino. It's a shame, actually, because I've also got a VSS stash that's near Green Mountain. Maybe I'll get that first. This is not the best spawn. Electro would have been better. And we're not a million miles away from Electro, but we could have got a better spawn for getting there. Regan, hello. Nice walk in the real Chernarus. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, dude. It's going to be great. It's been a good day today. I know I just died there, but I'm not too worried about dying to a group of 4 when I'm knowingly taking risks rather than running away. You know, it's fine. But we've killed 3 players at Zelenogorsk. Got a really good snipe against a dude with an SV98. You know, that's not a bad life on Chernarus. 4 kills against fully geared players and then dying when you bump in... Oh no, another kill. I got the guy on the roof, didn't I? So 5 kills on fully geared players and then dying to a 3-man squad or a 3-player squad. I don't think there's much shame in that. I'd take that most lives, to be honest. Simo, it may be a big staircase, but you can only be on it and it's see-through, you know?
Through your choice to prioritise some foreign trip over our entertainment, I have decided to go to Gold Coast for 2 weeks and sulk. I will purposely not enjoy myself and loathe every minute of having to relax, eat wonderful food and do stuffs.
Seems like a good plan, I'd say. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Yeah, there's nothing sus about that. They opened the door and then came in and looked up, you know, with their gun raised, right? There's nothing sus there. It's a see-through staircase. I could only be there, you know. Like, they opened the door and then looked around, but I could only be on the staircase. They did it fairly quickly, but I still don't think there's anything dodgy about that. I really don't. Roof guy don't count. Well, I think he counts on the basis, or she counts on the basis that they were shooting at me. So they turned and they were shooting at me and I was shooting back. That definitely counts as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I couldn't really return fire to them very well, but they could they could shoot me, you know. That is a bit shit, you know. From where I was, I couldn't possibly shoot at them. I was a bit fucked, right? I'm going to struggle to shoot down to them. Even if I got the right gun out, I'm going to struggle. But they can easily shoot me through the floor. That does suck, you know. It's one of those, like, I can't shoot down. My bullets are stopped. They can shoot up. Even if I'd got the right gun out, I just slammed on the button, pressed 2. And I was kind of fucked, really. Falling bag. I think weapons get ruined a touch too much. I think if somebody hits your scope, then it should get ruined. I don't think the scopes are excessive. If they're going for a headshot and they hit your scope, you're probably lucky, because if they hadn't hit my scope, I'd be dead, you know.
Travels, good sir.
That second shot.
The hours of continuous entertainment. TRMZ love.
The second shot that knocked me unconscious and flashing red health, if it hadn't hit the scope, it would have killed me, right? So I think it's a cool feature that your scopes, if your scope gets hit and it gets ruined, I think that's a good feature in the game. I think your gun gets ruined too easily. Like, guns get ruined on your back, and the hitbox seems bigger than the actual gun somehow, you know. There's no window where I was, Dale, unfortunately. I'd have to go out of that building to be able to see. There's no windows. I feel like they might have been camping. And those shots, Redline, might have been people trying to attract players. You know, they were all set in that building. I feel like they might have been baiting to the airfield. They may not have been, but it felt like that, you know. It's possible they weren't, and they were just roaming around, and then they heard me shoot the dude on the roof, and it gave the game away for me, you know. That's very possible as well. There's no window you can see through in that building, Connor. That's what I'm saying. That's good. So all I need to do really now is loot some food and then make my way towards Green Mountain, I think. That's kind of the plan. It's going to take me a little while to get to... I stashed a VSS and a load of bullets. I've also got an M16 and a plate carrier and an SV98. I've just got to get there. I'm going to go to Mister and loot there just for a little bit of food, maybe. Uncle Food, they might not get looted, yeah, because the flies. Well, mind you, they'll hear the flies. I bet they do go and loot them. The flies will be making a noise, and it's too soon for me to be making flies, so they're going to know that there's somebody there. Diesel, thank you very much for the resub. Head T-Ball, thank you very much too. Was Zika M16 on burst mode? The bullets will hit it. I don't know about that. The bullet, you get like quite a lot of vertical recoil, so if you don't hit with the first one, the other two are going to do nothing, are they? You know. The guy on the roof might have been part of their squad. He might have been, yeah, if they were kind of defending the airfield. Diesel, Head T-Ball, Regan, Zika, thank you again. Was who else? Sirius, thank you for buying the merch. There's for the support. Tayan, thank you as well. Dignity, Welsh Warrior, Sheffy, and Noah, thank you. Cheers for the support, guys. I'm sure I've missed some other alerts in amongst all of that. Thank you for the resubs and stuffs. Oh, why I took that. Just force a habit, I guess. We're going to get a vest off of that zombum. Rusty, yeah, I've found an SV98. I've got 5 kills today so far, but I just died. But yeah, I found an SV98, sniped somebody else with an SV98 that shot at me at about 350 metres or so. So I've killed an SV98 player with my own SV98. So although I've just died, I've stashed an SV98 and some other stuff so I can run back and go and get it. So I'm dead, but I've got a mission to go back to my stashed loot and then go back to the airfield and try and kill a group of 3 and then hope it was them. Harry, do you know what they got removed for then? Am I checking the servers are high pop? If you mean me, Pinkster, it must be pretty high pop based on the number of people I'm meeting. You might be talking to someone else. Ah, you are talking to someone else, so ignore me. I did, yeah, I did stash the FAL as well, didn't I? I forgot about the FAL. I could go back and get that too. I wish I'd done my grenade thing now. They did come through the bottom door. I wish I'd left a grenade on the floor and then just thrown a grenade and ran up. I think that would have been fun. JSAM's the SV98. It's called VS89 in the game. Is the new gun. Oh yeah, there was a Tundra as well. Holy shit. Oh, they only moved the Tundra about 2 meters, didn't I? Server restarts mid-firefight are always a bit of a pain in the ass, dude. They happen, unfortunately. Here's hoping that nobody uses it as a means to flank, you know. That's the thing that's really frustrating. Let's say you're in this house and you're shooting at somebody there, right? And then you log in after a restart and the person you were shooting at is standing behind you and shoots you in the back of the head as you log in, you know, like they know they've gotten in first, they got in lucky early, and then they come and stand behind you. That happens occasionally. It's really annoying. Doesn't happen often, very, very rare, but people, I had it a little while ago on one of the new maps. It went to YouTube. Someone flanked me during a restart. It was that's so frustrating. Banksy, thank you very much for the 35 months. Josephius, thank you very much too. So I'm going to need a bit more food than a zucchini, really. Is it against the rules to do that? Well, you can't stop it on community servers. Sorry, you can't stop it on official servers. There's no rule against it there. But if you're on a community server, the servers may well have rules for it, but it doesn't stop people from doing it, you know? Like, normally stream sniping's against the rules, but people still do it, you know? But yeah, I would imagine a lot of community servers have rules about how you should behave on a server restart. How do they know when you're getting in? They don't, Vilplum. It is frustrating, but you can't expect them to wait. I think you can, Vilpom. Certainly on community servers, there will be rules on servers to do it. How do they know when you get in? They know where you are, dude. Like, let's say you're in a building and you've got cover and you know you're safe. There's no way you'd push that building, right? But because there's a server restart, you feel it's safe to because you know they're not in yet. And you say, how do they know? I guess this is the thing. If you know the server's got 80 people in it and you click play straight away and you're the third person into the server, you know that there's 76 people coming in behind you, or 77 people coming in behind you, and only 2 in front. You know that there's a 2 out of 77 chance that the player is coming in after you. You know, that's how they do it. That's how it becomes a problem. They know they've clicked in early. They've got lucky. They've won the restart lottery. They're getting in early, and now they can come and stand behind you so that when you log in, of course it is absolutely expectable if you're playing on a community server that you should play to some kind of rule set, right? Like, it's not exactly. It would be considered like. Well, it's just unsporting, isn't it? Of course it is. But servers are allowed to have rules on stuff like that, right? It doesn't take a genius to work out that you're flanking someone because of the queue and you just got lucky, and if you stand behind them and kill them, that's just like bullshit, you know. Like, of course it is. Very, very rare occurrence, by the way, but it does happen once in a blue moon, and we are talking very rare, but it does happen. When does it become fair to start up again? Well, Vilpom, I think that's the thing, you know, like, it's fair to start up again as soon as people are in the server, but it's hard to know. But rushing towards the building as soon as you've logged in because you know you're early is clearly unfair, you know. You know, I don't have a server. I don't have to write the rules, you know. It's easy for me to work out. You know, I have queue priority. If I get in early, I wait 5 minutes. You know, I will never go and flank into the building they were just in. I'll wait 5 minutes, and then that's enough time for everyone to have a chance to get into the server.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
We are finding some shit food. Should you verbally clarify? No. What you shouldn't do is push their location knowing full well that you're in the server earlier than nearly every other player. Joe just died at the airfield but had a good run, got some reasonable kills. Got probably my best kill with the SV98 against a dude that had an SV98, but I think you were here at the time, to be fair. Some people would argue that a black kettle is red. I saw an argument on Instagram earlier that I was really interested in. Somebody shared a picture of an A-team van that was for sale, right? And on the A-team van that was for sale, it was black on the bottom half. Most of it was black, and then there was a red stripe, and then above the red stripe it was metallic grey. And it was meant to be like an official A-team van. And there was loads of people in the comments going, the A-team van's back, the A-team van's black. That's not right. It's not grey and black. It's black. It's black. It's black. You guys have got Mandela syndrome, whatever that is. Nelson Mandela, nonetheless. But like there was like people having tirades of arguments about it. And I didn't join in. I'm not going to lie. I didn't. But in my memory, the A-team van was black. It was black. It was all black, right? It turns out it wasn't. If you go and have a look at a video on YouTube and you look carefully, because obviously it's old footage, it was black and metallic grey. But I had like an A-team car and it was black. It was all black. But the actual original van in the series was black and very, very kind of dark metallic grey. And I never knew that. But nonetheless, people were arguing for like 300 chain messages about the colour of the A-team van. I didn't read them all, but that's one of my favourite things to do. It's more fun to have a little gaze at the arguments than it is to see the post in the first place.
Hooray TRMZ. Have a happy day, mate.
Yeah, it had black, then a red stripe, and then above the red stripe, the van was like metallic dark grey, but it's so dark grey that you can hardly notice it.
Debate in the HTB household. Far too often I have complained it's unfair that Mrs. HTB is always right, as she tells me. Tough, is her reply.
People
When is
think
it going
Nelson
to be my turn
Mandela
to be right?
died in prison. How do people think that? Like, he was leader of South Africa for ages. Like, he was meeting loads of celebrities. There was loads of stuff on the news about him meeting. I remember like being on the news of Mandela meeting the Spice Girls, for example, and also Muhammad Ali. I vaguely remember as well. I find it really weird that people remember him dying in prison somehow. That's strange. By the way, people are stupid. But I guess that I understand the concept now. But I didn't understand how it related to Mandela. It's unfair that Mrs. HW is always right, so as she tells me. Tough is her reply when it's going to be my turn to be right. When it's never going to be your turn. No, dude, never. You just have to grit your teeth, know you're right, and then pretend you're not. That's the way it is. And I'm really bad at that. Head T-Ball, thank you very much. AJ here. Cheers for the support. Zach, Rayman, Mikau, Hades, Norfolk Warrior, Banksy, thank you as well. Wolf Shadow, thank you for the raid. Cheers for the support. I've never seen either of those movies, Bobcat. Oh, I'm definitely avoiding that. Ature. Pronounce my name differently every time. AJ Huyer. AJHURE? I don't know how to say that. Ature. I've never seen Shaq in Kazam myself. J-Libs, anyone answer my chat? What it means, dude, is that sometimes people get queue priority into a server, so community servers can give people queue priority. Now, I don't get it everywhere, but on some servers, for example, say Day 1 servers or 0 servers or Spaggy servers, I normally, if I join the server and there's 10 people waiting, I start in position number 1. But it's not just for stream douches like me. People will give queue priority for all sorts of reasons. Some servers sell it. You can support the server and help keep it running, and as a reward for that, get given queue priority. Not many of the servers I play on have that, and I'm not personally that keen, but I'm not really trying to judge. I personally would never pay for queue priority, but I understand why people might do, especially if they're really a big fan of the server, you know. But nonetheless, like, quite often people will get queue priority for different reasons. I guess I have quite a following, and I will not be necessarily afraid to say what types of server I enjoy, which can help keep the servers fuller, which means that saying thank you with queue priority kind of helps a little bit for the servers and for me, if that makes sense. There's no queue priority on official, dude, no. Of course there isn't. And I would not want there to be queue priority on official either. I don't think that should be a thing ever. Wolf Shadow, thanks again for the raid. Julius and MGX Triggered, thank you for the follows on YouTube's. That rice didn't do a lot for me, did it? I don't really want to loot too much here. It's quite a dangerous place. I think I'd like to just move on. I would quite like a leather sewing kit actually, but I still think I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to run through. I've drank from a well twice until my stomach's full, I believe, so my water should be pretty full. I've had little bits of food. I'm going to need more, but I think I can get to Puster maybe. Sorry, not Pusta, Pulkovo. Maybe Pulkovo. Get near to where my VSS is. Dropstep, yeah, Balvenie Doublewood's great. I think it's around 40-ish pounds. I think it's a really great whiskey. I think it's great. I seem to be developing a bit of a taste for others at the moment, but that doesn't change it. It's great. It's a really good whiskey for the money, and it's a really good whiskey to buy someone that's not really tried whiskies very much as well. It's a really good... Like, if people don't like Balvenie, they're probably not going to like whiskey. Because it's a nice middling one. It's not really, really peaty or really smoky or whatever. It's just quite smooth. I prefer the Doublewood to Caribbean Cask personally. I'm not quite so keen. Caribbean Cask is nice though, but I prefer the Doublewood myself. It's slightly cheaper as well. Am I ready for Prague? I'm looking forward to it. I'm not ready yet. No, I've not got my case packed. That's why I'm streaming today and I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I can get the case packed and get myself all ready. I was going to stream yesterday and then the kids went slightly late. At best I'd have ended up doing about 3 to 3.5 hours, so I just thought it wasn't worth it. I'm on today for a good while. I may have to end slightly earlier than I want to because I'm hoping to be looking at a video. I don't know. There may not be a YouTube video on Saturday, we shall see, but Uncupa's meant to be finishing a video and rendering it, but he lives in Australia. I'm guessing it's something like... I'm guessing it's something... He's in Tasmania, I think. I bet it's about 2 AM right now, just gone 2 AM, so I doubt he's going to be sending me a video anytime soon. Military, I'm not sure I've ever had Glenlivet 18. Glenlivet 15 is pretty good. Glenlivet's okay. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever, and sometimes I've bought 15 when it's on special in the supermarkets, but never gone to 18 because there's other things I prefer to Glenlivet, I think. So Glenlivet 15's okay. When it's on special in the supermarket, I'll buy it, but at full price there are other whiskies at the same price I'd rather choose, if that makes sense. So likewise, if I'm going to go to the price of Glenlivet 18, same thing.
A couple of common Mandela effects for people misremembering the Space Wars line, "No, I am your father," as "Luke, I am your father," and another is the Monopoly guy having a monocle. David Ornstein reports that it is 100% that Salah remains for next season.
Interesting. Will that be the last year in his contract? Do you reckon he's going to try and go on a free? Moose. Patrick, thank you for the super chat. I8 Glue, thank you as well. I actually want him to go, and I kind of do and I don't. Salah has been Liverpool's best player pretty much every season for ages. But I just feel like if they can get the 150 million, they should. Gringo, yeah, but this is UAE we're talking about. You might be surprised. You make it sound like Saudi Arabians are living in the real world where the length of a player's contract affects the value of a player, rather than just having them now because they can. I think if it was 150 million last summer, even with the contract now, I bet it's still 100 to 120. Look how much Harry Kane went for with a year left on his contract, you know. And that was to Bayern Munich, never mind to Saudi Arabia. Now, Harry Kane's an amazing player, and he was a little bit younger, but he had 1 year left on his contract, and he went to Bayern Munich, who aren't renowned for spending crazy money. Salah isn't worth 50 million on current form, but he's worth more than that going to Saudi Arabia on his whole season form as a whole. He went to the African Cup of Nations, came back injured, and hasn't been the same since, but I don't think he's finished. Num num num.
Have fun in the real Sherry Paul. So very cool.
Thank you, Richie. I'm looking forward to it too. Cheers for the support. So I was on a server and was fully geared, logged off. When I got back on, it was all gone. What happened? One of two things happened, Jesse. You got killed while you logged off, so when you log off, if you do this and exit and wait the whole 15 seconds, you know you're not dead. But if you click exit now, then you could die in those 15 seconds. It does happen. The other thing that could happen is that if you were on a community server rather than official, then they could have wiped the server and everyone started again. What's for dinner? I'm not sure. Something in Pitters. I think it might be burgers, actually. Like cheeseburgers in Pitters.
So I was on a server and was fully geared and logged off. When I got back on, it was all gone. What happened?
Some servers do make it longer, Jose, you're absolutely right. Not many of the servers I play on make it much more than a minute, but some servers have a longer despawn timer to stop combat logging. Do I ever donate to servers I regularly play? Yeah. I haven't done it in a little while, but I have donated to, not specifically to the server, but I've donated to Happy Bombs because of the server, and he knows it was because of the server. Now the Zero servers have a little bit on the Discord, so there's something there that you can donate to. I've never donated to the Day 1 servers, to be honest. I don't even know if they have a link, so I've never donated to the Day 1 servers. I have to Zero. I tend to, I don't know why I'm going into any more detail, but there will be some that I've missed, but I've donated to pretty much any map creator where I've edited a YouTube video that goes to YouTube. So if you think of the things like Dear R and whatnot. Yeah, we've got. Very good. Sorry guys, I just got to mute. My missus is telling me off for eating her sweets. Wait a sec. Oh, hang on. Right, I'm back. And I've played a lot over the years on Spaggy servers. Spaggy doesn't accept donations, so Spaggy doesn't do donations. He just doesn't. He funds the servers himself. He doesn't try to have any donations at all anyway. Fair play to him. But yeah, like I was just saying about things. So if I've streamed on a map and then it's been edited into a YouTube video, invariably I've been and donated. So like if you think about people like John McClane or Cabello that did Banov and so on, I haven't actually for New York yet, and New York did get uploaded to YouTube, so I need to do New York, to be fair. Like people like Bitterroot and Matty Ice and so on, I do tend to support the map creators. Joito's cat is fine, very good, I'm glad to hear it. Can you get banned for logging off during combat on official servers? No. I wish you could though. Logging off during combat on official servers means that you have a tiny EP forever and ever and ever, amen. John McClane doesn't just play DayZ, he's made Deer Isle and Alteria. God, these sweets are too good. I shouldn't have opened them.
Thank you for calling me out for tipping after I said I should stop. I have bipolar disorder and can lose sense of finances. You're a stand-up guy, Paul. Keep running.
You're still subbing at tier fucking 3 though, dude, by the way, so you don't need to do that as well. Just being serious for 1 second, thank you very much for the resub, but if you're in any kind of financial troubles, don't sub to any streamer, and certainly don't sub tier 3 to me either, you know, but nonetheless, thank you for the support, dude, and yeah, thank you for coming back in. Yeah, it's a minefield though. Coming back to donating on servers, it is a minefield. It's hard to know where it's wanted and where it's not, and where to place it and where not to. And I don't know whether I have any help or not. No, just day one is popular because of smoke, right? Not anyone else. But when the day one servers first started, I did talk about them and I did play on them in the very beginning. Now, I'm not saying I'm anywhere near as popular as smoke. I'm not trying to claim it, but I might have had a 0.25% slight help in the very beginning, maybe, or whatever it might be, I don't know. But I might have helped a tiny bit. Nonetheless, but I've never financially supported the servers, as it were. Sorry guys, I just smudged my monitor and I'm now, because it's dark, I'm really fucking seeing it as well. I need to stop and clean the monitor. I didn't see it, Gene. Be interested to see where Newcastle are next season. I think it's going to be a real struggle for Newcastle to break back into the top 4, but there's a chance. But I think the season before last was a real big overachievement, and they're going to need teams like, say, Liverpool or Arsenal or Aston Villa to get dramatically worse, which could happen. Certainly could happen with Liverpool, but there's going to need to be a lot of degrading of teams for Newcastle to get back to the top 4. I don't think Howe will get the chop, because he's done a decent job, you know. I don't think with the money they've spent, they can't expect to be a top 4 side, and they signed one of their major signings, got banned for the season, didn't they? You know, like, I think you can certainly say that he's been unlucky. I just can't clean this. What's my all-time favourite Liverpool player? Neil Ruddock. I don't really know. It's hard not to say Steven Gerrard, but it's just a bit boring. I was a big fan of Neil Ruddock when I was a kid. I really did quite like Neil Ruddock. Ian Rush as well. Ian Rush was not as good, but I remember Ian Rush moving from Liverpool to Juve. And I was at school, very young, very, very young, and I was absolutely crushed. Ian Rush moved. And when he came back the next season, I couldn't have been happier. John Barnes was amazing as well, yeah. I don't remember. I was so young when Ian Rush was around, so I can't remember that much of the team. I've got a Panini sticker book from 1986, complete, and it was the year that Liverpool had done the double. And I know the players, and I know who was in the team and stuff. But remembering like players like Ronnie Whelan and even people like Yam Obi who played for longer, and Steve McMahon and whatnot.
Time away.
Oh shit!
We look forward to hearing all about it when you get back.
I really should have been paying attention.
Love.
all of the benefit of that can has just come spewing out of me now. What year is that sticker book? 1986. It wasn't me that collected it, obviously, Redline. I was too young. It was bought at a car boot sale, complete. Bought it at a car boot sale for £2. I did fill it in myself. Num num. I can't. Sorry, guys. I'm eating spogs. It's really healthy to eat a packet of sweets while you're streaming. That's what I think. Hey Miko, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. That was a big mistake I just made there with that food. That food would have really set me up. Hi Sebly, we had a decent stream. 5 kills on the last life. I've got an amazingly good loadout stashed for me to run back to, so that's what I'm trying to do now. Although I've just fucked it up a little bit. Of course, it doesn't give you much brightness, does it? Fucking hell. There is no Reforger mod called DayZ 2, Connor. There's Armour Reforger and there's mods for it. None of the mods are called DayZ 2. Only, and I'm not trying to throw an indie under the bus, only people kind of telling slight porkies for clickbait have been calling it DayZ 2 in titles on YouTube videos. It's not DayZ 2. I think if you watch the video, most of those videos, will the people making it will narrate, this is a bit like what DayZ 2 might look like because it's using the new engine, so this might be what a future version of DayZ looks like. There's no DayZ 2 mod. there's a DayZ mod in Armour Reforger, but it's not DayZ 2. Nobody's called it that. Am I going to make content from my trip? No. Possibly there might be an interview with some of the devs, maybe. But beyond that, no. I'm not going there to make content. I will definitely be talking about it. I may well share a few things on Twitter, possibly pictures, possibly not. I don't know. But I'm not going there to make content because it's not my style. My style is to play the game, enjoy the game, and share that with an audience, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube streams or edited down to make a cool video. You know, I'm not a IRL vlogger. I'm a DayZ YouTuber. You know. I think the Freshborns did do one calling it DayZ 2, and it is clickbaity, and it's a little bit grey in terms of whether it's legit bait or if it's proper clickbait, you know, like, because there is no DayZ 2, but I'm pretty certain the Freshborns in the narration will have very clearly said, this isn't DayZ 2, it's a mod for Armour Reforger, but this is what DayZ 2 might look like. In fact, I know they did, you know, so, but it is a little bit misleading, but they will have covered it in the video. I know Marks is going, but who else is going? Marks is going, who is on YouTube. He used to be part of the DayZ podcast for a while. Boydie, who runs the DayZ podcast, is going from Australia, as well as Lax Hawthorne from Australia. And then from the UK, it's myself and Happy Bombs and the Freshspawns, both John and George. Then from Poland, it's Joito and Toprek. From the Netherlands, it's Minder. Lady Adventure from the UK as well. Sorry, Lady Adventure is going from the UK as well. I may have missed somebody, but I tried not to. That's who's going. Am I flying with Happy Bombs? No, I'm flying on my own. Happy Bombs lives a long way from me, so we're not going from the same airport. The names I mentioned are the people going. Nobody else is going as far as I know. Mrs. isn't coming, J. Cole. We couldn't get anyone to look after the dog. He's not ready for going to a dog sitter. And my missus's grandma is quite ill. She's been in hospital for several months, and she's due to be released any day. And when she's released, my missus's mum has got to go up to Scotland to help her transition back to living at home. And so, the person who was going to look after the dog, my mother-in-law to be, can't look after the dog. I'm actually a long way right here. I need to go this... Sorry, long way left. I need to go more this way. Excuse me, RunningManZ. What's the purpose of this trip? To meet some of the devs, to see some of what is the real Chernarus, and hopefully to find out about whatever's due to be announced. You know, it was leaked yesterday that they'd tried to copyright or trademark the term DayZ Frostline. So hopefully we'll be finding out about that. Mother-in-law to be, Powder. Well, I'm engaged to my fiancée. We're not actually married, right? So I think that phrase makes sense. Redline, no, I need somebody with like charisma. I need somebody with charisma for that. Sorry. Like, obviously I'm oozing with charisma, naturally. The never-ending engagement. Yeah, well, we have been engaged 7 years, that's true. I hope it's not never-ending, but lots have happened. Lots has happened, to be fair. Like lockdowns and so on, you know, it took us a while to get moved in, then we've had lockdowns, and then we've had all sorts of stuff. I've had a family bereavement, and there's all sorts of other things that I don't talk about on stream as well. There's been lots of things that have waylaid us. God, I really have come a bit of an interesting way here. So yeah, obviously the burning broom is to give me the plus symbol and to keep me warm, and it was to try and keep me having more energy for longer. And I've kind of, yeah, gone about as far as I can for now. I said I was going to loot Pulkovo, but it looks like I'm going to loot Kozlovka instead. Bruce, hopefully so. That's the idea, yeah. Living in sin. Wildcats, yeah, I don't think there's any rush, but there's lots to prioritise, let's say. There's been rumours for a bit that this is a Frozen-themed Nordic version of the Arma 3 map Tanoa. Oh, interesting. I don't think it can be only that, Enmos, but yeah, there's been some rumours about Nordic themes and a potential DayZ 2 for a while. I saw some rumours about them scrapping a DayZ 2 that was going to be Nordic themed in 2019. But this is maybe something else or a combination of that, who knows. But yeah, I don't think it's... I think it's going to be more. We talked about it a lot earlier, but I think it's going to be a couple of maps or... A guess that I came up with earlier was that it's going to be like Arma 3 came out a couple of years ago now. Arma Reforger came out as a bridge to Arma 4, right? And I wonder if they might do a DayZ 1.5, which is a bridge to DayZ 2. So Armour Reforger's out, and then they're working on Armour 4. Maybe they might be planning to do something like a DayZ 1.5 edition, which is new tech, some of the engine work from Armour Reforger, a new map, possibly Frost, possibly 2 new maps, who knows. But maybe they're because Frostline doesn't sound like a map, does it? DayZ Frostline sounds like a game or a big DLC. You wouldn't name a map that. It would be called something like, I don't know, whatever, the name of a country or whatever, you know, like Livonia or Chernarus or whatever. It wouldn't be called Frostline. That doesn't make sense. It's not the name of a place, is it, you know? So I think it might be a combination of maps, or possibly, and this is my real hope, that it's like some of the elements of Armour Reforger but in DayZ format, and it's like an improvement on where we're at right now. So it's like I say, like almost like a DayZ 1.5. Oh, you fucker. Already have rope. That's exactly what I'm saying, Sir Jimmy. It's either going to be the name of the DLC or it's going to be the name of a game. Andy's Beard, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support. Drive for a Living, Regs, Silix, Taste Like Poik, thank you very much, all of you guys. Bearded Fairs, Aram McKee, and Dollar Brandon, cheers for the support, guys, thank you. It's a red herring, maybe. I'm not convinced that DayZ are too eager to be doing red herrings, but it's interesting, isn't it? You know, like, something's just cropped up that's being trademarked or whatever else it is being, and then next week there's a load of streamers going to find out about stuff. You know, it's starting to add up to something. You know, and whatever it is, we don't know yet. Sooner than you think. I need to find a can of food. It's really annoying that I threw up that can. That was a big mistake. That's cool. It's not hurt me too much, but it would have helped me get to where I need to go. DayZ Frostline's going to be a deodorant. Wouldn't they do that long before now? Panda, I have no idea. No idea. They may not have settled on a name until recently, for all we know, you know? Do with some food. Man, this is dark. Give me some more food. Oh, there had to be some food in one of them, surely. Maybe we should use the chem light just for now so I can actually see. cooking pot. That's good. We can go and fill that up at the well. Someone just shot at me, obviously, and I can't see shit. Oh my god, I can't see a fucking thing. Neither can they, though. I'm pretty sure they were shooting at me.
Hello, you alright? You alright? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hello, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I thought you were shooting at me.
Can you hear me? Okay, alright. No, there was zombies over there.
Yeah, just put my gun. I heard suppressed shots right next to me. I was shitting myself, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, there were some zombies over here by the industrial area.
Oh, that's cool.
Sorry, I have NVG, so I can see.
Oh, holy fuck, that's cool. Yeah, I'm just running back to a buddy near Green Mountain who's kind of hiding my loot. I died and I'm trying to get back.
Alright.
So thank you for not killing me. I appreciate it. Holy fuck.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, it's been a long run so far. Right, I'm
Yeah,
gonna put my chem light on, so maybe don't get near me. You've got a bit of an advantage as you are right now. You don't need me spoiling it.
Alright.
Cheers, dude. Thank you for being friendly.
Alright, bye.
Love you, bye.
Bet.
I don't really need this chem light on, but it was my way of getting him to kind of leave me alone. Holy shit. Who's going to the event, Real Cherno? I wonder if we can have a command for this now. I'm not streaming again after today, so maybe it's not worth it. But Minder, Taupe, Joito, Happy Bombs, myself, both of the Fresh Spawns, Marks, Boydie, Lax Hawthorne, Lady Adventurer, and I've probably forgotten someone. Most people are flying out on Wednesday. Stashi, I literally just said. I think you damn well know that as well. Can I please list who isn't going from A to Z? Nessicus, I think some of them are... some of them would be cool. All of them would be cool, to be fair. But some of them haven't played DayZ for a long time. Like, years. Red Zone for the... Like, when was the last Red Zone server? Maybe 6 years ago or something now? I have actually got a pair of MVG stashed as well. I can't believe it's still night time. I thought it would be daytime before I got to any of the stash. Cassia Smoke was invited and he was coming, but he backed out due to travel complications. His choice, basically. So if Smoke was invited, and I would have loved to have met him, but he's unable to come, unfortunately. So. Do they sell the real Zagorki bars? That's a good question. I'll try and get one if they do. Fucking hell. Sorry guys, I just lost my second monitor. I tabbed it the wrong way. Joanne, thank you for the new sub. Andy's Beard, thank you very much for the support as well. Wildcats, did they now? She might well be, actually. I might have remembered that wrong. I thought I recognised... I don't know a great deal about Lady Adventurer, to be honest. She may well be. I don't know why, but I thought I heard her voice and she sounded remarkably English, but I've never actually spoken to her. So I may have got that wrong. You may be correct. She is German. Okay, that I did get wrong then. It may be, but it may just be me. You know, I've never really seen Lady Adventurer stream, to be honest, and I don't know why. But I thought I'd heard her voice and thought she was English, but that's just my memory being bad. But I'm going to meet her and find out more about her and everybody else going on Wednesday or Thursday. You know. Will I bring you back a snow globe? Sounds like a lot of weight in the suitcase to me, dude. 20 kilo limit. Fridge magnet only. Do I know the total number of streamers going? I think it was 10. And then Smoke couldn't make it, and they replaced Smoke with the fresh spawn, so that made it 11. There may be other people going as well. I'm terrible at remembering. I never filled my cooking pot up either, did I? I could do with some daylight. I can't see shit.
Are you taking a splint with or plan on making one there?
Motorboating, I'm flying back on the 6th, so I won't be streaming on the 6th. No, I'm flying back. I'm travelling back on the 6th, so I'll be streaming from Tuesday the 7th. Both fresh spawns, Vinza. Yeah, John and George. I'm not going to be taking a splint because I don't break my leg ever in real life. I give up out of here. Alright, Pure Genius. It's weird that that's the first message I've seen from you today, isn't it? Can't win. It's really hard for me to read all the chat, by the way, but fair enough. If you want one-to-one interaction with the streamer, don't choose one with 2 chats and 5,000 or 6,000 people watching. It's really hard for me to read all the messages, dude. I try my best. But if you seriously, if you want one-to-one chat with streamers, choose someone with 50 views or less. You'll get it. Very cool. I'm looking forward to meeting Lax. I'm trying to find where I've stashed a VSS, but finding the right tree in the dark in the edge of a forest is going to be hard. I really thought it would be daylight by now. I am also playing a game in the dark and trying to navigate around the map in the dark whilst bumping into players as well, you know that. Oh, this isn't the VSS. I kept the VSS, didn't I? I stashed the VSS somewhere else. I'd forgotten what gun I'd even stashed here. Where did I hide the VSS then? VSS is near the southwest convoy. Ah, yeah. I found the... no, I don't know. I don't even remember where I hid it. Twitch hashtags. Thanks for coming in. Will I call HB happy? I don't know, dude. I'm terrible at names, so it might be that people use their online names a little bit. You know, I should imagine everyone will call me Paul because calling me the RunningManZ is a bit dumb, right? But I think there'll be a little bit of the two going on. You know, like remembering people's names is not something I'm good at. But we are there 4 or 5 days, so. Lighthouse. I think the Seiko Alpinists are great. Yeah, they're decent. You're never obviously going to sell them for a profit or anything, but that's not why you shouldn't be buying a Seiko Alpinist for that anyway, to be fair. But the Alpinists are nice watches. I have owned an Alpinist once. I had an Alpinist Ginza edition, which I bought brand new as it came out, and I actually did sell that one for a profit, believe it or not. But I bought it for $680 and sold it for $950 or something like that. I can't remember. But I like the Alpinist. I think it's great. Lucas, I believe they're going to be sharing some info about it with us, yeah. Cheers, D-Bear, yeah. Have they got a nice spot in assisted living for you and HB? I'm not the one with the gammy leg, I'll have you know. A tranky bar. Okay. Which of these have you already met in real life? Happy Bombs and Minder. Of everyone that's going, I think that's it. I've met some of the devs before. I've met Sumrak and 1 or 2 others before in the past. But of the people going streamer-wise, I think Happy Bombs and Minder are the only 2 I've met in real life. Corvax, to be honest, I'm not that excited yet. I'm excited to find out about the game, but I've got to get on the plane and get there first. I am afraid of flying as well, but it's only a short flight. Or I'll cope. Yeah, but yeah, I've got to get on the plane and get there first. Any Richard Milles in my collection? No, there fucking ain't, dude. No, I don't talk about my individual collection, but I'm happy enough to say that I don't live in the hundreds of thousands of pounds watch market, dude. That much I'm happy to divulge. No, there's no Richard Milles in my house or in my collection. Is there beef between you and Minder? Not really, no. I keep out of Minder's way and he keeps out of mine. We know each other. We'll have no problems in real life, but we haven't seen eye to eye once or twice over the years, but that is years and years ago, you know. So Minder took a break from DayZ and he came back with a new attitude, and he has been a lot different since then as well. He really has been better, so that's good. You know, like, but when we've not seen eye to eye in the past, it's only ever been about game issues and stuff. It's never been anything like personal, like fallouts or whatever. Like, he's maybe said something about the game in a way I disagreed, and then we've talked about it not agreeing with each other, you know? It's not been a big deal. Universal Fleshlight. I don't really understand why that came off. King Daddy, thank you very much. Logan, Drenai, Joanne, Andy's Beard, Drive for a Living, Reg, thank you very much as well. I'm not reading that out. Am I going to wear an expensive watch to the event? I don't know. I think I know what watch I'm going to take, but I'm not going to advertise. How dumb would I... Yeah, I'm going to wear a Richard Mille to the event. Please come and rob me. Although I don't own a Richard Mille, but yeah, I'm going to take I'm going to take an on application only Patek Philippe, which I don't own, but I'm going to... Why would anyone stupidly say, yeah, come and find me in Czech Republic and rob me of my... I don't know, AP Royal Oak, which again I don't own. I'm just trying to think of expensive watches. But no, I know what watch I'm going to take. I'm not going to... Why would I, like, yeah, come and rob me now? It's going to be one that won't scratch and won't get damaged. That's what it's going to be. Why do you think they haven't added a bicycle, scooter or a skateboard yet? The devs have said that they can't do two-wheeled vehicles on this engine at the moment, so they just can't do it. So when you see a bicycle modded in, it's not really two-wheeled. You're sitting on something that's got two wheels, but its behaviour is based on a car. It's like a four-wheel vehicle. It doesn't have physics for two wheels, and they just can't do it. The work involved to do two-wheel vehicles is too much. That's what they've said. So doesn't mean we might not see it in future versions of the game and down the line, but for now they can't do it. They have to map the entire map to work with a two-wheeled vehicle, and the amount of work to try and do it is just beyond what the people they've got and the availability they can make it, you know. Do I have any photos of my watch collection? None that I share anywhere, Infinite. No. So no, I don't. I don't have any photos. But no, I'm not in the business of taking photos of things and posting them online, because it's kind of stupid to do that. Oh, I forgot to do the gamma. Sorry, guys. Not sure it'll make a whole lot of difference. But I wasn't going to come this way, but I didn't fill up my water container, did I? So we might as well have a quick loot here. What's the cheapest watch I have? I've got quite a few Casios, dude. Well, I say quite a few, 3 or 4. One that I think I'm going to give one away. I bought an Ed Sheeran Casio from Hodinkee, which was like a special edition. I'm sure they've sold out by now. I don't know if they have or not. I have worn it, but it's bright yellow and it's a bit big for me. It just doesn't go. So I think the Ed Sheeran Casio is going to go as part of the prize giving for the next charity stream. So I think that'll be a giveaway watch when I do the next charity stream in December. I may forget that statement when I get there, but that's my intention anyway. I think we need all these. I don't need that anymore, do I? Yeah, I'm going to give away Ed Sheeran. They're actually really popular. I've not taken to it myself, you know. I can't remember how much it was. It was about £120 or something like that. I don't really see the point in selling it. Of course, I wouldn't mind selling it and getting my money back, but I bought it. I'm not that keen on it, but I know a lot of people really are keen. It was really, really popular. So it's something that somebody would be quite happy to have, so I'll probably do a giveaway on that. I've got a nice watch, a Samsung Galaxy cell phone. I'm not sure that's a watch, although it does tell the time. A VTuber filter. What do you store your watches in? Where in your house? And what is your address? And when are you typically not home? All very innocent questions. No, the $250 mugs are in stock and available right now. Limited time only. Never owned a watch. What do I suggest for a first? Seiko. Watches are quite popular. I know a lot of people don't need them, and I'm not trying to convert anyone, but they are part of an outfit as well. You know, some people like.
Every time.
To be fair, I don't. I dress like I'm fucking got nowhere to live most of the time. To be fair, but a watch can be part of an outfit if you're trying to dress nicely. It can be a design. I've heard that some people even wear broken watches just because they match their outfit. You know. Some people even wear a watch that doesn't perform its primary function purely because it looks good on the outfit that they wear, you know. Ish. But nonetheless, you know, like there is a reason to wear one, and it's kind of handy. They're nice. There is other elements to it as well. Sometimes people want to avoid going to their phone for everything, you know. My pickup time on my phone is shocking, and I'm really aware of it, and I would like to make it not as shocking, if I'm honest, you know. I'd like to be better. So having less reasons to go to my phone is a good thing. Have I thought about getting the mod kits to make it look like a Royal Oak? No, I quite like the Casio, like just the Casio that's a bit shaped that way. But I'm not personally a fan of modding watches to look like high horology watches. I'm not that. That's not my bag. I quite like Casios as they are. I did get a can of food. Oh, don't drink that, you pleb. I hope I got away with that. I think that the reality is that people are. It's one of those things people say. It's like, oh, like I've got a really good watch. It's my phone. You know, of course, watches are for telling the time, but some people are interested in things. You know, people collect stamps, but they don't put them on envelopes. You know, like it's a simple concept, isn't it? People collect all sorts. People are really into cars, and they'll have like. If they're loaded, they'll have 3 or 4 cars. Some people get supercars and hypercars and all sorts, you know, but like I only pick the kids up once every 2 weeks and then go to the shops, you know. I don't need a fucking fancy car. Even my car's better than it needs to be, you know, like. Specific amount of time you have to boil water for it to be safe. Mike, I'm pretty sure once it makes the hubble bubble sort of sound, once it's boiling and you can hear it, it's safe as far as I'm aware. I don't think you need to do anything more than that. Someone's going to have a soggy night. Well, they spend the night with me. They may well get that anyway, those lucky bastards. I collect ears of my victims. Well, fair enough. Hey, Texit, you're right, dude. Goza, I have not, no. Don't think Sada likes me very much. Ben, thank you very much for the support. Love you, hi, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Mr. Cookie, thank you for the prime. Axel, thank you for the new sub as well. Cheers, Ben and Axel, for the subbing, membering on YouTube.
Yay.
Blockyarda, cheers for the support as well.
Do you still like the new Defender? Every time I see one, I remember you saying they look
I
cool.
used to like the look of them, yeah. I would never buy one. I like the look of them. Even if money was no object and I could buy one, I still wouldn't buy one. I do quite like the look of them. They look like Tonka toys. I think they look kind of cool, but yeah, I just, I don't know. I think if someone said, here's a shitload of money and you can buy a car, and I didn't have to use my own money and therefore didn't have to worry about it, I'd want a 911 like everybody else does. But the idea of sinking that money into a car is just like ludicrous to me. I think the new Defender looks pretty nice. I sometimes watch videos of a YouTuber called, well, his name's Harry, but it's Harry's Garage, or Harry's Garage. And he did a review of the Defender, and he was waxing lyrical about it. He is really good. If you want to see car reviews and you've never seen his channel, I really like him. He's very similar to kind of old Top Gear videos in a way, and he talks really well. He really knows his stuff. Really, really good videos. I'd quite like to have 10% of his money. I'm related. That's a random question, Casper. Who's your favourite tennis player? Not Monica Seles, no. Martina Hingis. I used to fancy the pants off Martina Hingis when I was younger. I don't know, I just did. Can't help it. I really used to like her a lot in many different ways. Dandelion, thank you. Cheers for the priming.
Have a great trip. Hope you will share a few pics with us. TRMZ love.
Mr. Cookie, well, I get so many names wrong. I get so many names wrong, dude. It's nice to get one right every now and then. Panerai on left wrist, Apple Watch on the right. I can see that. I can see the Schwarzkopfing with an Apple on one and a real watch on the other. Sorry. Egginator, I won't be back until a week tomorrow, Tuesday the 7th. Smooth, yeah, we talked about it quite a lot. He was asked and he was going, and then unfortunately he backed out. I believe this is second hand from his streams. I obviously know Smoke. I really like him. I'm gutted he's not going, but he's very, very bad at flying, as in like very fearful of flying, and I think he's backed out because of the journey. It's a long flight. So it sucks, but thankfully he let the devs know or whatever, you know. But he let the devs know in plenty of time, so that the devs then asked some people out. They asked the Freshborns to go instead. It's such a shame, though. You know, anxiety is anxiety and fear is a fear. I can completely understand it, but it's such a once in a lifetime opportunity. You know, like I completely. If you can't do it, you can't do it. So I'm not trying to have a go at him here. I'm just not. But what? It's a real gutter to miss out. Is what I'm trying to say. You know, it's such a shame to miss out for that reason. You know, like I don't know if you get sick or you're ill or something comes up, so be it. But for that reason, it's going to be something he'll probably have like regrets about in a way, you know. It can't be helped, not his fault, you know. But it's a shitter. Harry founded Evo magazine, then sold it years later. I didn't honestly know his past, Stone, but that makes a lot of sense. He does talk like a journalist, and I don't mean that in a negative way. He talks really, really well, and he's very, very knowledgeable, you know. So he does talk like a car journalist would do, doesn't he? Has a lovely boat, lovely. Gabriella Sabatini, blimey, that's a name from the past. I don't know who my favourite player is. I really want to say Andy Murray, because he's a Brit. I know he's Scottish and he's kind of a bit dour, but he's a Brit and he's won Wimbledon, you know. Like, that's a cool thing to have seen, you know. I have a hard time not... I think Andy Murray is my favourite tennis player in terms of what they've done in tennis. If I'm not taking into account of the fact that they're British and I'm trying to bask in some kind of like supporting reflective glory, if you like, then the all-time greatest player is Roger Federer, you know. He may not has won as much as Djokovic, but I think Federer is the best player for me. No one's business really why he isn't going. Well, Hog Rider, he's told his stream why he's not going, so he's let everybody know, you know. That's fair enough. Doesn't mean he had to, but he has done, you know, so everybody knows. But no one's talking behind anyone's back here. It's stuff that he's announced. So I killed the player on some rocks to my right, there, and it hit some stuff here. Which is all despawned because I hid it in a ruined bag. And then I hid it. I thought I'd hide it somewhere different that nobody would think of to look. So I didn't go for a bush. Let's see if it's there. I really didn't hide it very well. Someone's taken the SV98. Which I think kind of sucks. That means somebody did find it, unfortunately. And maybe they happened across it, maybe they didn't. Maybe they were watching the stream, I don't really know. I know I hid it, but I obviously... There's only so far I can go. I didn't hide it very well, as you can see. So no fucking SV98 for me. They've taken the SV98 and the mags, but at least they've left the M16. It is a bit of a vantage point, but it's not really, dude. The only reason to come up here is because you know there's something to look for, I think. What is there a vantage point of from here? There's no ability to see anything. I guess if you just happen to run across, because I didn't hide it very well. But I'd say there's a greater than 50% chance that they were looking because they knew I'd stashed stuff nearby. Yeah, they've taken the MVGs as well. Well, they might be in the pot. They might be in the pot. Yep, still, I've got the MVGs. That's cool. Why would you not take the NVGs? Well, my hope is that the person that did it was stream stalking, sniping, whatever, and is now watching going, fuck, there was NVGs! But I doubt that's the case, obviously. They may well have had them as well. Does the despawn timer vary per item? It does, but guns last longer than everything else, so guns last for 8 hours. So I might as well go down to Mishkino. I've got a few things I need to find now. I could do with trying to find another SV98. Surely people that log out at night don't log out at night when they've got NVGs, you know. I understand some people are a bit afraid of DayZ and a bit afraid of going and travelling around in the night time, but if you're afraid of travelling around in the night time when you're one of the few fuckers on the server with NVGs, that's a whole nother ballgame, isn't it? Here's the thing, right? We met a dude with NVGs in the dark. What if he had my SV98? Bastard. The gamma is not on. It's grainy, Mark, because it's low light. The light is still low. It's when the sun comes up more, it gets more colourful. It looks better. Nobody agrees how long guns last. Real, it's 8 hours. There is no disagreeing. It's 8 hours if you're on official servers like this one. It's longer or less time if server owners change it on community. It's definitely 8 hours. Backpacks, shit. Backpacks and guns are 8 hours. Other things like magazines, scopes, bullets and so on are 4 hours. So we've got some dead zombies knocking around the place. What is that gun? Sounds good, doesn't it? Juicy. What is that? I feel like it must be like a DMR or... I don't think it's the SKS, but I don't know. I don't think it's bait. I think it's someone shooting Zeds or maybe initially a player. It could be a new shotgun sound. It could be. Not sure I like the bright white pants right now. I can see him on the wall, look. It was an SKS. Whew. That was fairly painless, wasn't it? Not for them. They got a Mosin on the back, so I may well be able to take the Mosin as my long gun for now. I don't need the SKS. I really love the M16. I think it's so good. Not going to lie, I was actually surprised the first shot didn't knock them unconscious. So it was the SKS. I think that was the SKS we could hear. I am going to go to the body. I'm not going to go just yet. I'm just going to quickly scout around. It looks like they've killed zombies here, so I doubt there's an SV98. But I'm just going to have a quick breeze through. Steps. M16 there. It looks like they've looted this, to be honest, but again, they may or may not have picked up the SV98. I'm sure with it being the new gun, everyone's going to pick it up. How cool would one of those have been in that last scenario at the airfield?
Nice kill, man. No scope needed. M16 FTW.
Dude, it is good. The M16 is amazingly good. They killed a player. With a SV98. Do I like that a lot? So the shots were them killing this dude. That's gone quite well for us, isn't it? I can clean that in a minute. In fact, let's just leave it. Damaged mag. I think that's enough for now. Where's the leather kit gone? Oh, it's there. Oh my god, that's so good. I'm sure there's more to be had there, but I think that's enough for now. Let's go around to the other dude. Hang on a minute, what was the helmet that dude had on? Did he have the combat helmet on, or whatever it is, the one that takes MVGs? He did. I could do with that. They did. Fuck! Outstayed my welcome there, haven't I? Fucking trees blocking bullets, dude. It's ridiculous. I'm sure that shot was on target. That's a big group. There's one on the hill. I wonder if that's the same fucking group of 3. I hope it's not. But that's not the same. That's not related to the others. That's one outside the wall, one up on the hill, and one that threw the grenade. Oh, that fucking sucks. It's what it is, but if that's the ones from the airfield, then that smells like bullshit. That sucks if that's the case. I hope it's completely legit. It may well be, by the way. It may well be, but I don't know where to go from there. I think if we do more experimental, I might be asking for trouble. There's so much stream sniping going on at the moment for me. I've had great runs today. It's been a really cool run. So shit happens if I die, so be it. And every time a streamer dies, people think, oh, you always play me stream snipers. But the reality is there's one server on experimental. So if I play experimental, I get stream sniped way more. You know?
Donated $10.
It's just what happens.
With the lads tonight. Up the Ra.
Of course, there's plenty of reasons why those shots could be legit, but having got killed by a group of 3 at the airfield, and now it's another group of 3. That group of 3 at the airfield feels like they were baiting me in the first place, right? You know, do you know what I mean? It just feels a bit... Maybe legit. It could well be, you know. May well be. I haven't got any proof. But experimental has more stream snipers. It just does, unfortunately. I think I was a bit unlucky not to knock that dude with the helmet. Like, for one, that shot should have hit. I'm sure it was on target. Maybe the gun was ranged because I hadn't checked it, but I think it was on his head and it didn't hit because he was in a tree. The tree hitboxes are really not good now. But they're good for you if you're in the tree, I guess, but they're not good for you if you're the one shooting at it. I don't know what to do now, though. I really love experimental. I don't really want to do stable, but what am I meant to do now, you know? Like, it seems little point. If I feel like it might be dodgy, why spend another 3 hours re-gearing? Try Deadfall. I don't know anything about Deadfall is the only thing. I don't know anything about it. So what am I meant? What is it? You know, like, I've not seen any trailers. I've not seen anything about it. I don't really want to go in it blind because I'm not going to know what I'm meant to be doing. I might do a little bit of Battle Royale. I also need to just double check to see if I've had a video from Uncupa. Bear with me a sec. No, nothing from Uncupa by the look of it. Queue for Deadfall is 70 plus. Yeah, that's not going to be a goer. I think we'll just do some... I have got the LAR and the VSS, but I'm not going to be playing experimental for a week now because I'm going to be away meeting the devs and whatnot. And honestly, I think I've had really good runs. I'm going to do something else than this anyway. We'll see.
FB98 donated $4.20. So long, partner.
Well, thank you for that, SV. Pleasure knowing you. What I want to do just quickly is just see where that bullet lands on that clip, because I feel like that's one that's worth saving as a thing to send to the devs. If it looks like it was on target, I'm just going to have a quick look. Let me just go to the YouTube stream, because it's higher resolution on YouTube. Saving as a thing to send to the devs. If it looks like it was on target, I'm just going to have a quick look. Let me just go to the YouTube stream, because it's higher resolution on YouTube. Saving as a thing to send to the devs. If it looks like it was on target, I'm just going to have a quick look. Let me just go to the YouTube stream. I was when I was trying to make it so it was this dude sounds a bit of a douche over and over again. Right. Where am I? Quality? No. Playback speed 0.25. Right, let's see what the gun's ranged to. When I aimed, it's ranged to 100, right? Ranged to 100. Unless it hits the gun. But that's a kill. I think I've been robbed because they're hiding in a tree. Fucking hell! That is insane. Like that should have hit the player. That is something wrong with the hitboxes right now, I think. Their gun fires after I've hit it, so there's no way I've hit the gun. That is crazy. Seems like he moves back. He doesn't move back. Well, he doesn't move back from the bullet. He may be moving to take his shot, but the plume of the shot landing is exactly where his head is. He should be dead. Not great. Slow-mo's never your friend, but I've already hit him at least once. So I got a shot from distance. Somebody nearer has thrown a grenade. I finally got the... Oh look, there's one right there. There's one aiming at me right there. I thought I died to a grenade. There was one with a blue helmet just to my left. There. I think I did die to a grenade. But he would have killed me anyway. Or she would have killed me anyway. So that makes one there, one there. This one could have possibly thrown the grenade. Possibly thrown the grenade and then switched to their gun. But there's at least 3 or 4, I think. You had no helmet. I thought I put on the green penis helmet, but it doesn't matter because I died to an explosion. As I die, the screen shakes. The helmet would have made no difference too. Against that group, anyway, if I'd been hit in the head, I would have gone uncon. A helmet against 3 or 4 players at close range, a helmet doesn't make any difference anyway. A helmet saves you if you get shot at 300 meters, like it did in the last round. You know, I fell unconscious safely in my building where they couldn't get to me. But if they knock me unconscious at the range I'm at there, I'm dead. You know, so helmets are great, but not at close range. You know, CQB against a squad. The only thing it might do is if they're feeling brave, they might try to hold you up. Beyond that, nothing's gonna change. I'm pretty sure I put on the green penis helmet inside the sandbag compound. Chopper, yeah, I'll try to look at Deadfall. I'm going to go back to just like regular Chernarus. The Claymore can't have gone off, Connor. It was in a chest protector, dude. The pouches in your chest vest work like a protector case, so the Claymore couldn't have gone off. I'm definitely not in the same house as the last time. Definitely not just carried on the same server. Did I take my helmet off, did I? That might make sense. I've definitely gone somewhere else other than where I just was, and you can clearly see that's the case. No, you can't shoot the grenades on your THC. Hello, by the way. Thanks for coming in. It's a bit of an urban myth or a DayZ myth. Proper grenades on your vest cannot be shot and ruined. Gold tops for M79s can be, but grenades only get ruined in your bag or in your inventory, but they can't be ruined in the slots on the vest. Hardy Hobo, Mad Scotsman, Cashpear, thank you very much. Nigel Farage, pints with the lads tonight, up the rah. Well, have fun, Nige. DJ Mishmash, Javier, Rewinder, Super Demon, thank you very much for the support in different ways. Grenades don't have a hitbox when they're attached to a vest. We've tested it, Wobo's tested it, there's loads of videos on it. It's a bit of an urban myth that they explode. They do if they're in a protector case, you're fine, but if you've got them in your trousers or something and someone shoots you in the leg, then they can explode. But not if they're clipped onto the vest where they should go. The gold top M79 grenades can be exploded, but the regular grenades cannot. Wonder why they made a different rule for the gold top. Skirret, I feel like it might be to do with the fact that the pins are still in, so shooting it wouldn't necessarily make it go off. The M79 doesn't have a pin. So, but that doesn't explain why when they get ruined in your inventory, they do go off. Somebody likes short shorts. Actually quite rare to find things like stab vests actually in the PD. You don't find them very often. The other Z had food, did it? Oh well. Yeah, I might be getting stream sniped, but I don't want to do the other stuff right now. I want to do this. I really like the new patch. I think the new patch is an absolute massive improvement. Lito, it's only a few bug fixes and things, but they just make the game so much smoother. So the door state is nowhere near as desyncy. So like on the current patch 124, every time you go in and out of a building, it can get all desyncy. The door state moves your character around, you get locked in the doorway and all sorts. But it's just a lot smoother. The way it plays is nicer. It's running so much better as well. So I get a lot of like half a second or quarter of a second frame drops and splits and yips, and it's just nowhere near as smooth 124. This patch is much smoother. it just seems to run better. They've improved a few different things, and it's definitely better. I feel robbed of that SV98. Robbed of it, I do. By the way, how crap was the first shot on me, you know? The dude in the hill with the bright helmet, right? They shot me. They shot at me with an absolute unreturned shot and missed from about 50 metres. How bad are they? NL deck, Bohemia don't ban stream snipers, and nor should they, thankfully. So I don't think it's for game developers to try and find stream snipers and ban them. I think game developers should develop games. So no, I don't think DayZ have ever banned any stream snipers, as far as I'm aware. I think they should if there's absolute proof. Well, therein lies the rub. Absolute proof is very, very difficult. PUBG went down that route and banned 1 or 2 people in the early days for stream sniping. And there was no stream sniping going on. Somebody got unfairly banned, and it's just a... It's not a route people should go down, you know. If somebody's streaming themselves playing a video game, it's my choice to stream DayZ. Obviously, it's my job. That's not my choice. It's how I make a living, you know. But I chose to start streaming, you know. I don't think the devs should be worried about devs of games, not just DayZ devs in general. It's not. It would be more than a full-time job for somebody to do that. I don't think they should be worried about shit like that. Especially not when there's people buying scripts to cheat and have God mode and ESP and all that. That's much more serious, you know. Like, the only person affected by stream sniping is me, you know. Like, it's not something that developers should really be getting involved in, I don't think. And it's little D energy and all that, but like, it just happens, you know. It's never going to stop. I don't know for sure right now that I was stream sniped then, by the way, but it's just a subject we're talking about, right? So, I know I get stream sniped a lot more on experimental, and there's nothing that can be done about that, you know. So, but so what, you know? The devs shouldn't be doing anything. Harassment's another thing, you know. Like, let's say there's, I don't know, just hypothetically speaking, there's a female streamer that's being harassed and like all sorts of horrible like abuse is being hurled their way, or it doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman or whatever, but just in this hypothetical situation, it's a female being given like dogs abuse, like all sorts of horrible things being said. That's like harassment, you know. That's maybe devs could get involved with banning people doing that. That's a whole nother thing, you know. There's a Gorky Basil on me. Yeah, exactly. BDRW, yeah, it was a while ago now, wasn't it? NL deck, maybe that's the time. Have you seen what it's like for people like Forsen and Summit when they... Yeah, but it can't be stopped, right? The flip side is, Jimmy, that Summit's got a massive audience and he's doing really well, and Summit's done great and deservedly so. I'm not taking it away from Summit. I like Summit. I think he's a good dude. I think he's done really well. But what a nice problem to have. You're so successful. You're one of the biggest streamers Twitch has ever had. And then you've got a few scrubs trying to kill you in a video game. You know, it's not that big of a deal for Summit. He can cope with it. Trust me. It's frustrating, and I'm not trying to excuse it, but devs shouldn't get involved in it because there will be bans of people that don't deserve to be banned. And it also creates this kind of, I'm reporting you, I'm getting you banned, I'll have you banned tomorrow. And no, it's just not, it's not worth it.
It's a few days late, but they all count, Sam. Hope you're a good fella.
Fortian, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Thank you. Claudie, thank you very much for the super chat as well. There was one, Ed Lovers. I think we did report that there was one that was saying all kinds of racist things and we used to meet me every experimental. They did get reported to the devs, and the devs were looking into that person, but they were saying really harassing things, really against the terms of service things, and that was not just stream sniping, that was targeted harassment. Of not me, of lots of different streamers, you know. So they seemed more like a bannable candidate. Yeah. He went after several people, that one, yeah. Bigfoot, yeah, it could have come from my stash, the SV98. It could have done, yeah. Jimmy, stream sniping is very detrimental. It's much more painful in DayZ than it is in most games because, like, you used to watch Shroud or somebody else, whoever, like playing PUBG, and they used to hot drop somewhere and get 30 or 40 stream snipers, you know. That's huge. That's a real pain in the ass. But the thing is with PUBG, you can... He would kill like 10 of them and then maybe die. And if he got through the first stage, he'd win the entire round more often than not. It's fucking Shroud, you know. But... the difference is, if you do happen to get stream sniped, you can then immediately start another round and be jumping off a plane and playing another round in 3, 4, 5 minutes, you know. Whereas in DayZ, you might have been alive for 8 hours and then you die, and it could take you 3 hours to get back to anywhere near where you were, or more, you know. So the penalty for being killed is much higher. It is also a lot harder to do. People have to be really sadly committed to it, you know, like travelling across the map, devoting hours to it, you know, like... DayZ stream snipers are not so common because they have to be really fucking nerdy to do it, you know. They have to put in hours and hours of grift. You can't just do it in 5 minutes. I've seen that, Sir Jimmy. I've seen the videos of the fist fight thing, yeah.
No more $5 super chats for kills in VR. It go broke in an hour.
I am going to the Czech Republic, Dark Patron, yeah. Wine consumption is at a 27-year low. Redline doesn't consume wine. He saves it in his wine cellar. He doesn't consume wine. He hoards it. That's why wine consumption is down. It's because Redline's buying it all and not drinking a single fucking drop. You don't do both. You drink the $5 plonk from the local supermarché and save all the good stuff. He's got crates and crates of Lafitte at his house. Yo, guys like Lafitte? That wasn't the intention. Wow, red line. Good luck. Can anyone tell me which key to drop the items past? You have to hold left control and then just tap with your mouse. So Left control and then left trigger on your mouse. Like that. How did you die? I killed the player at Moschino Tents and then a big group showed up. I wonder if it was the big group from the airfield. It may not have been. Do with the melee really, couldn't I? Holy shit. I really need those. I've got a knife. I don't... Yeah, Jim, the knife, when it's like this state, is really for food. It's badly damaged, right? The knives get ruined so fucking quickly. If I kill 4 or 5 zombies with that, I'm not opening any cans, you know? It's not really a goer right now. No more $5 super chats for kills in BR, I'd go broke. Well, we're not doing BR, so you're okay, but do Noah, to be honest. And to be fair, the way I play Battle Royale sometimes, you'd be doing just as well as vanilla. If we're talking about bleed rate, I think the bleed rate on 125 is the same as 124, but the bleed rate on 124 was increased. It was increased more, and then they reined it back in a little bit on experimental still. But the bleed rate on official 124 is still crazily high, the same as it is on 125. I think it's almost intended the way the devs want it to be. I think it's a little bit too high, but I don't think it's far off. Smoke and a pancake, not smoke and a smoke and a pancake, eh? Robot lady doesn't speak, gold member. I might be misremembering, to do a George Bushism. It might have been 123, but one of the patches very, very recently they upped the bleed rate. They also upped the damage rate of clothes and things. How quickly zombies would damage your clothes, and they reduced the zombie damaging your clothes quite a bit. And the bleed rate I don't think was tweaked quite so much. Like you used to have to go around the map using a sewing kit after every zombie hit. Pretty much, it was crazy. Nah, yeah, I've got a couple of pairs of shorts. Not got loads, but it'll be fine. I hope I'm not sick.
Just watched your latest TheRunningManZ video and now Mike Hunt has a rash sad face.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure how Mike Space Hunt is getting a rash from watching a video, but fair enough. There's never anything at these tents. Never. Oh, look at that shit. I can't tell if you got the pun. You mean when I replied and I said Mike Space Hunt? That didn't give you a clue. When I read it in such a way as I wasn't saying the thing. They weren't PSO scopes, dude. They were trash can scopes. I wish they were PSO scopes. Trash can scopes. I'm not sure. Gringo, Mogo left Kura. I might do Steroy. Mainly because I ran past Mogilevka on the last life, and I don't want to do that now. Hopefully there's a plastic clock in the goodie bag. I'm definitely going to take a watch, but I will be taking my phone as well. But I quite like... when I went to India, I wore a G-Shock, but I always tried to take a watch, because if you're a watch nerd, like, I'm really into it, you know. But if, like, going to this might not be the case for everybody, but going to Bohemia, or going to the Bohemia offices, going to meet the devs, going on a couple of days, whatever we're doing out in the countryside, and hopefully finding out about it, it's a hell of a thing, you know. It's a really cool thing to be invited to, and it's a bit of an adventure. So taking a watch that I own and I enjoy, it's part of the trip. So when I wear that watch again a year later, it'll remind me of the trip. That's how things can be, you know. It's a strange thing, that, but it can be, you know. Like you put it on, and it reminds you of it. I'm not flexing, Garisto. I'm talking about taking a G-Shock to India. G-Shocks are about £100. But it can be, look, they have memories, right? In my watch box, I've got my dad's watch that he wore for the last 10 years of his life. That same G-Shock that I took to India, towards the end of his life, he kept fucking his watch up. He kept trying to set the date, fucking it up. So I gave him the G-Shock that I wore to India. So those two watches mean a lot to me now. One, I went on a holiday to India with it, but then my dad wore it for the last year of his life. You know, little things like that. They may be kind of just objects, but they do have a little bit, like you can hear a piece of music out of the blue, and it can take you back to driving the car you were in when you used to play that song in the summer of that year, or a particular piece of like a particular recipe or food can take you back to a memory of a time from the past. Well, that can do it as well, you know. Watches definitely have that. Not many things do, but watches are one of the things that can be handed down generationally that can have some kind of value to them that's sentimental. They can have. Exactly, Beeg. I'm flexing my memory, yeah. Flexing my terrible memory, no less, I'd say. I ought to load this, really, hadn't I? Which G-Shock is your favourite model? I like the 5610s. I like the kind of standard square ones. I really like those. I think they're great. Every time I see one of these wall purchase things, I think it's a fucking helicopter at first.
One more for the year. Hope you have a good trip, Paul.
An emotional anchorive. I flex my memory of you blowing yourself up at the end of the Deer Isle quest. Well, thanks. I really needed that flex.
I flex my memory of you blowing yourself up at the end of the Deer Isle quest.
Gricey, thank you very much for the resub. Rivelsticks, Jaycon, cheers for the support as well. Arthur, watches can also be a great investment. That's why Rolex and other high brands keeps its value and are limited in quantity. Rolex make about 1 million watches a year. They're quite industrial. They're very, very good, but they're more. They're a lot more mass market than people think. But they're so desired that they sell all the watches they make. So people still want more. But I don't think they're really an investment. But if you're lucky enough to be able to buy one, like, because the shops don't have them. You can make a quick flip and sell them the next day if you so desire. I wouldn't do that, but you could. I don't think they're an investment, but they don't lose value very much. So they have some good points to them. You know, like if you buy I don't know, an average car, brand new today, in 10 years' time, it's going to be worth fuck all, you know. There aren't many things that in 10 years' time might be worth just slightly more than you paid for it. And that's true. That's where they're at. Like, I'm not suggesting everyone should run out and buy fancy watches, but people go, what a waste of money. You've just spent $5,000 on a watch. And it's a lot of money, and it may well be a waste, but in 10 years' time, if you want to sell it, you'll probably get your $5,000 back, chances are. You know, like, not many things you buy you can do that with. Hushbang. The Rolex you picked up for $40 in Thailand is definitely worth 7k. I think you're probably right, dude. You're probably right. Matthew, that's a hell of a thing. They probably don't keep up with inflation, no flying. But they kind of can. It's really hard to say. This is really dull for many. But the thing is, the new ones go up. So let's say you bought a really fancy watch, right? Like, let's say you bought a Rolex Submariner. Now, I don't even know how much they cost, but let's just say for the... I think they're probably about £9,000, right? You could probably buy it right now for £9,000. You could probably sell it for about £11,000 if you sold it today. You bought it today, you sold it today. You could probably sell it for more, right? But in 10 years' time, the Rolex Submariner will look pretty much the same as it does now. But they might have a slightly newer version. But it will still look the same. They're very, very incremental. They change them not very much. So you see a Rolex Submariner from 1980, you can tell it's a Rolex Submariner, the same as the one from 2024, right? So although the second-hand value kind of creeps up, the new prices go up crazily. So Rolex watches go up like 5% or more per year, every year they go up. So in 10 years' time, a new Submariner will probably be £15,000. So your second-hand one will have gone up because the new ones have gone up. And so that's kind of what makes them, like, I don't know, a two-tone Submariner in, I just happened to know this, in 2004 was £3,300. Right, so that's 20 years ago. It was £3,300. If you had one now in good condition, you could probably sell it for about £9,000. You know, you bought it brand new for £3,300. You could sell it now for £9,000. That's not an investment though, because if you put £3,300 into an investment, you'd have a lot more than £9,000. Flying custard, yeah, I think that's fair enough. That's good. A little bit more food. Just spent $250 on a TRMZ mug. Now I play the waiting game. Oh my god! I've discovered a new low for my brain on Instagram yesterday. I don't know why. I really wish I could work out why I'm getting shared these videos, but I got shared one yesterday from a creator called... I don't ever reply to these messages, by the way. I don't have an account. I have an Instagram account, but I follow watch channels and that's it. I don't upload. I just look at stuff. I don't reply. Right? You won't see like a TheRunningManZ on Instagram. There isn't one. Anyway, I got this one and it was saving with someone, saving with Molly or something like that. I forget the name of the channel. I only seen the one video. And she was going, would you like to save £5,000 with your free cash? Would you like to save £5,000 with your spare change? And then proceeded to explain how you could save £5,000 in 100 days with your spare change, which means that you're saving about £50 a day. Who the fuck has got £50 a day in spare change? Like, what are you going to buy where you get £50 a day in spare change? What the fuck? And I'm sitting there going, are you fucking for real? You know, like Marie Antoinette in the fucking internet with your... If you want to save, it's really simple. Just put 50 quid aside every day, you fucking idiot. Fucking... let them eat cake. What the hell? I just... Like, people are so stupid. I can't believe it. Like... like... Yeah, alright. What are you robbing banks? Or are you a drug dealer or what? Otherwise, how are you getting 50 quid in spare change every day? But the point is, right, are you really giving saving tips to people by saying, this is how I saved £50 a day for 3 months, you know? Like, most average people aren't going to be able to save £50 a day, like, off the drop of a hat, you know? Like, I think that's fairly fair, you know? If people are watching videos to learn about saving, telling them to save £50 a day is like, yeah, just have money, you know? Just have money. You probably don't even need to save if you've got really good money. The actual concept is kind of a cool one. So the idea is that you've got a little plastic envelope thing with numbers 1 to 100. So you try and save into an envelope whenever you can. That idea is kind of cool, you know. If you've got a couple or whatever and you budget in and you've got a bit of free cash. So let's say you had £6 spare. You put it in envelope number 6. You've saved £6. And then another week or another month, you've got £15 spare. So you put the £15 into envelope number 15. And then once you've filled up all of the envelopes from 1 to 100, you've got £5,000, right? That's the idea. I think it's kind of a novel thing. Whether it's a good idea or not is another matter, but it's kind of novel. But the idea that you're going to fill it up every day for yeah, I've just got this spare change that I've turned into £5,000 without even realising. Yeah, all right. What's the conversion rate on Bumcoin to USD? I've not really set it yet. I believe that when you first buy them, it's $1,000 per coin. That's the release rate. All $1,000 go to me. All $1,000 are for me. When are you going to have 96, 97, 98 Crusoe? Well, I guess the idea is that really you're not meant to do it daily. That's the point. But if you're doing it weekly or monthly, depending on your circumstances, or whenever you can, that's the point. You're just trying to fill it whenever you can. There are much better ways to save, because if you're saving by stuffing cash into an envelope, you're not earning any interest, or it's not compounding anyway. So it's not really a good long-term thing. But if you were trying to save money for a holiday or a mobile phone or something, it would be a good thing to do, you know. But saving money into you might as well be stuffing it in fucking pillowcases, you know. Stop paying taxes, the Wesley Snipe guide to... yeah, it works for a time. Any battle royales today? I don't know, dude. I've really been enjoying experimental. I think it's fucking great. I can't wait for this patch to drop to stable. I really think it's a good one. It's not that huge, but it just runs so much better. I'm really enjoying just playing Chernarus running well. the same creator. I've seen 2 videos, and the other one, the premise was this: buy this coin sorter and stop throwing all your old coins away. So what she's implying is that everybody out there buys something that's £3 and they pay with £5 and then get £2 change and just throw it away. Who the fuck does that? Nobody does that. Who throws coins away? Like, just stop throwing your coins away. Get this coin sorting jar. Like, what? Nobody ever got rich by throwing all of their money away unless it was a note. Yeah, I'm well aware of that, dude, but there's still a time and a place for using interest in a bank for certain reasons. I don't have a huge coin jug. I normally keep about, well, I don't know, £5 or £6 or £7 in coins in my pocket, and then I go and park the car, and I always use the coins, and then the coins are gone. NL deck seems legit. 14.32% annual compounding interest, Riley. Who uses real money nowadays? I use it every now and then, not much, usually for things like takeaways. There's still some takeaways that don't do cards, and I don't do Just Eat or I don't do like Uber Eats and stuff. If I have a takeaway, I go and get it myself like old people do. I don't want to rely on someone else bringing it to me cold. I want it to be warm, for sure. But yeah, I use cash occasionally, like when I get my hair cut, you know, little things like that. When I get my hair cut, like if I draw £100 out of the bank, it lasts me fucking ages. Probably 2 haircuts and a couple of takeaways, like over about 8 weeks. There's a few other times as well. Me and the missus sometimes go to like antiques fairs, you know, like where you can go and buy shit from little stalls and things, and it's always cash, you know, like. I think that I'm going to leave it. It's badly damaged. I think I'm going to leave it, which is kind of crazy, really, but. My dealer does not take card. Yeah, I don't buy any of that kind of stuff, thankfully.
About 90% of kids today never heard of Metallica. You know, it's sad but true.
Sad but true is a transplant song to me. I never really could get into Metallica myself. I think I probably would like them now. But when they were really popular, my mate at school really liked them, and I just used to get annoyed by the songs because he played them so much. Often, never. Yeah, I just used to think that I'd kind of heard enough of it. Isn't your money in the UK waterproof? Yeah, it is, but it's kind of plasticky, which is great that it doesn't get wet, but it's also really bad because it's really hard to hold them together. They're not great. It's much easier to make sure you've only got one note in your hand when it's proper paper rather than being a bit slip-slidey and weird. Like, you need to be a bit careful you don't give people 2 notes when you only mean to give them 1 kind of thing, you know. Bones for a knife to cut up the other chicken. Yeah, I could do, actually. Easier to lose. It is very much easier to lose, you're right. Can't relate to Metallica. What are they singing about? I sometimes think it doesn't matter, you know, like I understand what you mean though. Like I used to really quite like the Stereophonics years ago, but a lot of the songs, you know, there's more life in a tramp's vest. You know, some of the songs have got a little story behind them, and some of them like only takes one match to make 1,000 matches. Only takes one match to burn 1,000 trees. It's like primary school level thinking. But the songs are great, you know. Like I used to really quite like them. What are your thoughts about the dev tweet? I haven't seen the dev's tweet. I know there was some people tweeting about Frostline earlier, but I haven't seen what the devs have said. TMCDE. Well, thank you. Cheers for the prime. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Let me have a look at the DayZ. The devs haven't tweeted about Frostline. Other people have, but the devs haven't tweeted about it, as far as I can see. Probably ought to get a move on. I want to get into the map and get away from here. Stereolab, TRMZ and the Stereophonics all confused, eh? Blimey.
Hello, hello. Nearly 2 years. How time flies.
Hello, hello.
I always look forward to your streams. Take it easy, Paul. TRMZ love.
Listen very carefully. I shall say this only once. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Hello, hello is like a new up-and-coming TV show. Some of you may not have seen it. In my desperate attempt to try and watch something I'm vaguely interested in, even though there's loads of good shows that I've not seen, I've watched nearly all of the first series of Walking Dead in the last week. Me and the missus have been watching Peaky Blinders, but she fell asleep and I watched a couple of episodes ahead and she's not caught up yet, so now we're stuck. We're stuck. I'm waiting for her to catch up. And I don't want to keep watching the ones I've already seen, if that makes sense. But anyway. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I'm not going to rewatch the whole thing. But the first season's only 6 episodes, and it's really kind of cool to see. I'd forgotten like half of the characters and stuff. It's kind of cool. Like seeing the first version of Carol kind of thing. It's kind of interesting. Peaky Blinders is pretentious. I wouldn't describe Peaky Blinders as pretentious. I think Peaky Blinders is very, very good. Some really good performances in Peaky Blinders. Particularly Cillian Murphy, I have to say. I know Tom Hardy gets a lot of plaudits, but the more I've seen Peaky Blinders now, all of it, twice. Cillian Murphy is amazing in it. I know he's just won an Oscar, but I think it's easy to underestimate how good he is. Yeah, Cillian Murphy's the dude that played Oppenheimer, yeah. That's what he won the Oscar for. Well, your opinion's your opinion, TMC. It doesn't make you wrong. I don't share it, but that's okay. Oh, the Zeds in there. The thing I can't get my head around is that I can't remember his name, and I'm sure he's not a viewer, but The dude that played the youngest brother got really arsey about the fact that Peaky Blinders was more about Cillian Murphy and his character, and so he asked to leave the show, and then they killed him off. I find that staggering. Like that's like like burning your bridges in a crazy way. I just don't get it. Like, he's the main character in the show. Like, imagine, there's been a few interviews from the dude. He's quite young, maybe, and maybe he's okay in it. But John, his name is in the show, right? He's not it's not performing quite to the same level as the other two brothers in terms of acting, and Cillian Murphy is on another level. But nonetheless, he's got a great job in a really popular show, and he asks out because he wants to have a bigger part in it, like Cillian Murphy, who's been acting for fucking 20 years, and he's the lead. You know, like it just what goes through people's minds, you know? Yeah, I've seen the stuff about Frostline, Stander, man. I knew it had been tweeted. I just knew it wasn't from DayZ is all. But I've seen that they've done something with the term Frostline. Yeah. But that's crazy. But what I felt sorry for, like, there's an actor in it who the lady who plays Esme, right? She got booted. You know, like him saying I want out got her written out as well. You know, like, how harsh is that? You know, like. That seems kind of like I'm going to get myself kicked off with this show, and then also my wife in the show is going to have to get kicked off too. Esme, spoiler for Peaky Blinders, Esme didn't die. She went back on the road with the kids. Pain in my ear. Yeah, Esme was his wife. Yeah, Helen McCrory was the name of the actress who died very, very young, about the age of 51. She was playing Polly, who was the aunt. I think it's Helen McCrory. You ever go into the toxic zones? I don't so much anymore, no, but I've done it several times. It can be fun to do. There's less reason to now, I feel, because the convoys are so good for loot. Shit. It did feel like it had been looted, didn't it? Well, I've never seen the last season, so no spoilers from me. But yeah, the Billy Boy. I've just watched the end of season 5, and I've not seen season 6, so no spoilers, please. And obviously, I know what happens to Aberama Gold. It's experimental aggro. It's experimental. It's only been out for a couple of days. It's going to be a while yet, I should think. Don't have any beans around Laxi, will steal them. I wasn't planning on packing any beans, to be honest. Do I like The Sopranos over Peaky? I think The Sopranos is a better show overall, yeah. Peaky Blinders is amazing, but The Sopranos was much more longer running. I think it's on a whole other level. Sopranos is in a group in a very select group, in my opinion, like with Breaking Bad, maybe Game of Thrones. there aren't many shows that are on that kind of level. Well, definitely Game of Thrones. Fuck's sake. Just die, you bastard. I've seen Shogun, yeah, I really liked Shogun. I really was a bit disappointed with the last episode, though. I don't really want to go into plot. I thought it could have been a lot more than it was, let's say. It was a really great show, though. I kind of hate
I'm
that.
excited for your pending trip to the real Chernarus.
It had kind of
Please
like...
remember to take lots of pics for us. Keep up
like
the good work, Paul.
Thank you very much, Axbeelburger, dude. Sorry, Axbeelburger says still running. Thank you, Gilo, as well. Cheers for the support. Jimbo, none. Peppy Peppy, TMC, Angry Chair. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Imagine if you spent 3 hours watching the Titanic and then they ended the film before the ship sank. You know, it felt a little bit like that. They'd been building up to an ending, and it was going to be really, really exciting. And maybe they could have done more. Check, it doesn't matter. Episode 9 wasn't enough either. That's the point. It was a bit too much of a damp squib. It was still good, but it was leading up to something that was going to be really cool, and then the really cool thing wasn't much. What's my favourite sniper weapon? My favourite gun in the game is the Blaze, but probably the best out-and-out sniper is probably the Tundra. That's how the book is written. That's great. That doesn't make it a bad book. I'm sure it's brilliant, but I just wanted the ending to be more than it was. I thought the ending could have been better. I think... I don't know, like... What's the name of the last battle in The Lord of the Rings? I always forget the names of the... There's Helm's Deep and whatever else, you know. Rorke's Drift. But imagine if you were watching something for ages leading up to this battle and then there wasn't one. Obviously I know Rorke's Drift wasn't in Helm's... I do know that, just so you know. But you get the point, right? Like... The Black Gate. The Return of the King was the show. The film, sorry. The return of the return of the return of the return of the return. It's going to end now. No, now. No, now. It's going to end now. No, it's not. It's going to end now. You think it's ending, but it's just Frodo waving. Now it's going to end. Oh, no, it's not. Are they going to show a little bit of an ending for this character? Okay, now it's going to end. No, it's not. I'd say Return of the King has the opposite. It had too many endings. Pelennor Fields battles during the Minas Tirith battle. Ooh. They are releasing Lord of the Rings trilogy in 4K. Well, Muller's probably wetting his pants, I'd have thought. I like the Lord of the Rings, but I'm not that enamoured with it. I think there are better trilogies out there personally, but I think they're amazing. I'm sure Tolkien has created better in his writing than I will create in anything ever. I'm sure, you know, but that's not the point. I'm not just not the biggest fan of Lord of the Rings. I enjoyed the films. I enjoyed them. They were great, but not enough to be desperately buying them in 4K or something. Yeah, Muller's a massive fan. He's been and seen them live, like at the cinema at 4K and stuff. No, he's been to see them with an orchestra doing the music, hasn't he? That's what he's been doing lately. The Meg 3 will make a great trilogy. What FPS do I get in DayZ? I'm pretty much locked to 120, dude, because of a few other technical things, but pretty much I get 120. What are some sequels that are better than the originals? Mine are T2 and Aliens, both of which are wrong, the Fox. I disagree on both. When I say they're wrong, in my opinion, I'll hasten to add, I understand people disagree. That subject comes up quite a lot. I don't see it that way. I really don't. I think Aliens especially. Aliens is really good, really cool action. It's a really cool story, but Alien is like suspenseful and scarier, and much crazy performance from John Hurt and Sigourney Weaver. And it's so much more of a longer lasting film that in 100 years time you'll really enjoy. Whereas Aliens is a lot more cheesy and a lot more about like one-liners and like hicks and coming out with their guns and being all cool, and I just think Aliens lasts better. And I think the same about Terminators 2, probably even more so. Terminator 2 with Ed Furlong, it's more about the music and the 90s and being cool. And it's a very cool film. The effects at the time were fucking amazing at the time. But now, it doesn't hold the same weight as Terminator 1, which is again much more suspenseful. Much more about the people in it and not so much about the time. I think more so, Terminator to Terminator 2 is much bigger. Alien to Aliens, I think there's a real debate there, and I can see why most people might prefer Aliens. For me, Terminator to Terminator 2 is no way. Exactly right. Alien was a horror movie and Aliens was an action movie. A very good one. I really liked it. I thought it was great, you know. But it's just not a timeless film. It won't be the... If you watched Aliens when you were 60, you're not going to think it's as cool and as amazing. Whereas if you watched Alien when you're 60, I think it would still stand up and you'd like it loads. I don't think Terminator and Terminator 2 are even the same genre, dude. I really don't. I think Terminator was a lot more suspenseful than Terminator 2. I guess you're kind of right, though. They're a lot more similar. I agree with that. But Terminator still felt a lot less about music and pop culture and effects, and it was a lot more about acting and a lot more timeless. Seen Aliens way more. Well, I can understand that. It's got a lot more action. It's got a lot more going on. A film that's suspenseful, a film that keeps you on the edge of your seat, doesn't have that same effect on you every time you rewatch it. They're not as rewatchable in a way, are they? You know, like if you watch a comedy, you could watch it again and still laugh. You could. A suspenseful film can be, but if it's an arduous watch because people are really struggling and you were expecting a jump scare any second, and a film that's quite arduous to watch because it's a real suspense horror is maybe nowhere near as rewatchable as a more of a popcorn flick action film. I think that kind of makes sense. But I understand why people differ. I don't see that myself. I don't. It's really hard to find a trilogy, a second film where it's better than the first. There are the odd one. Maybe Empire Strikes Back is... Well, I think definitely Empire Strikes Back is better than Star Wars. There aren't many, though. There really aren't very many. The first James Bond film is definitely not the best James Bond film. Whether the second is the best or not, I can't even remember which was the second. I know the first was
Have you
Dr.
ever
No.
eaten at Marcy Joe's?
I have not, Ditka. I didn't like Wrath of Khan. I know it's one of the best, but I've just seen it so many times. We had it on VHS, and Khan really annoys me. I just can't help it. Wrath of Khan's really good. I know it's really good, but I've seen it so many times it just got on my nerves. Mad Max 2 is way better than Mad Max. Honestly, I can never remember which ones. I know the third one was the one with Tina Turner in it, but I can never remember which ones are which ones for the Mad Max. They all kind of bleed into one. And Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with Tina Turner in it was probably not that great, but there's some one-liners in it that, like, 2 men enter, 1 man leave, and all of that. You know, like you remember stuff from that more than others in a way. Casino Royale was the first one, not of the proper films. Solid. Casino Royale had James Bond in it, but it wasn't. It didn't have the music, and it didn't have Sean Connery in it. Everyone likes to say Casino Royale was the first one, but it was more of a slapstick thing. It wasn't James Bond in a film as part of the Paramount series of films, was it? And you know that, surely. Maybe slapstick is not the best way of describing it, but it wasn't James Bond in terms of the franchise of films that came to be. Doctor No is the first film in the series. We've talked about Frostline. I don't think it's a map pushing up. We've talked about it loads actually today, but I don't think Frontline is a map, dude. I really don't. I think it's a DLC or similar. It kind of makes sense that Empire Strikes Back is better because... Am I seeing a fisherman? I like to shoot fishermen. Some might say I've had some kind of an impact on this guy surviving. And others would say it was cruel. But I've had a bad day in some places, and this guy's got loot, and I like to have loot in my box, in my inventory, not his. It's part of the game is also what I would say. It was a little cruel, but I kind of don't like cruelty to fish. I am at least in some way responsible for that guy being dead. You're right, so many possibilities deleted within one shot. If it was earlier in the stream, I probably wouldn't have fired, to be honest, but I'm 7.5 hours in, and I lack the will to live. Sorry, not the will to live. I lack the will to interact right now. I'd just rather shoot and take their loot, to be honest. And that's one of the things that's cool about DayZ. Doesn't mean I am right for doing it. It's what I wanted to do right now, you know. But it's one of the cool things about DayZ is that you can have cool adventures and do whatever you want. And some days you can just think, fuck it, I'm going to have their loot, and who cares? That's one of the really cool things about the game is that freedom of choice. I'm going to need to get some more space. I like that. I'd like that scope. Surprised this dude's fishing, to be honest. Like, they've actually got quite a lot of stuff. What? No, he was filling his water bottle up. He wasn't fishing. Not fishing, sorry. Yeah, it would make less sense that he was fishing. He was filling up a water bottle. Or she was. They were, whatever. I can't get the water bottle, unfortunately. That kind of sucks. I've got the big scope. It's kind of unlucky for them timing wise that I tracked them down. Yeah, I want that scope. I'm not done looting yet. I'm just trying to eat things to make more space at the moment. Came up to get the bottle. You don't actually get it, Frantic. I've tried a few times. If the bottle's stuck in his hand, I don't know if... Well, it is a bug, I guess, but it's something you can't stop. I can't get that bottle. Thought I had matches. Swap jackets. Yeah, we will get a bit more space out of his jacket, won't we? I need the shells, don't I? Guys, when you're telling me things that the player's got, I know there's more loot. You got to give me some time. I've got very limited space, and he's got a shitload of stuff that I'm trying to take. So bear with. Okay, I'm getting there. Rest assured. I remember I was getting water once. It was my best DayZ ever. And then it was over. Oh. Best day in DayZ ever. Oh. Guilt trip. Right, where did those do? They went there. I've got how many? I could take those. I'm going to cook the chicken in a sec. I've got his stuff for that. I'm going to leave the Makarov. Can't be arsed with that. I'm going to leave those. Right, what did I just drop? I was wanting... Yeah, that's what I dropped. Now, it's interesting that, right, the other day someone said to me, why do people fill up their water containers at wells when they could do it safely in a stream or a lake out of the way? And then there might be your answer, is that you're never truly safe in DayZ anyway. You just never know what fucker's going to come running up to you, you know, like evil doing bastard. Take your time, you've got 5 more hours. I'm not quite doing a 12-hour stream today, Insane. I may well be on, and I may well be on for most of the 12 hours. I may well be, but if Uncupa sends me a draft video, I'm going to have to stop a couple of hours earlier and sort that out. I was waiting for you to bring that up. Yeah, I only just thought of it, John. But yeah, I did ponder that one because I think it's definitely something I could do better. Is use water containers and use the. I tend to only use chlorine tablets if I'm really in a desperate state. Otherwise, I just rely on wells, you know. But there is something in that. I think it might be a little bit safer, Jimmy, but one thing is, if you feel safe, you're not very alert. If you don't feel safe, you're going to be a lot more alert as well, so it may even out a touch. You know, I'm sure doing what that player was just doing there is a lot safer, but they probably think there's just no chance anyone's going to see them, so they don't bother looking, you know? Right, I'm going to cook the chicken because then we can eat it, can't we? Cook it, eat it, job done. Someone's even left us some paper. They've got good scopes as well. Good scopes, good foods, all the things. You never own your loot in DayZ, you just rent it. Dude, that sounds like a Patek line. Like, it's from an advert that gets shown around the place. It's like not like I use it on the daily while I'm wearing my 17 Pateks, by the way. But the tagline for them is that you never truly own a Patek. You're just saving it for the next generation, which is a decent tagline for DayZ, isn't it? You never really own your loot. You're just saving it for the next player in the line. I think obviously with them the idea is that they're selling heirlooms and they're trying to let you know that it's whilst it's however much 30 to almost unlimited thousands that they cost or whatever, you're buying an heirloom. I think that's probably the marketing ploy, I suppose, isn't it?
TRMZG heart.
How many Pateks have I got? I don't talk about my own watches, dude. I don't. I don't really swim in the Holy Trinity pond, dude. Although the term Holy Trinity is a bit kind of made up, but anyway. Proper sub this time. Well, thank you, Thunder. I don't deny for a lot of bands on purpose. Worms. I am fucking stupid. I started watching The Wire. I've never seen all of it, Tally. I know it's meant to be amazing, but I didn't like the first episode or three. And I didn't get into it. And I do intend to get back to it, because I know it's meant to be one of the best shows ever. And I think a lot of people that even really love it understand that the first few episodes are not maybe as good as it gets. But I watched the first three, I think, and I didn't quite get into it. And that's as far as I got. That's typical Korvax, isn't it? First three episodes are slow and just for character intros. From episode 4 it really gets going. So I never gave it... I did know that because I was watching it because people were talking about it in here and how great it was. So I did know it was a really good show and I should give it longer. But yeah, I never got there. What fuel am I using? The dead player I just found at that lake had 5 sticks on them, so I'm using their sticks. So I got a load of chicken steaks from some random dead dude, and I also got their sticks as well. I think that's very true, Pizza Franken, yeah. Notarath, thank you for the 3 months. Rasper, thank you. Aniac, KLR, cheers for the support. Jack Burton, you got to keep running. Thank you. Cheers for the membering, dude. Remembering. Dick, Source Gaming, Gillet, Rad, Jordan, and Freund, thank you for the support as well. This is taking ages. I need a piss as well. Yeah, I found a random dead body, Captain Lloyd. I found a random dead body by a lake. I think maybe he drank the wrong kind of water or something. Manchester is red. The way things are going, unless the Premier League or the FA or whoever's doing the challenges actually face into City, I think there's more chance of Manchester City overtaking Manchester United for Premier League's 1 Or for top tier titles won before Man U win another one. Sorry, I couldn't resist it. I don't really believe that's the case, but the way City are going at the moment, it does feel a bit like it's like that, you know? So is London. Not for long, Grumpy. Sorry, Cumpy. Soon enough, all of the kids are going to be wearing Man City tops. Actually, I think there's a bit of a trend with kids now. They've gone another way, haven't they? I think kids support players. My sister's kid, he likes football. He has tops for a load of different clubs. Because he has tops because they're Messi's top and Ronaldo's top. They don't... He kind of follows Liverpool because his dad follows Liverpool. But mostly I think they're kind of more into players. And I think a lot of it is to do with the games as well, you know, like FIFA and whatnot. They get really into the players and have favourite players more so than favourite teams. Spook, very cool.
Hey yo, lesson here babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
You come at the king, you best not miss. Whoa. I don't even know what that's from. I'm guessing it's The Wire, is it? Raiden, I think that would be a very strange rule. What if they introduced a rule? This is the thing that came up. So, had a strange thought. What if a law comes out that it's illegal to kill people in games that are controlled by other real life people? So you're only allowed to shoot at zombies and AI. I think that would be a stretch. Can you imagine games like Call of Duty? that would be an interesting game, wouldn't it? They'd have to make it Paintball of Duty or something, wouldn't it? Wouldn't they? Paintball of Duty. That's a hell of a thought, though. And we are getting a bit nanny state in many ways, you know. Like, I don't really want to talk about politics, but there is a lot that goes on. Let's not do politics. Let's not do conspiracy theories. But I don't think we're ever likely to get that far and good. Come on. Oh, come on. I need a wee. I've been needing a wee for a while. When I was coming down that hill, before I saw that player, I was about to log. Not log, but like just go in a bush so I can go for a piss, right? That's what I was going to do. And then I saw them and I was like, now I've got all this stuff. I've got all this chicken. I need to carry it. So I've not been for a piss yet and I'm sitting here crossing my fucking legs. I can't go now because if I go for a piss by the fire, the chicken's going to burn, you know. I've got to cook the chicken. That's crazy. There were so many that it's taken 5 sticks to cook all of it. No, my luck, I'll just come up here. I don't really want to leave the server in case there's a queue. So I think I'll just come up here and hopefully not get killed. It's not like I've been stream sniped or anything all day, it's fine. Right guys, I'll be back in a sec. Got to go for a piss. I'm going to burst. Oh. I came back with dinner as well. That was good timing. Sam, thank you very much. Peg for your backpack. Cheers, Peg. Notoreth, thank you very much too. I've got cheeseburgers, but in pitters. Pretty good. Very good, in fact. How much longer do you think you're going to stream for? Unless I get a video sent my way from Uncupa, three hours-ish. I've not really seen a lot of the Leslie Nielsen films. I remember watching Naked Gun and the one with the airplane. And I did quite like them, but I haven't seen them as a really properly grown-up. So I don't really know which I like the best. I'm similar with a lot of Mel Brooks films. I think my favourite Mel Brooks film is Spaceballs, but a lot of them I've seen when I was really young, and I've never watched them as an adult.
Happy running, Z Paul. Enjoy your upcoming trip.
I think most people really like Blazing Saddles from Mel Brooks, but I was such a big Star Wars fan, I just thought Dark Helmet was hilarious. Rogue Irish, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Justin Swartz, use the Swartz, dude. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. My Schwartz is bigger than yours. I thought Spaceballs was ludicrous speed, not played speed, wasn't it? Or was played one of the other options?
Hey.
Num num num. Oh, okay. Num num num. Sorry guys, I'm struggling right now. Cool hand loot, dude, that's very generous. Cheers for the super chat. Sorry, not super chat, cheers for the bits. Rogue Irish, thank you. I'll do my best. I am looking forward to it. Hope it goes well. And Sheepdog, thank you for the 18 months. Mr. Game Person, thank you very much. Oh god, this is good. I'm struggling to... I shouldn't say this out loud because my missus might think I'm moaning, because I'm not moaning. But it's 8 o'clock in the evening and it feels a bit late for me to be... I'm a bit hungry. So this is very well timed. Sorry, Klaus, this is a really dull answer, but I'm gluten intolerant, so I can't have regular bread very much, and gluten-free pitters just happen to be slightly less disappointing than gluten-free burger buns. So it's like an alternative without having gluten in. I think Commando's an okay film, Aldo Rain.
Half a year already. Bloody hell.
I don't think it's one of Schwarzenegger's all-time best, but Commando's a good, proper 80s action flick with 80s one-liners, and you can't go wrong, you know? I think it probably sits in a similar category to me as The Running Man, you know? Like proper 80s action film, loads of cheesy one-liners, what's not to like? Commando, yes, same as the Rambos. I don't know, Lee. The very first Rambo was a really good film. It wasn't just a cheesy 80s action film. The very first Rambo is really well done, and Stallone probably doesn't quite get the credit he should for like Rocky 1 and Rambo 1 in particular. I know they went on to make loads of them, but Rocky 1 is a really good... It was nominated for an Oscar, and deservedly so. Rambo 1 is a really good film. I think Rambo in general are pretty good, but obviously they got more and more around action. You know, I think by Rambo 4, it had kind of lost it a touch. I don't think Rocky won Best Picture, but I think it was nominated. I can't remember. I will. I'm saying I can't remember. I wasn't around at the time, but. Have you seen the Schwarzenegger film where he gets framed for something and he ends up in a game show to the death? I've never seen it, Bebop. No, right? I've never seen it. I'm definitely not got a YouTube channel that's named after it. No. My missus is quite pleased with herself. She been out today and she's gone to a couple of... She's quite a frugal shopper, but she's been to a couple of charity shops. Somebody in the chat helped me with a correlation or a translation to what that means in America land, because charity shop isn't the right term in America. It's something else. Goodwill. Yeah, Goodwill shop, yeah. And she occasionally gets like a bargain. Like she's been and found like crazy designer shoes that are worth hundreds of pounds and bought them for £6 and stuff, right? And she bought some earrings today that were gold for £1, like actual gold. So I don't think there's a great deal of gold, but they were real gold earrings for £1. Thrift store, yeah. Thrift store, Goodwill store, yeah. Merry boy, I don't think anyone's going to fake this small amount of gold. It's not going to be bronze. They're hallmark. They're going to be real. Toe Jam, Smashy and Nicey would never have sounded the same, would they? Mary, they don't hallmark costume jewellery, right? I think my missus's eyes are good enough rather than anything else, right? If it's got a proper hallmark and you know what you're looking for, I'm not an expert, but my missus is, trust me. If she says it's got a hallmark on it, it's gold. Hi, Unkeeper Dude. Hope you're good. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'd be inclined to leave it in. Because the same player had shot at me 3 times. I don't know how... I'd be inclined to leave it in, and I might change my mind when I've seen it. Honestly, dude, I thought you'd be in bed. Oh, are you meaning leaving the whole fight in or not? Honestly, it's not that much. If you're meaning, I thought you were meaning accusations or the fight. You could probably cut the fight entirely if you want. I don't think it's important to the story. They were new, Bebop. They were new earrings. So they were still on the card for, or whatever they were bought from. You bought them full price. What, £1 for gold earrings? Yeah, all right. Unkeeper, fair enough, dude. Yeah, all right. Well, leave it in and I'll have a look. I'm surprised no one is saying to Unkeeper not to send the vid today so he can have a full 12-hour. On the flip side, there'll be no YouTube video on Saturday. I see what you're saying, Drunken Monkey. No, she definitely didn't. Oh, I see what they're saying. Yeah, they. My missus is. She's always doing it. She makes a little bit of spending money out of it. She's not doing it all the time, but she quite often finds things that are for sale for £3 and then sells them for not crazy money, but she's made. She'll buy something for £5 and sell it for £60 really often. My DMs are open and my eyes are shut. Any vlogs from the DayZ IRL adventure? I probably won't do any vlogs. No, there may be some from other people. I'm sure people like Marks, people like Boydie and the DayZ podcast. I'm sure they'll be making videos like vlogs. I'm not going to do any. I make videos of me playing DayZ, right? I'm not set up to do live stuff. The only thing there might be, I might do an interview with one of the devs, but until I get there, I just don't know. She doesn't put the money in a savings envelope flying, no. She's done pretty well with like shoes and things. But my missus is pretty good. She's pretty good with a lot of things in terms of products. She could probably do that for a job. You know, like she'll see a plate and she'll be able to say, oh, that's Chinese and it's about 200 years old. It's from the 1800s or whatever. I see a plate and I think it's shit. I have no idea, you know. But she's read quite a lot of books on antiques and vintage stuff and like branding and clothes and things. She is pretty on the money. I want to do bargain hunt with her so that we can try and get a golden gabble.
Hope you love seeing the real Chernarus. I wonder who will know their way around better, you or the devs.
Moth, I think the devs somehow. They live there. And I do think it's slightly different than... Merry boy, yeah, I'm well aware. I'm well aware. They've always taxed eBay, by the way. The tax is not new. The only thing that's new is that eBay are declaring it to HMRC, so people might get caught for things they were evading. Like, the tax rules haven't changed, but eBay are reporting the tax. If you sell more than so much per year or whatever, then they have to report it to HMRC. But she's not, like, doing it for a full-time job. She just has a little look here and there and picks up a little bit of money. Rest assured, though, it'll be declared on our tax return. I think the limit in terms of profit is 1,000, yeah. But she worries about that, not me. It's not that's her kind of stuff. Facebook Marketplace has overtaken eBay. I think it depends what you're selling. Facebook Marketplace is great if you're selling something fairly big that you want someone to collect or whatever. I don't know, let's say you get a new kitchen and then you've got a dishwasher that's 6 months old and you want to sell that. Facebook Marketplace is great for things like that, but I don't know, if you're trying to sell something that's a little bit more rare, or let's say you're into watches. I wouldn't sell watches on eBay, but let's say just an example I know about, you know, you'd have a much easier time selling an Amiga watch or an Omega watch, whatever, on eBay than you would on Facebook Marketplace, for example. You know, eBay still has its place, but there's loads of others like Vinted and whatnot. Josephius, well, I always say Amiga, but I think a lot of other places would say Omega. Because Amiga sounds like, when I say Amiga, it sounds like I'm saying AMIGA, like the old computers. It's the same people that get annoyed about me saying inventory. 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 Do you think I might find... I don't think Starry is tier 3, but you never know. Maybe we might find an SV98 there. Let's go and find out. Ombre. Funky, I think that's probably the case, but I think we have far too much faith in people like David Ormstein and old matey that's on Twitter. What's his name? That everyone believes all these people. Everyone thinks they're like fucking Nostradamus. They're not always right. Not always, you know. So things could change. If Salah's staying, Salah's staying. Great, you know. I actually think we should sell him, but nonetheless, if he's staying, then that could be really good. It might be good for the next manager and give us a chance to win the league. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Depends how it goes, right? But things can change, you know. Like Salah might say he's staying now, and then a crazy offer might come in that he wants to take. You just don't know. He might not like the new manager. You just never know. What's the server? Why is ASMR in the tags, and what map are you playing? I got so fed up of the ASMR question, Uncuper, I've taken it out of the tags now. But yeah, I'm sorry, I have no sympathy for you. I know you're getting all those questions, and maybe I do have sympathy, because you're not just having to read the questions and answer, you're having to listen to me answer the fucking questions over and over. That must be pretty bad too. F an agent. I'm sure I will be able to. I'm sure I will be able to tell you some stuff. But if they're telling us anything about the new things, I can guarantee I won't be able to talk about that. I'm sure I'll be able to talk about the people I meet and what we get up to and whatnot. I'm sure about that. But if they divulge any stuff about whatever new is coming, then I'm pretty sure I won't be able to talk about that. I can't believe I've done the Starry loot route. I just can't believe it. I hate these ladders. I haven't done the other side tents yet either. There could be a convoy up the hill. We ought to go and have a quick check. Or maybe I should check. SV98 bullets. They're not Mosin bullets anymore, they're SV98 bullets. There a convoy? There's no convoy, I'm pretty sure. Just double checking there's no loot on the ground. I don't think there is. Maybe I should... do I need to go... No, I'm going to go this way. Fucking zombie. Bastard. Been gone an hour, what's new? I'm just gearing up, dude. So I spawned in back on experimental, and I've just started gearing up. But I've kind of done a bit of a like old school loot route, which has not availed me a great deal of loot. So we've done Steroy. I think we went to Steroy. Yeah, we did Steroy. Electro, then Summer Camp on the way out, and then Steroy Novi Starry, which I never normally do. Very rare. I've only killed one player, some poor harmless dude that was in the middle of nowhere filling his water, or filling their water bottle up. So I murdered someone in cold blood that didn't deserve it. They had killed quite a few chickens, so maybe they did deserve it. Who runs Bartertown? Master Blaster. It isn't Master Blaster, is it? It is, isn't it? It's him. I run Bartertown, not you. Josephius, in the game it's 762 by 54. Sandy, well I hope you're right. We were talking a lot about this DayZ Frostline that apparently Bohemia have been registering as a brand so that it can't be copied. And my stab in the dark guess is that where they've done Armour 3 and then they've released Armour Reforger with new tech and new things, I feel like DayZ Frostline could be the DayZ equivalent to Armour Reforger, so it's like DayZ 1.5. It could be some winter maps. It could be DLC to go with it, with improved graphics and improved things from Armour 4. It probably isn't that. It's probably just a new map or two, winter orientated. But I'm really hoping that it might be like a bridging version, like Armour. The Armour guys are getting Reforger. Why can't we have DayZ Frostline? It's DayZ 1.5. Doesn't Pig Poop run Bartertown? No, Master Blaster. Merry Boy, it was 0, dear Isle, but they've changed the way it works a little bit now. The adventure on Deer Isle I had, where I was trying to get the Snow Owl sniper rifle. The Snow Owl is now much harder to get. The map itself has had an update, so it's changed a bit. Scaru, I'm not overselling it. That's just my hope as to what this DayZ Frostline is. It's probably just a new map or two, but I really feel like it might just be a new map. But they're inviting streamers and YouTubers to the Czech Republic. They're spending money on flying people over from Australia and stuff, you know. They didn't do that for Livonia. I just feel like it's got to be a bit more than a new map.
Just back from
Otherwise, I
Malta,
don't think
happy
I'll be going
running
to
day.
Prague on Wednesday, you know. Why does Frostline have to relate to temperature? Well, they've already done a little video that had a snowflake in it, age new. And surely DayZ Frostline implies something to do with cold, you know. I don't know what it is about the word frost that makes me think of cold. But it implies cold to me, you know. And Frostline to me implies more than one thing. Like a line, you know, like a group or a little selection. Exactly, Alf, you know, like DayZ was called, sorry, Livonia was called Enoch in the background, but the map itself was called Livonia, right? I think Frostline to me implies more than one thing. It's a couple of maps or a couple of winter maps. Maybe it's Chernarus and Livonia done in winter and something else as well. Maybe. Who the fuck knows? We'll hopefully find out real soon, but I'm quite excited to find out. But I'm sure, I didn't know the Bliss bit on Cooper, but obviously we all know about Enoch because it's still that on the launchers, right? But they won't have trademarked or whatever the term Enoch. That was like a working title, and Livonia was the name. Frost means frozen. Yeah, I was being really sarcastic. 420. The tape that they shared, the tape that they shared with the people that are going next week, that has been released, it's all out in the public. Mark's has got it on his YouTube channel. Implied cold as well. It implied a long distance travel in winter. ZZZ, we shall see. People didn't actually buy the $250 starter pack. I don't think it was a real thing, was it? I thought that was a joke. Can you believe she used to do such disgusting things in the shower? Yes. So it was actually a thing, $250 for an apple, a chem lighter. Fucking hell. People are probably wealthy enough to just take that joke and run with it, but fuck me. I can see the fascination, like I can see why somebody might buy it, and then they can share the joke with like their Twitter audience, let's say. Cooper, you may well be right. Adam's going to be in the BI offices in a clown suit with a big sign that says "Gotcha." As long as I don't get there on Cooper and they're handing me a gold clock and saying, "Thank you, we've decided it's time you should retire." Do you stand or sit for wiping? That is an important question. It depends on the continent, Redline. In America, I think I probably have to stand because a lot of your toilets are fucking stupid, especially in hotels. I don't like them. Not all American toilets are like that, but I don't like the ones where the water is like practically touching you. Like when you sit on the loo, your gonads are practically fucking apple bobbing. I do not like that. Still people shooting at the airfield. And at home, I'm a sitter, for sure. But if I'm in America land, I don't think so. Is DayZ still a thing? No. It's actually been more popular for the last year than it's ever been before. You're bigger than you've been pretending. I don't understand what that means, Brown. Where you all get the Apple Smart toilets. Driz, it's probably not the case. The last time I brought this subject up, a load of Americans were like, that's not how our toilets are. But I've only been to America twice, and it's the only place I've ever seen toilets where your bollocks are practically touching the water, right? I think the idea is that, I don't know, let's just change analogies rather than talk about feces, right? If you were going to launch a boat into water, it's a lot safer to launch the boat close to the water so it just slides in, right? It's not so safe to launch a boat from a cliff and let it fall to the ocean below, right? And I think that's the idea with some American toilets. I don't like that myself. I don't like being so close to the water because what's floating in there, I don't want to get anywhere near to me. Tempest, yeah, Amish said used to be a mod, but then he grew too powerful and I had to cast him aside. He became too powerful. That's why in the recent podcast, every time he mentioned my name, it was through gritted teeth. I've never heard anything like it. I really love Joito and Happy Bombs and pretty much everyone else on Twitch. And RunningManZ okay. It wasn't like that at all, by the way. I honestly, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I have seen most of it. Oops, I have seen most of it. I thought it was pretty good. He did call me RunningManZ as well. He did, yeah. To be fair, I have a Twitter message from Paul in 2019 saying to stop trolling if I'm going to be a mod because I wasn't leading by example. Shit. I really didn't think they were aggroed on me, to be honest. I think that would have been very accurate as well. I'm pooper. Right, I don't really want to be looting houses, but I've got a terrible sniper rifle, right? Well, I haven't got a sniper rifle. Oh, I thought for a second there was a convoy.
Dark_wing_ducks donated $5.
DWD.
Wish you a nice trip. Hope you all have a lot of fun as well.
Thank you. Cheers for the super chat. I'm really looking forward to it, aside from the flight. My role changed, my attitude hasn't. Thanks, Ish. Yeah, it's going to be good, I hope. Does anyone know what happened to Frankie on PC? I think this... I don't know Frankie on PC at all, other than being a fan of his videos, but he kind of tried doing videos like he used to do back in the day, but the cost of making those videos, like he was paying for... There is loot here from a crash site. He was paying for editing and paying for effects and paying for music and paying for all sorts. And so the videos, when he made the comeback, the video views were not high enough to sustain the outlay to get the videos made, right? He appears to be a perfectionist with the videos, so he'll spend weeks and weeks and weeks on a video and employ people and companies to make graphics and artwork and all different things, right? So they were more like productions that he was running rather than just him making a video on his own, you know? So he came out and said, look, I can't really make videos like I used to. With the views I'm getting, I can't afford to sustain that. And so then he said he was going to make videos that were him just playing. And he'd got his own server on... it's an Aftermath server called Frankie's Hideout. I think that server's still there, I think. But he only made one of those videos, which was much more raw and just him playing the game. And there hasn't been any since. And that's, when I was saying about rifles, that's exactly what I was looking for. It's the rifle you're likely to find in Grashino. A Mosin is highly likely a really, really good gun to have. Very common around these parts. Stasi, how you doing? I'm about to be off for a week, but I usually stream Sunday through to Thursday. So I gave a long answer there, but I think that was a good while ago that he released that video. So what's happening now, I don't know. I've no idea at all. Yeah, FLDR, I did go back and get it, but yeah. I think Frankie peaked when Armour T DayZ blew up. Well, Frankie's an amazing YouTuber. I'm only playing the game because of his videos. And I think his videos were on another level to most. I think in standalone, Mr. Moon was my favourite. But across the whole of DayZ, including Armour 2, his videos are what got me into the game. But I personally feel like they got... I got put off a touch from the later ones. Not because they weren't good videos, but because they felt a lot more set-piecey. They suffered from Top Gear-itis to me, which was... They were a lot more about a storyboarded idea than just somebody playing a game. And a lot of people love it, and that's fine, but for me personally, I didn't love it as much. They still got crazy views, and I'd like to have 10% of the dude's ability at editing. And playing games, to be fair, as well. So I'm not trying to bash him. His way of making videos was way, way harder. And the amount of effort involved was way harder. Much more higher effort. Like making videos with a storyline where you've got people in to play a part as such. And then you're going to rerun things over and over and over again until you get the footage right to make the video. Which is how Frankie's videos, I believe, were in the end. That is so hard and so time consuming. No fucking way could I do that, right? But... So I'm not moaning about it. I think doing it that way is incredibly hard. But what it leads to is a feeling that you're watching a video where in the narration you've been told that you're trying to get Santa. And then that's... Or maybe there's a video and the idea is that you're trying to escape in a helicopter. It's mentioned in the narration. You know what's going to happen. You know because you know it's kind of storyboarded. You know what's going to happen. And everything is designed to lead you there. They were amazing, but I just personally I much preferred them when they felt like they were about like two people, usually him and Jack Frags, for example, just two people playing a game and then stuff happened. Not about a flying base or shooting down Santa or whatever else. You know, they just got a bit more like how can we blow up a caravan? As in Top Gear-itis. I think that way as well is something that's why there was I don't think Frankie was necessarily the biggest fan of DayZ Standalone, but to make the kind of videos he does, he always needs something new. He needs a new mod or a new flying this or a new that or a new helicopter or a new mega gun, or because the videos needed a set piece that was different to the previous set piece, because he was effectively writing stories with a storyboard, right? So he always needed different tools from the DayZ sandbox to tell the story, otherwise he was just making the same story, you know. Whereas if you're just a Let's Player like me, which is a lot more easy to do, I'm not making a story, I just play the game, and whatever happens, everybody watching knows whatever happens is random, and so I don't know the story. Nobody does. Jack Frags has done crazily well, hasn't he? Done loads and loads of videos on all sorts. Has a massive YouTube channel now, doesn't he? Yeah, Jack Frags does loads of SPS stuff, Battlefield and all sorts of other things, I think. But I am subbed to Jack Frags and I watch the odd video, but obviously I'm not massively into Battlefield and the like, so I don't see so many. But he does some videos here and there. One of the most recent ones I saw from him is about AI in monitors and the impact that could have on gaming, which was an eye-opening video. I've really not got a container for water, I mean. Promise to kiss me when we're drunk. Don't say things like that, Tope. There's a level of drunk I can get where I have very little self-control. I'm looking forward to going, dude. If there is any drinking going on, I need to not do it on the day where we're going out in the woods the next day, because I won't be very capable. My legs will be like happy bombs. Touch tips. I'm intending to buy a. I hope Happy Bomb's legs are on the mend. By the way, I hope he's not struggling. It's not a joke, that really. Yeah, I'm intending to buy a bottle of whiskey from duty free when I fly out, so that I've got. What I want to know is what we're doing. You know, like it says in that thing to bring warm clothes for sleeping, and warm clothes for the evening because we're going to be outdoors for a night. What are we sleeping in? If during the day we're putting pieces of tarp over fucking rope between trees, and then I'm sleeping on the ground, I'm fucking mutinying. We're going to get some fucking seriously weird shit going on. If I'm sleeping under tarp on the fucking floor, wouldn't it be cool if we were if we were sleeping in actual summer camp sheds? Adam, that you've just said it. Probably a summer camp. How cool would it be if we were actually sleeping in a summer camp like they have in the game? I'm quite happy with that. I don't think there's any deadly spiders or snakes in the Czech Republic, so that's fine. TRMZ don't want real. Nick, I'm a fragile soul who likes arsehole, probably.
When are we doing a full cannibal run?
I like to be relatively near a toilet, dude. I think the years of being gluten intolerant without realising has made me quite keen to always be relatively near a toilet. It might also be an age thing, but I'm not about the anti-toilet life, you know. I like to be near a flushable loo. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, Lord of the Flies was what I was thinking of, Spud. I'm going to have to start fucking, like, taking over. We'll have a mutiny. By the start of the second day, I'll be naked from the waist down with a bandana around my head, a flag, like screaming, "What do we want? Justice for streamers. When do we want it? Now!" Exactly, Uncuper, yeah. Me and Tope gonna share a sleeping bag. I think that's unlikely. Not because Tope's a hunk of burning love, no doubt. That's not what I mean, but no one's fitting in a fucking sleeping bag with me, rest assured. It'll just be me in a sleeping bag if there is one. Do I take that? Maybe I should wait and see if there's another one. Yeah, I intend to turn up with a bottle of whiskey anyway and a hip flask. Then I can sit, like, if we're sitting in an office and they're doing like a presentation or something, I can sit at the back of the class being an unruly schoolboy drinking whiskey. That'll be good. I reckon that'll be good. They'll love that, they will. They'll be like, remember that time we paid for a load of people to come over and then they acted like complete dicks? They'll love that, they will. There is one venomous snake species in Czechia, in I can't say it like that, Czech, but its poison is not dangerous for healthy adults. Trash panda. There's one in the UK called an adder, which is like black and white chevrons, which is maybe kind of like our equivalent to that, perhaps, but not too worried. It would have been fun on Cooper, yeah. It'll be fun with the people going. I'd need more than a hip flask. Well, it's MSC, I'll take the bottle as well. The hip flask will just be the portable device for carrying it. If I sit at the back of the class drinking straight from the bottle, I think that will get noticed a lot more, you know. You can surreptitiously drink from a hip flask, right? The SSG might have done, yeah. I maybe should have took it, but... I'm a bit bored of looting now, to be honest. I think I'm done. I am looking forward to it, though. Like, someone just said, what's it for? I guess we're all hoping to find out about the new stuff, you know? I think there might be some talk about the new stuff. That the devs are going to be announcing soon, I hope. So I think that'll have a part to play, but I think it's partly to do with the 10-year anniversary of DayZ and celebrating DayZ being around for 10 years. So DayZ was 10 years old in December. This was planned since before then. And I think maybe it got delayed a little bit, but maybe it was delayed because they were trying to get closer to whatever they're going to announce. I just have no clue. I do feel like they're going to do this and then they're going to maybe do a little bit of publicising about it, and then very soon after I really hope we get some kind of public announcement about whatever this is going to be, whatever the new thing is. And you're the eldest player. I don't actually know how old Happy Bombs is, but I don't think we're too far apart. He's a lot better looking than me, but I don't think me and Happy Bombs are much different in age. Big guy, we've talked about it loads. I think it's a bit more than a map. I feel like it's a map with DLC, like improving tech, or 2 maps, or a theme for a couple of maps, or it's DayZ 1.5 or something like that. Tempest, Happy Bombs is smouldering, he is. He's smouldering. He's the George Clooney of Twitch. So fucking cool. I didn't say it was intended to be in December, but we do know it's been delayed at least 5 months, because they said in the start of January last year, 2023, they said in January that there was going to be a big announcement in 2023. There was no big announcement. They teased something in December 23. So whatever they were planning on releasing it last year, or at least announcing it last year. So although because of us going to this thing, there isn't a delay, but we know it is delayed by about 5 or 6 months at least. So it has to be something pretty big, like you say. Can you ask why the devs put grenade slots on a non-combatant press vest? No. Because I want the grenade slots to remain, that's why. They're camera lens slots. Well, there you go. I like that answer. Yeah, see, there is a DayZ movie that a company bought the rights to DayZ the movie so that they could try to make it. And it was in the process of trying to secure funding, last I heard. I just don't think DayZ the movie works, and Fallout has got some really unique things to it that really sings of Fallout, which really appeals to the gamers, and it's a really sweeping story. Fallout has the actual game has a story, right? DayZ has some lore, but the story is on you. You know, DayZ is more like a blank canvas, and the story is on you, the player. That's the whole point of the game, is a story-writing game. So I just don't see how a DayZ movie is really going to work. It's like, what makes it DayZ like, unless they have like little in-jokes like Dean's Beans, and I don't know, when someone's every now and then someone just like starts talking to another person in the film, was going, I can't get this pistol out my hands. I've had this pistol in my hands, and then I tried to put it away and get some beans into my hands, but the pistol's still there, and somebody else is going, why are you punching that zombie with a can of beans? And they'll go, no, I'm not, I'm swiping it with a knife. And they'll go, no, it's beans. Oh shit, that'll explain why it's not working. But DayZ, I'm not trying to talk DayZ down here. One of the things that's amazing about DayZ is that obviously it needs the world, and it needs the tools, it needs the loot, and it needs the AI and the players, but it's actually a really quite a simple game, and it really relies on other things. It has no story. Your adventure is the story, right? Fuck. I think they were camping this hard for a good while. It sounded like it might be the new gun. This is the group that has left this here. Probably might be some of my loot upstairs, you never know. I didn't die here. That has to be the new gun. That is definitely the new gun. I sent you footage for another video, Uncuper, but today I got another 4 kills, and the last kill was on with the SV98 as well, which was decent. It might be bonus footage for video, maybe. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, Fallout's great. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I just... What makes a DayZ film really DayZ? You know, it's got zombies in it, like a George A. Romero film, it's got survivors in it, like The Walking Dead or whatever. They're using axes and pistols and guns, and then there's survivors, and some are friendly and some are not. But aside from adding a little bit of DayZ language, such as dude or whatever, and a few props like a fire axe and a Tulum bag or whatever, you're basically just making The Walking Dead or any other zombie film. It wouldn't... I don't see how a DayZ film is anything different than any other zombie thing. Of course you can make a really good film, Moonlander. A really good zombie film is a really good zombie film, right? But the DayZ element wouldn't really make it good or bad, is the point. Bad take, Boomer. Sangrail, I think it's a pretty decent take. If your only reply to someone is bad take, Boomer, then I think you need to have a look in the mirror and consider it might be you that's the problem. They chopped me up. That's loot from the player above, I think. Should see the chat history. Well, it doesn't take a genius to work out someone like I'm often a fairly reasoned opinion that people can agree with or disagree with, but if your only input is bad take, Boomer, it's pretty obviously troll level, I would say. Yeah, the plate's badly damaged. I could fix it actually. I could use it. So I might as well. This is my plate. This is where I died. Everyone get upset that the movie strayed away from the elements of DayZ. I just think there is a lore to DayZ. The actual lore is cool, but it's nothing new, is it? You know, there are lots of DayZ stories, and there's lots of similar stuff. You know, it wouldn't. What makes the Fallout film Fallout related also makes the show interesting. You know, whereas I don't see how that is the same with DayZ in any way. Savannah. Chambered Savannah, no less. Hmm. The shots were kind of this way. They weren't that far away. It's going to be really hard to see now. The SKS takes the same scope I've got in this gun here. Silas Roadbox, we've talked about it loads today. Yeah, I think absolutely that. DLC,
Have a
maybe,
good time in
maybe
Europe,
something
Paul.
similar.
Don't go and do anything we wouldn't do.
I'm afraid not, Redline, no. They were going to invite all mods to come along, but when they realised that included you, they scrapped the idea. am I going to do now? The night time feels so long. English Gem, well that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, you could make it a little bit more propified towards DayZ by having like a true fire axe in it and a true tortilla bag and whatnot.
What are your thoughts on the new DayZ trademark, Frostline? Do you think this could be a hint at a new DLC with a snow map?
Cheers for the super chat, by the way. I absolutely think it could be that. I think it's DLC. I think it's more than just a map. I think it's maybe 2 maps or frost-orientated versions of current maps or what. It's hard to know, but I think it. Frostline doesn't sound like a map on its own, does it? For sure. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Crunchbox, thank you as well. Wilson, thank you. Almost a bloody year. I'm on the subject of years, bloody years. Bloody sub, cheers for the support as well, dude. Gunnar, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Tasty Placenta. Thank you for making me say Tasty Placenta. Whackgatter, to be honest, the only reason I pick on Redline is because he's in the chat talking. The only time you turn up is to give me a ribbon. You turn up, drop a few fucking troll bombs, and then fuck off for a day. That's why I have to just take it out on him. He's my Whackgatter punch bag. Are my kids going to carry on my streaming efforts if I get lost in the Bohemian wilderness? I think Maggie, my 12-year-old, could be a streamer for sure. She's very witty. Sophie's a lot more analytical, and she can be funny, but my 12-year-old has got a crackingly quick sense of humour. She's good at a comeback. She's 12. She's good at thinking on her feet and coming back with something to say, you know. She does it in a good way, though, to be fair. Like the 12-year-old, if she comes back with a clapback, she's able to do it with a twinkler in her eye, which allows her to get away with it, you know. She's not coming across narky with it or something, you know. If you can make The Road into a movie, you can make DayZ into one.
Today?
Penguin, The Road had a story. That's The Road had a story. It was a book. It had a story, and DayZ doesn't have a story. The whole tagline from the devs is "It's your story," right? That's the thing that we're missing here. The Road is a written novel by Cormac McCarthy, right? It may be a depressing, bleak film, but DayZ doesn't have a story. The whole tagline for the game is, and it's in the adverts, it's in the trailers by the devs, "It's your story." So to make a film of that is really hard. There is a bit of lore about how people got infected and whatnot, but that would be not much dissimilar to maybe I Am Legend or World War Z or... Growolf, like, you understand, obviously you can make a story, you can make a zombie story really easy, but what makes it DayZ? It's the same as The Walking Dead or the other films I just mentioned. There's not much mileage in making a DayZ film because the story would not be relating to the product. It's using DayZ because of its name to try and gain popularity, I guess, you know, but DayZ's a niche game, you know, like making a film on Fortnite might be a guaranteed winner, you know. They do films on really popular games, and normally films made from games, normally they suck, don't they, you know? Like, but they do the really popular ones that are played by gazillions of people, you know. Being realistic, DayZ's a relatively niche game, which I happen to love, but whatever story you come up with, it would just be like any other zombie film. Scarrow, I've never seen it, no. The gamma is on, Winnie. It's just very, very dark. I need to not be here, really, because the people that killed me will have MVGs, you know. Whoever was just firing that SV98 that was this way, they're going to have MVGs. Like, how the fuck can I compete with that? You can eat a rotten mushroom, Parko, only one. If you eat a piece of rotten fruit or a mushroom, whatever, just do it sparingly. You don't get as many calories from it, but you can eat it. And just take the Fallout film. I know I'm labouring the point, but the Fallout series, they've got a whole nucleus of a film of a story to build from. And then a load of cool props and a load of music and things like the Pip-Boy and the fact that it's both futuristic but set in the past at the same time, with music and things that look like they're from the 60s but industrialised into being more modern kind of thing, you know, like it's got a really cool flavour and lots of story and lots of characters and things, you know. DayZ has got zombies and then people. And there's some props, but they're just tools. That DayZ is a blank canvas, and you make the story every time you play. I have to be honest, I really did like the Fallout show. I was very surprised. I thought it was going to be shite. Ho ho ho! Well, that's going to give me some challenges. I haven't got a mag. I don't care. It's the new gun. I'm going to use it chambered, and that's that.
They could hire Frankie to make the movie.
I think Frankie might be quite expensive. I get the feeling that that might cost quite a lot of money. And rightly so, you know, he's a fully trained solicitor, right? I should think Frankie's hourly rate is pretty high. Wonder if you could move the prison building in Bash and put in a Livonia bunker in DayZ Editor. You could probably do similar things to that. You can't just put it in here. They don't normally go underground like that. Usually the underground areas are in areas of the map that are built up. So you couldn't just go under here. I just from experience as a gamer, I'm not a modder, but they normally have to build everything upwards using rocks and things. If you think about most areas, they're not quite true, but they normally build up. They don't normally go under the map. Think about Mount Katahdin, you know. The biggest underground area on the map is on a mountain, and I think the reason for that is because when you get to sea level, there's sea even under the map. So they tend to... Well, we are quite high above sea level here, so maybe it would work, actually. Like, right down there, there is sea underneath the map right now at the level the sea is on the coast.
I wonder if you could remove the prison building at Bash and put in a Livonia bunker in DayZ editor thinking face.
Cheers for the support, Smile, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I just read that comment about like the opening episode of The Walking Dead is all from Rick's point of view. Like a bit like quite a few films can be done in that kind of style, you know, like you could do that. You could have a DayZ would almost lend itself to a series where you had like an episode per survivor, and maybe they could gradually meet, you know, like a typical series. You could have an episode per survivor or little group of survivors, and then you could have another one. But again, it's just like The Walking Dead, isn't it? It still wouldn't be anything new, but you could do it more of a single point of view. You could do it through one person's eyes, but I feel like it would still suit a series more than a show. But even then, I just don't see it. My gut feeling is the DayZ movie will never happen. I hope I'm wrong, by the way. Yeah, if they're going to make a DayZ movie that's true to life, then yeah, the main character, you're really getting into it after about 90 minutes. They've done nothing but survive. They've scrabbled around and they're finally fishing at a lake. They've got the stuff they need, a cooking pot and a stove and everything. They're finally content with themselves that they can catch a fish and eat it, and then someone else comes along and just shoots them in the back of the head. And just after they've caught a fish, that would be the end of the film, right? They've just caught a fish, and then somebody comes up behind them, shoots them in the back of the skull, and then walks up to them and goes, "Now I've got a fish." That would be the DayZ ending. I'm a bit worried about those SV98 shots. The player that done shot them must be still relatively close by. Doesn't seem as dark on this particular night. It's not as dark, it's a clearer night. There's no clouds in the sky. And obviously this is dark as hell. If I'm running in a forest I ain't going to see shit all, but in the open like this you can see bits. DayZ's not a zombie game, it's a psychological thriller. It's so they could make it more like Marathon Man. It could be a survivor being caught by another survivor, being tortured for something, and then being rescued by a family member or something like that. With zombies as well. I think the reality is most people think of DayZ, they think of zombies, even though the zombies are not massively important in some ways, you know. Like, it's not a zombie survival game. You're surviving from the other players more so, aren't you, you know, but... And the rescuer steps in a bear trap. DayZ movie needs an Uncle Ray Ray. I think DayZ needs an Uncle Ray Ray. To be fair, Uncle Ray Ray did some things that weren't very... Or he said some things that weren't very nice and sort of called out other creators and was a bit not so nice towards the end. But I'm not sure Uncle Ray Ray was in a very good place himself, you know. I'd love to see him back. Shit. Just gonna go. They're gonna have NVGs, aren't they? Can't see shit. There's only one thing for it. If you think the other player's got NVGs, go somewhere they just won't think you'll go. That's the answer. Holy shit. I think they just bumped into somebody else. I'm scared now. I was going to go in that tower, but now I'm definitely not going in the tower. They're going to have MVGs. I am so fucked. What the fuck is going on? I've just got to run for now. I can't see. I can't even... What's the point of even looking? I can't see shit. I don't think that player was shooting where they think I am. I think that player was shooting at somebody else. And I think somebody else was in the trees, maybe, and now they're trying... One's shooting the other, maybe one's trying to grenade the other one or whatever. I don't think that's for my benefit. I really don't. I checked to see if somebody was throwing grenades from the tower. I don't think that's the case, dude. If there was, I'd be able to see them, surely. James, yeah, I'm going to the DayZ event, and I know Lax is going. Yep, looking forward to meeting him. Should be a blast. I've only played with Lax, well, once where we scheduled it together, but yeah, it'll be fun. Lax and I have a similar background in some ways, you know, like I think when we played together, we talked a little bit about addiction. Mine was gambling, but addiction and the challenges that it brings. I can't believe it's getting lighter yet. I really can't. Yeah, we did work in retail, yeah. Yeah, Lax is addicted to dominating. That's exactly what it is. How did I stop gambling? I started making YouTube videos and focused on that, Roger. That, like, I got a lot of, well, I got kind of addicted to making YouTube videos, learning how to edit and progressing in doing content twattery, you know. Excuse me, it's one of the most ironic things, really, about me, really. Lucky in a way, but, well, it is lucky. But my addiction to gambling is what drove me into DayZ as much as Frankie on PC's videos, you know. I used DayZ, both playing it and editing it, as a way to get off of gambling. And the thing I used to get off of gambling ended up changing my life financially, as like for work and all sorts, you know. So Frankie was my bookie in a way.
Let Hollywood now think about how to show such a situation onto the big screen. TRMZG Heart.
Yeah, a film where a guy stays crouched aiming at the door for half an hour while nighttime ends is probably not going to be a very popular one. Is gambling seen as a problem if you're good at it? Most people that say they're good at gambling have never actually added up how they're doing. And I was good at gambling. I still lost £30,000. And I know that sounds stupid, but I was. But you can be good. Like my knowledge of sports back then, my knowledge of the odds and the reflected odds and so on was amazing. But the problem is the gambling can take over. You know, you can have a really big win and then think, fucking hell, if I can double that up, the gambling side of things is that's the thing. You can know the form. So to be fair, there are the odd professional gambler. But if you see a professional gambler, then occasionally, once in a blue moon, you'll see a professional gambler. They very rarely look like they've got a lot of money. They've normally turned up to the racecourse with a plastic bag with some cash in it. Maybe they're trying intentionally to look fairly poor, or maybe what's in the bag is pretty much everything they own. Sometimes it feels like the latter. People that have got lots of money very often don't try to look like they've got lots of money. That's definitely a given, but I don't think there are many professional gamblers because that's not how books are ran, you know. The only ones that make money are the bookies in reality. That the bookies set the books up so that they can't lose. Like, you can't be good at roulette, for example. It's literally hedged so that if you play roulette long enough, you can't win because the odds are not in your favour. You get paid 35 to 1 about something that's 37 to 1 or whatever it is, you know. You're getting worse odds than the outcome. You're getting paid out when you win at odds that do not reflect the real chance of that thing coming in. Did you know the odds were against you even when you were addicted? And I think the problem is that you believe that you can find something. Nobody starts being an addicted gambler. You know, I used to enjoy betting on football and horses, and I was gambling for fun. But at some point, I got so unhappy that I was trying to gamble to win rather than gambling to enhance my enjoyment of whatever it was I was watching, you know. So when you're gambling because you really enjoy watching the horse racing, or you like on a Saturday afternoon you love sitting in front of the telly and watching the rugby or the football or the Grand Prix on a Sunday or whatever, if you really enjoy it and you have a gamble and it enhances your enjoyment of that, then that's kind of healthy. But when you start gambling to win, so you're not gambling to enhance your enjoyment of something, but you're gambling to win money, it's usually more of a problem. It can become more of a problem, I think, anyway, you know. I don't think they've removed the snow owl, Mary Boy. The snow owl is in all Deer Isle servers. It's in the boat. There is. I don't think zero. They've removed the R700 or whatever used to be in the crater, but the snow owl is part of Deer Isle. It can't. I don't think it can be removed. It's part of Deer Isle. I think that's a lot of my issues with gambling came from, this is a bit deep, but I was working in shops. When I was at school, I was a bright pupil. I was one of the, it's easy to say this, but I was one of the brighter kids in school. In most of my lessons, I was in the top 2 or 3 kids in the lessons, but I was one lazy, good-for-nothing fucker, you know. I breezed through my GCSEs. I did no work. I got kind of average grades. I got 7 Cs. But I was capable of so much more, but I just didn't do any work. I hardly did the coursework. I did the bare minimum not to get kicked out of school. And then at A-levels, I picked the wrong ones and gave up. But I felt like I was capable a lot more. And once you've spent 15 years working in dead-end jobs, you know, most of my bad gambling addictions was in my... This might sound hard to be true, given that I'm 38 now, but most of my bad gambling was in my early to mid 30s. Well, in my mid 30s more so than my early. So say, I don't know, 32 to 37-ish. Roughly then. 33 to 37-ish, roughly. And a lot of it came from the fact that I was resenting where I'd led myself to. I was doing a job that I hated with no prospect of doing anything else. I was stuck in retail. I was stuck at the level I was at. I was never going to get any further. And I was earning not very much money, living with somebody that didn't really love me, who earned twice as much money as me, and maybe at times wasn't afraid to point out the fact that they earned twice as much money than me in a negative way. And I just felt stuck in a rut, and I felt like somehow that I had like this large knowledge of sport, and that maybe I could utilize that to increase my earning potential in some really naive way. Fucking hell, what is going on? And at first it worked. When I first started doing it, I put £500 into a Betfair account. I don't know, messing around and gambling and stuff. 2 years later, I had like £3,500, you know. It wasn't going to break the bank, but it was more of a hobby, and I was making money and it was going okay. But the problem comes when you eventually lose all of your profits. You're like, oh, well, I had 3,500. I'll just draw 1,500 out, leave 2,000 in. I just turned 500 into 3,500, you know, that's like 7 times. If I can turn 2,000 into 14,000, you know, this could be amazing. But that's not what happens. That in gambling, you might get a win. Even over a couple of years, you might be winning. But in the long term, you won't. Sooner or later, you'll fuck that up. Like, I started with small stakes and ended up with 3.5 grand. When I went to bigger stakes, sooner or later you lose. But when you're losing at bigger stakes, you lose in a really big way. Could have been someone, could have been a contender, exactly. A lot of people will have that, you know. There'll be people in the chat that can relate to that right now. Like, going to work every day, doing a job you don't enjoy because you've got bills that you have to pay for. And that's it. That's your life. And you know you're on that conveyor until you retire. Nearly everyone's in that position. It sucks. I'm extraordinarily lucky to have found some means to kind of hopefully get out of that for good, but certainly get out of it for the last 8 years anyway, you know. That's been amazing. Used to work next door to a bookies, rarely saw a person leaving with a smile, yeah. Redline, yeah. I don't want to go into too many details, but yeah. Slavery never ended. They just tricked us into thinking we are free. I'm naive enough to think we are free, but I think we all have a bit of a herd mentality, and we just willingly join this conveyor and then just plod our way through. We all do it, or most people do it. But the problem is that it's not possible for everyone to get off the conveyor. I can't fucking stand people like in no way am I suggesting I've made it like the person I'm about to mention. I can't stand people like Kiyosaki at times. Robert Kiyosaki, the rich dad, poor dad, right? In that he has this way of being really conceited and looking down on working people that might be nurses or teachers or firefighters or in the army or in the whatever service or whatever job they might be doing, builder or labourer or whatever. He has this way of looking down on people as if they're stupid for doing it. But not everyone can become an entrepreneur. If everyone became an entrepreneur tomorrow, the world would stop. You know, it just wouldn't work. There would be no nurses. There would be no bus drivers. There would be no anything. You know, there would be no. You can't have that. You know, it doesn't work. It's not possible. But the reality is, we are free, except for the fact that we willingly get a mortgage and we saddle ourselves with debt and then work to pay it all off. I agree with that, Sir Jimmy. People that look down on anyone because of what job they do is a knob. I agree. Kiyosaki does it, but he does it more. He's trying to teach people about how to make real money. But to him, it's simple. But it's not. Not everyone can do what he did. If everyone could do what he did, how would society work? You know, it just wouldn't. Harry, very nice. Village idiot. Well, I have respect for people that start a business and go off and do their thing, but I have lots of respect for people that are working a job, whatever it might be. You know, I don't think entrepreneurs are useless. Like people that grow something and make money, hopefully they're paying tax, they're contributing to the state. And likely they're employing people and they're distributing wealth a little bit too, you know. But I think all are valid and all are needed, right? I don't know what's going on with this explosion. I am somewhat fearful that it might be our stream sniping group, but I just don't know. Is there a big emphasis on class in the UK? I don't know, dude. There might be if you're higher class, but I'm working class. I've done all right now, but class to me is more about where you're from, and I live in a small house and I don't have crazy things or anything, right? But to me, class is a lot more where you're from and how you were brought up, you know.
Money gurus forget is that to make money, you need to have money you can invest in the first place.
Heretic,
most working folks can barely stay afloat these days.
Oh my! The amount of people on Instagram going, did you know that if you bought a house and then 2 years later you got money out of it and bought another house, and by the time 10 years had passed you'd be a gazillionaire? Like, yeah, it's so easy. Everyone can just do that. All they need to do is buy a house, right? Fucking, that's really hard for some people. Obviously it is. Dante, I hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Heretic, thank you. Dante, thank you for the gifted subs. Yossarian, Coda, thank you. Smack My and Gizmo, cheers for the support, guys. See, it just makes no sense. The grenades that are being dropped make no sense. There's no reason for that person to be throwing grenades like that, other than the fact that they're trolling me. I don't see why. What are they doing? They're still there throwing grenades for my benefit. That's what it feels like. I do find that really interesting. You know, there are people that have made lots of money and are willing to share that knowledge, but a hell of a lot of people are trying to share that knowledge by charging you. You know, like, you want to know how to make it? Subscribe to my this. You know, you want to know how I make loads of trades and make loads of money? Subscribe to my monthly thing and I'll send you out all the trades that I make. You'll be rich. If you're so fucking rich, why are you on Instagram begging me to sub to you? You know, if you're so fucking rich, why do you need my money? You know, why aren't you fucking on your yacht doing it on your phone? And what are you doing here? You know, there's so many people out to try and pretend they can give you something to make, like, and a lot of it is fake. A hell of a lot of that is fake. There's one on Instagram called Luke Dares or Luke Doss or something like that. And if you search their name on Google, they've been bankrupt several times, and the house that they make videos in as their mansion was rented. And the car that they use is rented, and it's all fake. Coda, that's crazy, isn't it? I don't think there's somebody up there, but that thought does keep crossing my mind. Yeah, it's got a black Merc, but it's a leased car. The number plate's in some of the videos. I think it's a bit different with Kiyosaki. I'm not a big fan of him, but he wrote a book. He wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad, and then became famous, and then has utilised that fame to make more money. You know, but I think some are legit. But a lot of the people that are on social media, literally shouting at you, they're usually shouting something along the lines of "Just don't be poor, stupid," really, really loudly. You know, it's so fucking easy. Just don't be poor, and it's all fake.
We buy things we don't need with money we don't have to impress people we don't like.
Yep, that's pretty true. I've definitely done that. We've all done that though. Like, you're having a bad time. Whatever it might be, you're having a bad time. And you can make yourself feel momentarily better with ridiculous things. Like, I remember doing it when I had no money and buying, like, plants, for example. Just silly things. It doesn't have to be something really material, but you're like, oh, let's... Like, we want to make the garden look a bit nicer. let's buy 300 or 400 pound plants and really make like put some established plants in. This is years ago when I literally had not a pot to piss in, you know, like, and that mentality maybe comes from like the life you've led up to that point, or the fact that you are truly working class rather than whatever, you know. I just think those poor decisions compound into a lifetime of poor decisions if you let them, you know, and I really have fallen into that trap. But my missus, whose dad had a really good job, who has been really careful and done very well for himself, what came from Dundee and what came down south and got a job working for a company in London and really done well, he doesn't make those decisions, you know. He and so he's imprinted that on my other half. She will really labour over things. She has no impulsive nature when it comes to buying stuff. She will be very frugal and make a call on things and really be considered.
I know it's fiction, but how did representative old UK? Not that you are that old.
This is weird. I'm definitely being trolled. It's just utterly frustrating. Why else would there be random grenades? I'm not really trying to like say that bad decisions are made by your parents, but I think you can learn to be financially mature more easily depending on the environment you grew up. I think that's definitely true. Like, and I'm not trying to throw my parents under the bus. My parents didn't have a lot of money. My dad was forced out of work in his early 30s and forced into early retirement due to ill health from a very young age. My mum was a nurse. We just had fuck all, you know. We had fuck all. If we needed anything, it had to be on a loan or a credit card. If something went wrong, it would probably have to be debt that paid for it, you know. We had fuck all when I was a kid. We never had the choice to be making fancy decisions or whatever. We had my mum's wage, and we had a house that my mum and dad bought, but times were a bit different then, you know. Like, but we didn't have a great deal, you know. And to be honest, when I first grew up and when I started work, I had no thought for the future or any good rational decisions whatsoever. You didn't, yeah, you're right. Like, a house might have been 3 times your salary in the 60s or whatever, you know. Well, 70s for my parents, but like, their first house was $2,000. Their second house was something like 16, and then they sold it for 50. And then the next house they bought for 60 grand, and they still live there now, and it's worth whatever it's worth. Not loads of money, but 350, 300, I don't know. But like, their first house cost $2,000. Admittedly, that was a 2-up, 2-down terrace in Lancashire. You know, like a proper terraced house with a bit like Coronation Street, with a little cement backyard and an alleyway between the houses the other side. Yeah, it was £2,000, but that was in Ripon, which is near, not Ripon, sorry, it was in Nelson, which is near Burnley. There are houses around Burnley that are absolutely dirt cheap right now, dude. You've got to think about where they were is massively a reason for the price of that house. Houses weren't $2,000 everywhere at the time. Coda, yeah, I know, like, my dad was pretty pleased at how things had gone. The very last time I saw him, he said he was proud of me. I'd just done a charity stream, and whilst I didn't go into we'd just done the first Alzheimer's research charity, and I didn't say it was for a dementia charity, because he was in a care home with dementia. But he knew that we'd just done a fundraising stream, and it had raised a lot of money, and like he was quite pleased with that, you know. So I've just decided to leave that. I'm sure that grenade thrower is a stream sniper. I'd be amazed if they're not. So I just thought I'd cover some distance. They'll probably still follow me, but they might get killed by somebody else, you know. Marco, sorry to hear about your mum, dude. Yeah, it was Nelson. I always get Ripon and Nelson mixed up for some reason. I never lived in Ripon, but... Like, there are houses, sometimes you see them on the news, there are houses up around the kind of Burnley way that are less than 20 grand now. Cheap, much cheaper than that, potentially, but they can be in rows of houses that are empty. Nobody lives there, you know. And they're not necessarily nice houses. You can buy a whole street in Burnley for a tenner, blimey. I didn't say that. DJ, it was like... And it was cool. The last time I saw my dad, he made me laugh, and I can't remember what he said, which is really frustrating, but he made me properly laugh because he said something that was very quick-witted. I think it was something about one of the other members of staff, but it was just, my dad was quite quick-witted. He was but he lost a lot of that over the years for different reasons, and he certainly didn't have it the same at the end. You know, he was in hospital with dementia, you know. But the last time I met him, he wasn't particularly well, but he was sharper than normal that day. It was kind of cool. You wouldn't last long up there, Metric.
Oi, mate.
Shadow, thank you very much for the 8 months. Libra, thank you. Jamie, thank you very much as well. I think the real truth is that when you've got fuck all, there's no point. The decision to be frugal has no bearing. Because if you're frugal, you've still got fuck all. And so the little that you have, you can waste and not feel like you've wasted it because you're still left with the feeling like you've got fuck all. I don't know if that's a good... like, I used to spend money I didn't have on stuff all the time. I'd go deeper into debt to buy an extra film at the supermarket, or that analogy I just used about going to the garden centre and not buying the plant that's £10 that needs to grow for 7 years, but buying the plant that's £80 because it's had 8 years worth of growth. You know, I used to do all sorts of stupid shit, but when you've got fuck all and you're already in debt, it really seems to matter less. But those all compound the issue all the more, you know.
Hey Paul, what's going on with the dev event in Chernarus? Been busy with work, so I'm out of the loop, lol.
D-Moors, thank you for the resub. I don't know the full picture, but there's about 11 of us going. Tope, Minder, Boydie, Marks, Fresh Spawns, John and George, Joito, Happy Bombs, me, Lady Adventurer, and someone else I keep forgetting. It's so hard to reel them all off in one go. Smoke was going, but unfortunately had to cancel. But yeah, we're going to Prague. I'm flying out on Wednesday. Lax Hawthorne is the one I'd forgotten. I keep forgetting Lax. I shouldn't forget Lax. He's probably going to be the most prevalent, I should suspect, while we're there. I'm looking forward to meeting him. I am. It's going to be good. But yeah, we're going to Prague. We're meeting some of the devs. Well, we're meeting a lot of the devs. And beyond that, I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen. I'm sure we're going to find out a bit about whatever's news coming from DayZ. And I know we're going out on some kind of survival-y type outdoorsy day, but I'm not exactly sure. And I think there is potentially some time to be doing an interview with some of the devs as well. Ridim, well, the devs have made the calls they made. When Smoke cancelled, they asked the fresh spawns. But what we don't know here is, like, who might else have been approached and then maybe couldn't make it, you know, like... Who knows, you know, there might be people that were asked in front of me. I don't have a clue, you know. They may well have been. I'm sure that there could have been, you know, but people might not be able to make it, like take a week out and go to Prague. Benfruit would have been fun. There's so many cool creators that could have gone, you know, like there's so many, like in the chat today, Amish said's been here. Again, I'm not saying these people might have been asked, for example, I don't know. Lottie was here earlier today. I was in that event the other day and Doc Dreist was in it. Obviously I play with Sauer and Muller. There's so many worthy candidates, you know, like, but they wanted to take 10 and they had a few things that they wanted to spread people around in different countries. Try and get people from different areas. They obviously wanted to take people from different areas. So they've got Boydie who does podcasts. They've got Marks who does YouTube and more like YouTube specific stuff and YouTube streams, I think, as well. There's been quite a few different sort of... There's been some thought behind the people they've taken. They've not just gone for who gets the most views on Twitch or whatever, you know, or who gets the most views on YouTube. But I do know for a fact that longevity in doing this stuff was one of the things they really wanted. Like, this is kind of partly related to DayZ's 10-year anniversary, right? So, like, Taupe and I, and Minder as well, have been consistently... Minder's had a little bit of a break on YouTube from time to time, but just taking Taupe and me as an example, we've done YouTube and Twitch metronomically for... Like, I'll be 10 years in July. Taupe is about the same, you know. They wanted longevity as well, not just view count, you know, like... And the same goes for people like Happy Bombs and Joito. They've been streaming for a long time. Like, Happy Bombs was at EGX in 2016. He was streaming DayZ regularly then. So they picked for, like, almost like length of service as well, you know. What happened to Lottie? She's still streaming. She's not. I don't think she's streaming right now. She's had a family bereavement, which is very, very sad. But she's still streaming, going strong on DayZ, as far as I know. Well, I know. I was going to go into the town, but I think we're just going to go this way. We'll go to Tissy and we'll try and loot for some stuff.
13 months is crazy. Keep up good work.
It would be cool if more people were able to go. I'd like... It would be very cool, you know. There's so many people that definitely feel like they're deserving, you know. Like, everyone's going to have their own recommendation. We've had that conversation several times today. And no matter who you are, whoever's going, there's going to be people going that think, well, why am I going when such and such could go?
Hope you're well, Matt, like, that runs.
I think nearly everybody going could think that for some reason or another, you know, like there's so many people I could think of that are deserving of a place, but I'm very grateful to be going. Is my La too far away? Oh, do you know what? That's a really good point. It's not too far. It's not very far at all. Well, Silent Sentry, I think, is a lot more of a multi-streamer, you know. I was actually watching Silent Sentry once upon a time, talking about that exact topic, about his... Like, I wasn't taking any offence, by the way, but I was quite interested in the conversation, but he felt that if you were only a one-game streamer, you weren't really a streamer, and I can see his point. But Silent Sentry has grown and done a hell of a lot on DayZ, but he just plays whatever he wants. He's done lots of RP, he's done lots of other FPS games. He's a good streamer. I watched him back in the day. He used to play all the time with Anthony Kongfan. I remember watching them loads in like 2014, 15, years and years ago. But he's not that much into DayZ, obviously, nowadays, you know. He still comes back and plays it here and there. By the way, I wasn't that just came up. I didn't really think it, just reminded me of it, but I can see that there is elements of me that sometimes feels like I'm not a real streamer because I am so one game orientated. But the reality is I don't want to play the other game. If you're stuck playing a game and you hate it, then that's a problem for you, isn't it? But I don't want to play any other game, you know. I don't feel stuck playing DayZ. I want to. And that's the difference, really. Some people get stuck in it and they can't stand it, and that's where that comes from, I think. Village, it's harder to lose your viewer base, but it's certainly a lot harder to switch games, I guess, you know, like... The right game comes along and maybe you can make that jump if you want. And a good example of that would be Deadly Slob, for example. Deadly Slob was doing DayZ. There was a time where me and Deadly Slob were the most popular streamers on DayZ, pretty much, between the two of us. About the same. We both got about the same view counts. One day he might have more views than me. One day I might have a bit more views than him. But we weren't very big, you know, 600-700 viewers maybe. But we'd been the two that had grown to that level at the time. Maybe 500 or 600 views, I don't really know, but about that kind of level. But when PUBG came out and then when Tarkov came out, you could see in his videos he was like over the... I remember watching a PUBG video he was in and playing it, and he looked like over the moon to have something else to play. He looked like he'd been playing DayZ and doing it because he had to, and was so relieved to find something else, you know. I've never ever felt that, ever. Fucking Mosins everywhere. Rectangle, crazy lobbies, thank you very much. Demors, thank you very much too. There's at least one DayZ streamer right now you can tell is tired of DayZ. There's probably more than that, dude. Some you just can't tell. But I think that's the case for any game, you know. There'll be people playing Tarkov that are sick of it, you know. Like, and it's a weird thing because you're playing a game for a living, but nonetheless, people get stuck in a rut and they don't feel they can change, but...
They just couldn't fit more than 10 streamers into a 2-person tent for the night in the cold forest.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Also, the single latrine in front of the tent might be a restricting factor.
Is my head torch
there's
still
only
on?
one SKS with 9 rounds.
No. It's not.
Hello Sir TRMZ the Great. Will there be a live zombie outbreak during the dev event for realism?
I hope not, Wendigo. I really hope not. Thank you for the super chat. Bambino, thank you for the bits. Really appreciate it. Rectangle, Crazy Lobbies, Demors. Thank you very much. Dale, DMC as well. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know. Like, streaming is a weird thing. I still find it... Some ways I find it... I've been doing it for a long time now. I don't think I take streaming for granted. I don't know. Like, I never really truly believe I'll still be a streamer next month or next... Well, next month I do, but next year I don't. I don't know what'll happen next year. I could have a channel twice the size, or I could be, I don't know, working in Sainsbury's. I just don't know, but I don't take it for granted, and I don't think many streamers do, hardly any, but I still find it staggering, you know, like worrying about whether you're stuck on one game or not. I don't know, right? I think the age I started streaming at, not quite 38, has allowed me to have a different perspective than some. So if you spent real time, like a lot of streamers started in their 20s maybe, or maybe did hardly any full-time work. Nothing wrong with that. I wish I could. Like, I'm not picking Sour here because he's annoyed in the game. That's not where I'm going. But Sour has been doing YouTube. You know, he's only 22. He's been full time. He's doing crazy. You know, to be Sour right now. Like, what price that to have Sour's ability in the game, ability to stream, ability to edit, and be the age he's at with the road in front of him that he's got. Like, incredibly lucky. He's earned it. He's earned it, by the way. So he's not. But what I mean is, to have that opportunity is insane. But some people that have that opportunity have no frame of reference. And I get this is where I'm not talking about Sour. I'm just talking in general. Like, if you've left university or school or whatever, and ended up streaming while you were at university or college, and ended up going full time, your idea for what's a frustrating day might be very different than someone that's done 20 years of working in the real world and not just been in the bubble of streaming for a living, you know, like. So the idea that a video game could be really taxing when you've spent 10 years driving to work, literally hoping your car will break down, or maybe you'll get ill so you won't have to go. There's a whole different element to the real world, you know, that's different to I'm a bit bored playing a game. Could I see myself hanging up 100% just stopping? I hope not, Rectangle. I could see myself gradually going down to fewer days. Yeah, I'm doing 5 days now, and I feel like I don't feel I could do more days unless I don't know. Let's say my missus dumped me tomorrow. I hope that doesn't happen, but let's say she did. I could stream more then because I would have a bit more time. There would be less people in my life that needed my time, and I wouldn't want that. I don't want to stream more and have no life, you know. But I can only see it going one way, you know. I can see me doing 4 days a week at some point. Right now I'm doing 5, you know, but I could see it becoming 4 days a week, and then maybe some point being 3 days a week. And I might earn less money, but whenever that is, I probably won't mind, you know. Like, but who knows what streaming holds, but I really love the presenting element of the interaction and everything, so I still might turn the stream on and chat with some old regulars or whatever, playing some, like, game in 15 years from now. I kind of hope that I can still do that, but who knows. These shots are altogether weird. I don't know if I should be buying this bait. They don't seem like believable shots, do they? Like, what were those 2 shots like that, really regularly? What were they at? Really, like, metronomically, bang, bang. What were they at? Nobody shoots like it. Fuck it, I'm not falling for it. Let's go. I'll end up getting killed by someone else. It's maybe not wise to fire like that and then start running across an open field. But if they were watching the stream and firing for my benefit, then guess what they've got across to catch up, you know? An open field. It slows them down unless they're prepared to come across the open field. They've got to go other ways. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see.
You ruining Tagami.
You weren't in the game. Yeah, angry guy. I hope not. That would be annoying. I did get medical insurance, like travel insurance, for the trip. It was only about £9 or £10 or something.
In 3, 2, 1. No now.
So yeah, if I do happen to break my leg, at least I'll be covered. I hope I don't break my leg. How far away is the foul? Not too far. It was near Lopatino, so that way is Vavalovo. Lopatino's kind of that way. It's not. I should think it's maybe 5 minutes, possibly slightly more. How weird would it be to interact with people on the stream? It would be very weird for the people being interacted with, Connor. So you've just asked me that question and I've answered it. If I had a 15-minute delay, you'd ask me a question and the best case scenario is you'd have to wait 15 or 16 minutes to hear a reply. Can you imagine having a phone call with someone where you ask them a question, then you had to sit there and hold for 15 minutes until you... It would completely not work. How come you don't stream delay, Sabbath? Because a stream delay doesn't... You can't... In order to start streaming with a 15-minute delay right now, I'd have to stop the stream. You can't just in-build one, you know, you have to stop the stream. So I'd have to stop the stream, restart it with a 15-minute delay, and then I'd lose my audience. Like, if I stop the stream, and like, what would happen? I'd stop, I'd change my OBS settings, add a 15-minute delay, then I'd go live right now, but you wouldn't see the go live for 15 minutes because there's a 15-minute delay. So it would mean for about 16 minutes there's nothing on my channel, and then everyone would fuck off. And I don't know, let's say there's 4,000 or 5,000 people watching over YouTube and Twitch. They wouldn't be here. I'd end up with no viewers. The streaming delay on Voyager 1 is 22.55 hours. No one is... Well, maybe. Do you think anyone's like ringing in and going, how the fuck why come you haven't said thanks for my sub? I've been waiting fucking 21.5 hours. Where's my fucking thanks? That's it. I've asked 5 questions and nobody's replied. Fuck you. Sabbath, well, if there's a delay, there has to be... If you're going to start a delay, you don't need to be familiar with streaming, right? Like, if I'm at this tree and now I want to start a 15-minute delay, if I then carry on running and you don't see it instantly because there's a 15-minute delay, then clearly you're going to have 15 minutes where there's nothing. Otherwise, how could you instill a delay? You know, you can't time travel. If you're going to put a 15-minute delay on, there's going to be 15 minutes of nothing until you catch up, right? I hope DayZ 2 is a thing one day. I've played heavily modded, or what I consider to be heavily modded a bit, J-Dove, sorry, so there's a few videos on my channel of me playing on Aftermath. The Trumpet Brothers was made on End Zone when it had trader bases and all sorts. So I have played on... The Trumpet Brothers is one of my kind of best series of videos. And that was all made on a trader base server with infinite stamina, you know, like... And I've played on Aftermath. To me, like, high-end, like... To me, a really heavily modded server has things like infinite stamina and trader bases and safe zones and the like. It doesn't necessarily have to have a gazillion and one mods. Like, pressing N and seeing a map and having waypoints, that seems like a heavily modded server feature, for example. But yeah, it doesn't have to have crazy mods. So I've never played on the ones where everybody looks like they're like characters from Mandalorian with the crazy Tarkov-esque masks or whatever. But yeah, I've played on Aftermath and Endzone. There's some videos on my YouTube channel of playing on such a server, you know. There's a video on my channel that's unedited that's like 6-7 hours long. And I was playing on Aftermath, going to the traders and like spending all day. I was playing in first person. And I played all day and I didn't die. And I got loads of kills. And I was trading stuff at the trader bases, getting kills, trading, getting kills and so on. I had a crazily good day. And I was on third person the whole time. So I was on a heavily modded third-person server and had a great run, got loads of kills, and ended up logging off with what I thought was, like, loads of gear, you know. Saints of Survival I did, but I don't think that was heavily modded at the time, Bance. That was when modding wasn't really a thing. Oh, look, helicopter. So, at that time, modding was much more limited than it is now. You got community servers, but there wasn't anywhere near as much you could change in the game then.
Yo, hello.
Why do you always have 5 to 10 minutes of nothing at the start of the game? It's a stream, Ronnie. That's what happens in a live stream. It says starting soon on the screen for a reason, you know. Like, so when the stream starts, it's maybe something that's more of a Twitch thing than a YouTube thing, but it's a live stream, right? 10 minutes after I've been live, there'll be maybe 1,000 people watching on Twitch and maybe the same on YouTube. Those people want to come in and say hello, and people are joining, you know, people are joining the stream. Like, if I just start the game, then I don't have the time to see who's in and start talking to people and stuff, but people want to see the start as well. The early joiners, like if somebody joins in after 6 minutes, if I'm already in the server and I'm already running around playing, I'm not kind of meeting and greeting in the same way or having a little early game rant or whatever it might be. Early stream rant, whatever's going on. I think today I had an early stream rant. But that's what happens in a live stream. When you start streaming, if I just click go and start, nobody's watching, right? I don't just start with my viewership. It gradually builds up from 0. So on minute 0, nobody's here. So I don't start gaming because nobody's here. I let people join, and then when there's some people here, then I start. I am going to go to the heli crash, Chris, but somewhere over here I've hidden a foul. And so I might find a foul at the heli, but I know there's a foul here. So I'm just going to grab that first. Some people's live streams start very much more like videos. I think Fresh Spawns are pretty good like that, you know, like Fresh Spawns try to make their live streams seem like their videos, and that works really well for them, you know, but I guess they're certainly on YouTube, I think their streams start that way. Whereas my streams start more like Twitch streams because I'm a Twitch streamer, you know, like I'm not starting DayZ Entertainment, I'm starting a live stream where I'm going to play DayZ soon, you know, like the stream doesn't revolve around the game as much as it revolves around all of us chatting along and shit. Right. I am not sure where I hid this. I ran up from there and I hid it in a bush, but I don't know where I hid it. I went past a big tree. Might be that tree, and then I went past another big tree and then I hid it in a bush. Might be that bush there. Let's leave that on there, actually. So I'm going to use the FAL as my secondary. I'm not going to keep the SKS. I'm going to use the FAL as my secondary, like it's an SKS, but it's more powerful and it's got 20 bullets. You know, it's a bit of a no-brainer, really. I'll use that. Drop the SK. Russell, watch my YouTube videos. That's what you're going to do. What if Mrs. tries to talk to me? Where am I from in the UK, J-Dub? I live in Suffolk, but I have a bit of a mongrel accent. So my accent's probably close to Suffolk, but I don't have the real twang of the country boy. I've been back in Suffolk for about 8 years or so, 8.5 years, but prior to that, I spent about 11 years living in Witham in Essex, and I'm someone that... When I was in sales, I think it's more to do with that, but when I move, I change accents relatively quickly. I don't know if I would now, but when I was younger I did. So when I was 5, we moved down from Lancashire to Leicestershire, and the accent was different, and I changed accent to more of like a Midlandsy accent. When I was 10, we moved from the Midlands to Suffolk, and when I moved from the Midlands to Suffolk, I got a lot of ribbon from the people at school because I sounded like a northerner. So I dropped the accent quicker than you'd drop a hot potato or something, right? My accent was gone. So I think as a kid, because we moved a few times, I got accustomed to changing my accent relatively quickly based on where I live. And when I worked in retail, I worked a lot in Essex and a lot in London and things, so I started to get a bit more Cockneyfied. And then I lived in Essex for 11 years, so I sounded a bit more like a wannabe Cockney. But I've lost that now. I'm a bit more just like Suffolk. Holy shit, I didn't even see it was here. Another convoy. I've taken the piss out of like Steve McLaren and Joey Barton for it, and Joey Barton is sorry Joe if you're watching, he's an absolute fucking moron. I'm afraid to say. I think he maybe that's harsh, but he has opinions that seem to be designed to make him sound intelligent, but most of what he said is the most like dumb shit I've ever heard in my life. But anyway, enough about Joey Barton. But he, once upon a time, when he was still a footballer, moved to Lille, I think it was. And then about a day later, he gave an interview, but he was speaking in English. And Steve McLaren did the same thing. And I think I might fall into the same trap. And that is that I've moved to France. I'm now playing for a French team. So I then start speaking in English like I'm a French person. That's what they both did. They were like, well, maybe I get the football. They're fucking English. They've been in England their whole life, and they're in France for a week, and then they're talking like a French local, but speaking English. Was it Marseille, was it? Okay. But yeah, as much as I thought that was fucking hilariously dumb, I could see me doing the exact same thing. I would hope I would have the good sense to not do that. But I could see me doing it. We'll probably end up finding a fucking DMR, won't we? BSS and the FAMAS. I think this is probably still our friendly neighbourhood stream sniper, to be honest. They were definitely behind there, and now they're not peeking. Could I be getting flanked? Possibly. Oh yeah, there they are. Ran out of stamina. This isn't a stream sniper. Don't think so anyway. Maybe. They might have a friend. They seem to have gone prone and protected themselves from here, but they hadn't seen me. They didn't know I was there.
Considering the winter name they trademarked, I reckon they are either adding a snow map or adding more cold winter settings to be applied to custom maps.
So they hadn't looked my way, yet they then went prone and protected themselves from my direction. Then I just got shot up by somebody else. Yeah, there is another player. This is the... I think this is the same group. So maybe they're not stream sniping. It might be a completely different group, and he's been told by his buddy, I can see him, he's just below you, move round this way. Move to the other side facing me, otherwise you're going to get yourself killed. But given that I've been baited by grenade throwers and baited by shots forever and a day, I think there's a good chance that I'm being baited. Maybe not. He's not with them. He's not with them, it's somebody else. So that player may well be legit, may well not be. It's hard to say. Probably legit, otherwise they wouldn't have been standing there. What they're doing is looking up the hill at whoever's suppressed that's shooting at me and not them. Here's the thing though, if there's a dude on that hill that's fired and made noise, I never fired back yet. But the one on the hill, why were they shooting at me and not the dude that's on the fucking haystack? Please explain that one to me. How? I really enjoy this SV98, it's a lot of fun. In this case it's only chambered, but nonetheless. I think they know where I am. I don't think I'm going to do well picking out this suppressed dude. I don't know how. Kamikaze, thank you for the support, man. Thank you very much. This for the gifted subs. Patient Wolf, thank you. Shakademus, thank you very much. I think they're a long way away. Pretend to loot my kill. In order to pretend to loot my kill, I've got to run across an open field to get to them. I think that's not going to work, you know, like, they're definitely up that hill somewhere, and they're overwatching the hill. If I run over towards that haystack, I'm dead, aren't I? If I leave complete cover to break for an open field, whilst getting shot at from a completely suppressed player that I don't know where they are, that seems like a not... Right, now their bottle suppressor has finally run out. Maybe they will relocate now because they're a bit of afraid they've not got the benefit. The reload chambering is a bug. It happens quite a lot with newly added guns. It's really quite common. Right, well, he's going to go up the hill. Or she's going to go up the hill. Where are they going to flank to?
I am Oak and I told you that the trees are watching.
Warhead, I don't know if I agree. I think it's a really fun gun. it's like saying the Mosin is no good over any gun that takes the hunting scope, but loads of people prefer the Mosin to the Tundra, dude. So I don't think that bears out. Some people don't like the hunting scope. Like Taupe, for example, seems to massively prefer the Mosin to the Tundra, as an example. It's hard to say which way round I'd flank. I'd probably go up to the top of the hill and turn right, but I don't know. There's more ability to come down the hill on the left. I think they are flanking though. I think I can do... Shit, they're not flanking. They're exactly where they were. Yellow. I can't see them. Fuck. Ah, what's he doing? Yeah, right. Where you go? Oh shit, he's at the tree. He was more to the right than I realised. He was at that tree. Still at that tree. Fuck you! Ah, very cool. So this dude had a blaze. AK, a big AK. I might just take that for now so it's not on their body, to be honest. Oh, so good. SV98 mag. I wish I'd looted him first. That would have been a lot easier with this mag, wouldn't it? That's the same helmet as the one I was shooting at before. I doubt they were the same player, but you know the one is that I'm sure it's not the same dude, but remember that shot that hit and it didn't hit? It was the same stupidly bright white helmet. I'm sure a different player, but nonetheless. Hope the water's clean. I worry about the food when I'm away from here, but for now I just want to have some water because I've been yellow for a little while, haven't I? That was cool. I really want to take that. Oh god, have I got... Can I risk that? I'm gonna die trying to fix a fucking pistol with an extra weapon cleaning kit.
Hi all.
Right, fuck the rest.
Let's go. By the way, you guys made a lot of noise. Let's make this snappy. You little loot goblin, red heart, red heart.
I don't want to make it snappy. I want to take all of the available loot. I haven't got the fucking gun now. I've left my FAL. Now I've got to go back. Fucking going quick. Look what it's done for me. I got to go back. Idiot. Me, I mean, not you. So stupid. This dude was actually pretty good, weren't they? You know, more good than I thought they would be. I thought I was running with the gun in my hands and I didn't, but anyway, there we go. Smile, thank you very much. Romper, Presence of Lead, Technies, thank you. Oak, cheers for the support. The trees are watching. They are always watching, it seems. Yeah. Alright, I'm not really going down the line I thought I was, but... He's by the second one of those two trees. That was one of those where he was quite good at shooting and moving. But he was moving with a bit of a pattern, wasn't he? You know, like... he was to the right of the tree, and he was obviously going to come past the tree. That's what he was doing. He was going side to side, but... like... he was always going to come past on the angle. He wasn't going to stop, so yeah, sooner or later I was going to get one of those shots to land because of the way that the player was moving. Race, I don't have a list of questions. I don't really know how it's going to be, but... and obviously I know how I feel about the game and where the priorities are, but one thing I've learnt over the years is that it never pays to underestimate what the devs know about their own game that they're developing. They know that the AI is not great. Doesn't mean I won't bring it up necessarily, but it depends. It might be that I find out they're built... Look, green armband. So they were together. How does that make sense that how does that make sense that they got deep, like, confused between the two of them there? It doesn't make sense, does it? Maybe they were trying to relay information across. I don't know why I'm doing this. I need to stop this now. They were definitely together. Look, they got the same beef steak. They weren't just like one had killed the other kind of thing. They were teamed. This dude had the beef steak still boiled out of that cauldron. So they were definitely together. There's been some fuckery going on. I didn't ruin the guy's blaze to my left, but fuck that. I feel like those two might have been the ones with the grenades and the fucking around. I don't know. They could be completely legit. They may not be anything to do with the ones that were fucking around and following me and whatnot. It's hard to say, isn't it? There's no way of knowing. But given that that's been going on, I'd rather not leave too much loot knocking around. Smile, thanks again. Cheers for the support, dude. Some decent PvP today and on Friday as well. I think he was trying to say where I was, and the guy that was by the barn, sorry, not the barn, the haystack, didn't understand the communication, so he'd moved round to try and find me. The player on the hill has probably said he's running around more towards my way, and so he'd started aiming up the hill towards where his buddy was. I think that's probably what had happened. Like, the communication was working for him until it wasn't, kind of thing. Yeah, I haven't got a scope for the FAL, but that's okay. I didn't have a scope for the SKS. I don't have one for the AK-74. As a close-range gun, the FAL is actually okay. Over the years, I've done really quite well with the FAL with iron sights at times. You know, it's a decently powerful gun. I am a bit overweight right now. I could probably do with dropping some shit. Start with that. I missed a red dot, did I? That's okay. I would have took it if I'd seen it, but I'm not going to go back for it now. Maybe eat it before dropping food. I didn't drop any food, dude. I kept the meat. I just dropped the cauldron. The cauldron with the water in it is where all the weight was. The meat doesn't weigh a lot. That was cool. Patis, yeah, I'm going to Czech Republic, flying out to Prague on Wednesday. The meat doesn't look very tasty, but I would imagine meat that's boiled... Is it? I was going to say, is it despawned? Meat that's just boiled in water... Oh god, the zombies are dead here. So I ain't going to the heli, as somebody else has already looted it. Dead zombies only last 6 minutes. They could be in Lopatino aiming up towards me, you never know, although, or up towards where those shots were. I don't really need all of these guns. I probably should drop the FAL. The FAL would be the one I need the least, I would say. But given that I'm not on for crazily long right now, it seems stupid to drop any gun. Snoopy Gecko, thank you for the super chat. Cheers for the support. I'd love that to be the ones with the grenades. It could be, but the thing is you just never know. The grenade stuff over the whole night was completely bollocks, and clearly somebody was following me and trying to get me to bait.
Foiled again.
So assuming those were the ones with the grenades and the ones that baited, and then when I finally stood still to loot something, they caught up and started shooting at me, then that would make them the stream snipers, right? But it may not have been. They might have been just completely other players. There's a helicopter nearby, there's a convoy nearby, and they're just in the area because it's a fairly high tier. Well, it is a high tier area, you know, so they may not have been our stream sniping, grenade throwing twat dudes, but there hasn't been any more baiting, has there, you know? There is a good chance they were then, but how can we tell? We can't. Pattis, yeah, I'm looking forward to coming. I've never been before. I've always wanted to see where Chernarus were, like the inspiration for Chernarus. But to be able to go to where DayZ is made, like DayZ is my favourite game of all time. Like, I know I'm a streamer of it and everything, but I'm still a DayZ fan. Like, I didn't have a YouTube channel when I got into DayZ. DayZ came before the YouTube and the streaming, right? It's my favourite game of all time, so I'm looking forward to going to where the devs make the game and where the game is based. It's going to be cool. I can't believe I was in an open field fixing things to try and save weapon cleaning kit uses, and I've got 2.5 weapon cleaning kits. Rex, I got into DayZ for the standalone, so I played a little bit of the mod afterwards, but I never knew DayZ was even a thing. It was Frankie on PC's videos on the mod that got me into DayZ, but it was after DayZ standalone had come out. So I was watching Frankie on PC's videos in the December. What happened? I used to watch loads of Call of Duty videos. I watched one video on DayZ from a YouTuber called JX23. And they made a video about DayZ standalone because DayZ standalone had just come out. So they made a video basically describing what DayZ is, what the concept is, and then made a video on DayZ. And their description of the concept was stunning. I thought, wow, that sounds crazy. It's a game where you meet other players and you can just do what you like. It's not prescriptive. It's not like team deathmatch or domination or search and destroy. You just do whatever. That seems open to so much. It seems amazing. What a concept. And obviously that video finished. I was like, I want to see more about DayZ. That seems like such a cool idea. And so I went and started watching Frankie on PC's videos, and then I saw the whole Arma 2 series, and I was like, holy fuck. How have I not heard of this game? I was a console player, so I had to then make a PC or get a PC to play a game. Open world games were new, Stefan, in this sense, like a truly open world game but multiplayer. When I got a PlayStation 3, I got it for the Blu-ray. An online competitive FPS got me back into gaming when I've really kind of not done it anymore. Single player games don't do it for me anymore. They just don't. And I'd kind of drifted out of love with games a little bit. An online FPS got me really back into it. I thought the idea of shooting other people but they were real people was insanely cool. And I was just getting bored of that kind of stuff, and then this came along. How many people are going? About 11, I think. 11 or 12, roughly. Don't ask me to name them. I've done it hundreds of times. Is there an advantage of repairing the backpack? It makes you slightly warmer. You get warmth from the backpack. You see, it's high insulation. If it's not in good condition, you don't get the insulation. Also, I don't know, a single hit from a zombie can ruin your bag. Whereas if it's worn, it's going to degrade down. It won't get to ruined, you know. Why am I not able to... Yeah, there we go. I'm sure some people will be doing vlogs. I don't know if the devs are planning on doing anything. I honestly don't know at this stage. I'm not going to be doing any vlogs. Yeah, I don't need that can. It's okay. I'm not really in a position to be killing Zeds right now. I might post a few pics on Twitter and whatnot, and obviously I'll be talking about whatever I'm allowed to talk about. I'll be talking about loads when I get back, you know. But I want to enjoy going. I'm not a vlogger. I'm not a streamer. Right? I feel like this is a trip for work, but I want to enjoy it. I don't want to. Not everything has to be about making a video out of it for me, you know. I feel quite lucky in that regard, but I think this is not me casting shade. If some people go and make a vlog every day, great, you know, fair play to them. But I want to go and enjoy it. I don't want to go and try and make it all about making content and generating views, you know. I generate my views when I'm streaming 5 times a week and videos and stuff, you know. I feel happy enough with that. Cliven, no, we can't. Her mum's not able to look after the dog at short notice, so she was coming until about 2 weeks ago, and then we had to cancel her going basically. Bob, I think Boydie, and I don't know if Lax is there, but I believe Boydie has landed. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. There's a little Discord where they're chatting and stuff, and I had a quick look in there earlier, but it was literally as the stream was going live. But I think Boydie is there, and he's from Australia, so maybe Lax is as well. Is this the one with the red dot? Of course it's not. Oh no, it does have that. It has the Baraka BA Baraka site. Yeah, that one's okay. Ish. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Topper. I don't feel that DayZ came from Operation Flashpoint. Obviously Arma 2 came from, long term, came from Operation Platform, but... Sorry, Operation Flashpoint in a way, but DayZ was specifically a mod for the Arma 2 game. I feel like it came more from there, you know. That's like, it's kind of like saying your dad's not your dad, your granddad is your dad, because your dad came from your granddad. And then you could, well, but my granddad came from my great-granddad, so really that's my dad.
Let's go.
It doesn't really work like that. Like, Arma 2 spawned directly, it gave birth to DayZ, I think, you know. Oh, I know. I'm not trying to spoil anything, enemy. I know people know Lax is going. I just don't know for sure that he's landed or not. That's my point. I'm pretty sure Boydie has landed in Europe, but I don't know. Lax might be coming on a different plane. I don't know. Australia, from what I gather, is a relatively big place. They might live next door to each other, Boydie and Lax, or they might be like 1,000 miles apart. You know, they may not be on the same plane.
Hope you have a great time.
I am indeed, Pattis. Yeah, Ryanair, nothing but the best. The flight's only an hour and 50 minutes. As long as I get there and I feel safe for the journey, I'm happy enough. Ryanair's fine. I wouldn't want to fly in like a Ryanair seat on a 10-hour long-haul flight or something, but for an hour and 50 minutes, it's fine. If you get up and go for a piss or something halfway through, stretch your legs. Like, you're fairly crammed in a Ryanair flight. I've got a window seat at least, which is cool. I'm almost certain Dean Hall won't be there, Be Calm. Dean Hall has his own game development company now. It'd be like, I don't know. Dean Hall is a big, really important person for DayZ. It's his idea. It's his game originally, but I don't know. Having Dean Hall at something like 10 years after DayZ's inception, and he's got his own company and he's off doing his own thing, would be a bit like inviting your ex-wife to your next wedding kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Maybe a bad analogy. I'd love to meet Dean Hall. He seems like a very interesting dude. First class seat on Ryanair. What would you get for first class? Seatbelts.
Have a great time.
If you get a first class seat on Ryanair, means that if you're about to crash, that you actually get a life preserver, whatever they're called. Yeah, your gas mask is guaranteed to fall so that you can breathe until you crash to death. Could you describe to me like I'm a 10-year-old? Phil, escape from Tarkov.
Enjoy the trip. Don't talk to strangers. Stay
That's
away
the reason.
from loose women and definitely no alcohol. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Cheers for that. Who was that? Oh yeah, Bishop, it was you. Sorry, I was getting waylaid because of Phil's super chat's not come up yet. Baracco, Tiber, DJ saved my life. Thank you, Reshi, not Jumbo. Cheers for the support, guys. Phil, I'll get to your question in a second, but I'll let Robot Lady read it. That would be easier, and then I'll be there. First class Ryanair gets you a key to the toilet. Holy shit.
Could you describe to me like I'm a 10-year-old all this $250 DLC palaver that I seen on Twitter?
I'll try and... It's
per
from...
usual, thank you for another class stream.
Oh, fucking hell. It's from Escape from Tarkov. So if you want to explain like you're a 10-year-old and you have super chatted for $4.99, $5, so I think you deserve it, right? So the longer version, without going crazy long, is basically when Escape from Tarkov came out, they sold a version that was about $150, $160 called Edgelord of Darkness or Edging in the Darkness or something like that. And that gave you a few extra perks in the game, which are vaguely pay to win, but not quite enough. They just skirt around it enough so that it wasn't annoying for everyone. But when you bought the Edgelord of Darkness edition, it guaranteed you access to all future DLCs. That was one of the things. So people were like, I don't mind paying £150 for this. The use of the extra stuff is cool, but I really want to support the devs on making this game, this great game that I love. I'm not. That probably sounds like I'm saying it sarcastically. I don't mean to. I heard that so much from people that had bought the game. Like when I played Tarkov, I only played the entry-level version, and I adamantly wanted to only play the entry-level version because I am very against having additional benefits in an online kind of multiplayer game where you're competing against other people, and then the money you spend on the game gives you extra perks and benefits in an online multiplayer game. I don't like it. So I didn't buy the Edge of Darkness edition because I didn't like it. But other people did, and a lot of people said this, and some may have been justifying it to themselves, but a lot of people said, I love Tarkov, it's my favourite game, I want to support the devs in making the game that I love, right? a while ago, not long ago, they discontinued the Edge of Darkness edition, bearing in mind it came with all future DLC. And then at the weekend, on Saturday I think it was, maybe Friday, they announced that they were going to introduce a new edition called Unheard or something like that. And that was going to be $250, and it would come with a whole new suite of extra benefits in the game, the online game. Things like scavs wouldn't shoot first at you from beyond a certain distance, so if the scavs were 60 metres or more away from you, they wouldn't shoot at you. And that's a benefit you can unlock with traders if you play the game enough, but you would get that from the start. You would get extra benefits that other players didn't get in an online game, right? But on top of that, for the $250, they were going to give you access to the offline, not quite true, to the PvE solo or co-op mode, which isn't offline. You have to play it on a server, but it's single player, so it's like a PvE version of Tarkov. But you could only have access to the PvE version if you bought the new $250 edition. When you consider that people spent $160 and were guaranteed all future DLCs, and then they introduce a newer version with DLC in it, and then the people that spent $160 can't have that. So there was absolute fucking uproar, because there's thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people spent 160 quid to be forwards compatible with Tarkov, and then they were being told that this big new thing they weren't going to get. And there's been several climbs down. Actually, now Nikita apologised and the EOD owners are going to receive it. They did. He did. But not before he had 2 attempts at doubling down on what he thought and was basically like, fuck everyone, this is what's happening. Like, the whole weekend was an exercise in how not to do customer service, basically. I've never seen anything like it. Some of the stuff coming from some of the devs were like, well, if they don't want to buy it, that's it. No one's forcing them to. Basically, like, fuck them, you know. It was absolute craziness. Like, they tried to, like, oh, I tell you what, then, the EOD people, you can have the offline, the PvE mode for 6 months, but that's it. And we'll also give you some extra perks in the game too. You know, like they tried to come back with platitudes and like realise that they weren't going to be able to do it. And there may be reasons. They might be struggling, like, hosting servers is expensive, and hosting servers for an offline mode, because you have the chance to play with friends, it's still a server. Like, I'm playing in a DayZ server now with up to 60 players. It costs money. The devs have to pay for this server. It's an official server, right? So, in other words, if you want to play Tarkov on an offline mode, sorry, in a PvE mode, it's still on an online server. So they're having to pay server hosting costs for that. So if they give it all the people that have got EOD and all the people that buy the new version, this PvE mode, that's a load more server hosting costs. But the money that they got to pay for that was 7 years ago when people bought EOD. That's why they're kind of not wanting to do it, basically. So that heli's not the heli we heard. That's the one that was already there. I don't really understand. The heli sounded like it was there, didn't it? I don't understand. It might be over this way. Phil, no worries. I haven't gone over it in so much detail, but there is a bit more detail to it than that, but that's the broad strokes. The main thing is they tried to introduce a version of the game that was $250 and then acted surprised when the people they'd sold $150 edition to and who were told they'd get access to all future DLC were a bit put out when they didn't get the future DLC. Their first reply back was like, we don't believe the new PvE mode is DLC. We believe DLC is downloading something that changes the game. We believe this is unique content. It's not downloadable content that like a new map for Tarkov. The PvE mode is effectively unique. It's a new game as such. Being able to play PvE Tarkov. That's what they were trying to say. It's not DLC, it's unique. like this new map we've made, it's not in the regular game, so it's unique. You could literally... Oh my god. Why am I going to meet the devs? Well, about 10 or 12 of us have been invited. Like some activities and some learning about DayZ and hopefully what's in store. They've reined all of it in now, I think, pretty much. They're looking at stuff. I think they're maybe cancelling the Unheard edition and selling it in another way, perhaps. The reality is, Escape from Tarkov has sold a lot of copies of the game, but it's still expensive to make. Like hosting servers for it and stuff, there's still a lot of expense there. But I think expecting the player base that've been playing your game for 7 years to buy a $250 edition or upgrade if they had Edge of Darkness.
Apologies, as I'm sure you've went over this countless times on the stream.
It's just crazy.
Now. Hope you enjoy your trip, pal. Handshake.
Phil, thank you. Cheers. I've got to be honest, this is a silly thing, but I really didn't like it when they did it originally. One thing at least I like with Grey Zone, which is coming out tomorrow, Grey Zone Warfare, is doing a similar kind of thing. They've got one version that's $35, which is the standard edition, and then they've got like an elite edition and a deluxe edition and whatnot. So with Grey Zone, you can buy a 35 version, maybe a 60 version, an 80 version, and a $100 version. And unfortunately, you get similar kinds of benefits, like slightly increased inventory size in your stash and a secure container that's a bigger one and stuff. So they're doing a little bit of a Tarkov with it. But at least they're naming it Standard Edition, Deluxe Edition, you know. This is such a silly thing. But the Edge of Darkness edition makes it sound cool and like Edge of Darkness, you know, Edge of Darkness, you're really cool. You know, and then the entry level game, Tarkov the game, is called Left Behind. You know, like, why is it called Left Behind? What does that say about your customers? If you're saying that your regular bread and butter customers, you're calling them left behinders. I'm sure there is another reason, but it's a silly thing, but it fucking sucks. It would be like if I referred to subscribers as tier 1 plebs and the real MVPs are tier 3s or something. I would never ever do that, but it's the same thing, right? How can you look down on all the people that are allowing you to make a profit from your video game or whatever it might be, you know? Where the fuck is this heli? Unless it despawned and respawned in the same place. Is that even possible? There was a pair back there, but I've been in this area so long, I'm starting to think it was me. Quavik. There was a leaked interview with one of the main devs of Tarkov. I'm trying not to use names because I'll probably get some things wrong and I don't want to slander anyone, you know. But it was basically like the PvE mode is for true believers that want to support us and buy the $250 package. If you're not a true believer, then don't buy it. You know, that was basically the attitude. It'd be like me saying, if you're a true believer, sub at tier 3. If you're not a true believer, just give me money anyway, but not quite so much, you know. It's fucking crazy. Like, how can you have that mentality towards your customers? There is a zombie there. I wonder if it... Maybe the heli despawned and then respawned in the same place. Is that... Maybe it's possible. I just don't... I don't know. There's a lot more Zeds at it. I don't want to take... How many bullets have I got in there? 7. I don't want to take a gun and put it on the floor to kill zombies with a suppressed pistol.
What time do you call this? I thought OAPs went to bed early.
I'm a true believer. Well, thank you very much.
I'm a true believer.
Daxter, thank you for the tier 3 True Believer class. Fuck me. Let's not start that. If I start saying it, it'll be a joke and people that are here now will understand it, but people that aren't won't, and then I'll end up in that. People will be thinking I mean it, so I need to not start there. Fuck did those bullets go? Yeah, drum mag. SV98 mag, very cool. This is a new heli, I'm pretty sure of it. That's a 101. I'm just going to leave it. I can't be fucked to mess around for 10 bullets for a gun I don't have. So that's interesting. The heli literally was the one that landed. I don't think they were anchoring as such. I don't think they announced this $250 pack and then reined it in as some tactic to get people to swallow something else. Because they tried to stand with it and they tried to stand with it and they tried to, and then they caved a bit and then they caved a bit. I really don't think it was some marketing ploy. I don't believe that's the case. The language that was being used and the drums, like the Tarkov's own Twitter handle on Saturday was like Dead Matter, not Dead Matter, sorry Dead Matter, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. It was like the day before after they've announced that they were going bust. Like they just didn't, it was like they were having a closing down fire sale and they knew they weren't going to be in a job tomorrow. The Tarkov Twitter on Saturday was a joke. I've never seen they couldn't have been more uncaring. It was like literally like they were trying to set the place on fire. Battle Royale could be kind of fun, Yo. I don't get. It doesn't hold my interest forever and a day. Right, let's just eat a bit of meat. But yeah, it can be fun. Like the PUBG Battle Royale. Sorry, not PUBG. The DayZ Battle Royale. The mod for it. I've been having a lot of fun with that. Right, so I've got the finished draft from the YouTube video for Uncuper. Bear with me one sec, guys. Which is very good news. It's 53 minutes long. So I've been streaming 11 hours. And I think I'm going to have to call it there because I've now got to spend 53 minutes watching me play DayZ after 11 hours of playing DayZ. That's going to be fun. I'm really going to enjoy that. I can't wait to watch me play DayZ for 53 minutes. Holy fuck. However, if I don't stop now and check this video now, like if I check it, I can then send Uncuper any changes. When he wakes up in the morning or in the afternoon, because I'm guessing he stayed up really late, when he wakes up, he can then finish it off and send me the final copy tomorrow. Then it can be uploaded to YouTube and there'll be a video while I'm away. So it's worth doing it, right? I can't believe, I'm surprised I've made it to 11 hours, to be honest. I thought I'd be done. But anyway, it's been really fun. That fight was great against those two. That was cool. Another decent day of PvP. Some more kills with the SV98. 2 against those, 1 earlier. Excuse me, I sniped someone earlier who shot at me and killed them. They had an SV98 too. That was kind of cool. Fidey, thank you for the resub. David, thank you for the gifted sub. Paulo, Daxter, thank you. Miguel Bravo, Spamat, thank you as well. Guys, that's it from me. I won't be back until a week tomorrow. There will be a DayZ video. It's going to be a cool one. It'll probably have a really fucking clickbaity title along the lines of when a 11,000 player gets DayZ's best gun in an official server or something like that. When a DayZ veteran gets hold of DayZ's best gun on official. It'll be some kind of title like that, some clickbait bullshit. But the video is great. So I know the video is going to be great because the run was amazing, you know. So have a look at it on Saturday. It'll be out at 6 p.m. on Saturday, all being well, once I've finished the draft tonight, and then Uncupa's finished the video tomorrow. Anyway, enough from me. Thanks a lot for coming in. Really enjoyed today. I am looking forward to going to Prague, and hopefully when I get back I can share lots of cool stories, and maybe, hopefully, there'll be an announcement about whatever they're announcing. We'll see. Thanks a lot for coming in, guys. I'll catch you on Tuesday the 7th, all being well. And if you want to know how it's going, I'm sure I'll probably put something on Twitter when I'm half cut on whatever alcohol we're probably consuming, I'd guess. Take it easy, guys. I'll catch you next time. Take it easy. Love you. Bye.